Peter Obi grants two landmark interviews recently with the trend. One with a German television station, DW, another one with an American television station. The two interviews, he talked two things differently. And these things, when you talk, don't catch attention of a lot of people. I, for one, I get plenty of questions why I will ask. Like the one where we say grant with Noah TV for inside United States. He identified one of the major challenges where we say Nigeria they face as insecurity and division among us for Nigeria. And then when I ask him the question, say, waiting you go do to stop this division among Nigerians. Again, waiting he be say he talk. He talk say one of the things and what he go do and to make sure say he tackle division among Nigerians. And me at the fear well, how you think say Peter Obi go fit handle the division amongst Nigerians, especially at a time when Nigerians don't they so largely divided along ethnic and religious lines. Do you think it's achievable? Do you think any president as it stands now can make that happen? But that's not even all. He has vowed that he will win the 2027 election. He not talk say, I go try. He say, he go win. And he see himself as a vessel for the new Nigeria, we Nigeria deserve. People say, Kai, Oga, stop it. This is joke taking too far. While others are saying that, this one way he talk he go do. But the points we say, how he go take achieve him. With the present electoral act, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the ballot, person will never ever lose any election, person will be said no be Jonathan, it is possible. How that claim about Peter Obi go fit use come true. But beyond that, we will look at Peter Obi as a presidential candidate, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria and also a presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar as the former vice president and a presidential candidate, and of course Omoyele Sowore as a presidential candidate. Waiting it be say be the unique value of these people then. Waiting be their chances of winning the 2027 election. And I want to make us get inside the house. Public affairs analyst, say this is Sabi Wewe. The last time I interviewed him, you don't say Wewe. Those days when I did was Zubia. You know now, got assigned Taiwo. I hope I remember his name. Goodness me, God help my soul, so that I don't go call a wrong name. So he's a public affairs analyst, somebody who understands. Somebody who understands. Everything about politics a lot. He's been in this business and he's been analyzing politics for a while now. So he understands the political terrain very well in Nigeria. He joins us in the studio. Good evening, Mr. Sani Taiwo. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Precious. It's always a nice seeing you. It's been a while, actually.
Oh, stop it. I like it. Stop it. I like it. How you did? How have you been?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
I can see that this administration is favoring you. You know, say when this administration enter, people don't say, Tinubu government go favor me and my family. It be like say follow for those who did the favor.
It well you too now.
Me when they use half lights. I'm not even dead. They don't bomb me to all my full lights. If I all my full studio lights, my inverter go run down. If you favor me, I go use full light now. At least you go see my face well. Welcome.
Yes,
good to see you. Good to see
pleasure.
you.
Yeah.
So yes, as I was saying in my introduction, P2P had said a couple of things recently in an interview. And this one's then when he talk, he don't raise a lot of controversy. He talk about how he go win the election, he talk about the division of the country and how he go unite Nigerians. Before I even go straight to that interview we get, first of all, we could start with the one we will get at hand, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I mean, since President Tinubu come into office, I'm not sure saying you don't really talk. If you talk now only once for any show. So I'd like you to help me break down. What do you think? What are your thoughts about President Tinubu's administration and your thoughts about him running for second term? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure seeing you, and I must first of all appreciate your journalist professionalism.
And stop it! I like it.
You're one of the very accurate journalists we have in Nigeria, and people like you are very professional and very accurate, and that's one of the reasons why I actually give. And I don't give credit just like that. So,
thank you so much. This means a lot. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. However, let me start with the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration.
Yes, sir. Our local. You see the wink I give you. I get to wink you. Go ahead.
So let me say that firstly, I'm always of the opinion that there is no administration that we have in this country today that will be totally 100% accurate, beneficial to the populace, and have direct impact to Nigeria's development. But one thing I do say, without retracting words, is that there's a big gap between the governed and the people. Those who govern the people are having a gap and do not do proper gap analysis on what the people really want. Having said that, if I'm to break down the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration from the pros and cons, we can't say, we know if we talk say the administration bad like that. No, it's going to be very unfair because him me will not talk true. Even me will not talk like even Jesus Christ and Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, where people they worship, they not be everything where they ask God or Jesus in they do at the, for people. So that's one side. Now, make I really talk about the real sense of government. Now, in 29th of May 2023, he assumed power as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Prior to that time, this Emilokon mantra was on, and people felt and were inspired to understand that the government or the incoming government was going to do something differently. But let's look at it in the realistic sense of it. May 29th, on the day of inauguration, Bola Ahmed Tinubu made a very um, vibrant statement: subsidy gone. And that revamped the state of Nigeria's economy as of today, unless we are lying to ourselves. That was the that state that two um two um two words, subsidy gone, revamped and reshaped the economy of the country today. Why am I saying that? Is because it affected the level of inflation, it affected the level of poverty, it affected the level of security, it affected the level of education, it affected every facet of Nigeria's existence today because as we speak, Nigeria depends solely on fuel or on oil. And so announcing that on the 29th of May, would it have been a good choice? Some people have argued differently. Some have said, yes, it's good. Some have also said the other way. But on my own side, I feel that that would have been, and that is a very good and bold step. Hence, the only thing I see is that the government did not do proper analysis to understand the announcement and the effect, and also how to cushion the effect of the economy when the subsidy and the fuel prices increase, because the increase of fuel prices actually affects everything in the country. Having said that, in the real sense of it, has there been positive effects? Yes, because if you look at it in the real sense of it, people always we have people talking about the physical economy and the monetary economy. While people might not have been able to trickle down, the effect of the economy might not have been able to trickle down to the Nigerian populace, like the common man, as they call it. The fact is, the economy is booming. We see in news in recent times, I think just last week, where Nigeria's naira is one of the top 10 global currency that is in the international market today in terms of stock, which is a very good plus. But if we ask you and I, how has it benefited the poor man on the street? The man go talk say he no understand stock, and it's true. He no understand wetin be stock, because it's people like you and I wey go school, wey get interest and some other things that we do that fit understand this effect. But on the flip side, is the country really doing well? Well, to some extent, I would say yes. And why am I saying this is because we have a stable economy so far, and stable economy in the sense that people have been able to, in the real sense of it, been able to marginalize their profit, been able to make more profit. People are now thinking in different direction. People are having a different perception. Unless we are lying to ourselves, pressure. Before, what if you are selling anything, before the profit you say you make in X, in maybe year 2024, or then sorry, year 2022, before Bola Ahmed became president, will be far greater than the profits you actually make now. But people will now further argue to say that yes, you might be making more profit as a business person, you might be making more money as a business, but you're also spending more money, considering the fact that we have had increase from price in
You,
fuel
you, you
to,
really think that businesses are making more profits now?
well, yes, but the only thing is that
What
the
kind of
profit,
businesses exactly? Because it's
no, the
good that
profit, no,
we. Mm.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that the businesses are making profit, but on the flip side, the profits are now being there's now an expenditure, high cost of expenditure as well, in terms of what they pay in terms of fuel.
If there is high cost of, if there is high expenditure and that expenditure is part of their running cost, will you call it high profits?
Well, it now depends on what side you are, what side of the divide you are. So, what I mean, what for service providers, right? For service providers organizations who do not really need to pay so much in terms of maybe resources, raw materials, and things like that, they make more profits because I am in the service providing sector. But for people that are in maybe the buying and selling, you will say yes, they may not be able to see the profit in terms of ratio. So let me give you an example. So for example, for a barber, right? For a barber who owns a barbering salon, this is a pure. I'm going to give you a pure analysis here, and you know
go
I'm
ahead.
very practical.
Yes.
Now for a barber,
I also get example. What I will give you. So we'll go marry the two examples together. So go ahead.
For a barber who actually owns a barbering salon, now the way normally what maybe the cost of cutting a guy's hair before was 500 naira, right? Now because of the cost of fuel, the cost of light he pays. Now an average barbering salon now has now migrated from the normal electric use of barbering tools like the clippers to now the charging ones where they can charge and use without using petrol or using light. So what does that mean is that it has
it's light and petrol, but it's just that they will not be charging it on the go anymore.
Yes, it's not going. So as at the time they were charging on the go, they were charging as low as 500. Now they are now going to bench it on the increase or the inflation situation in the country and now say you should buy at 2,000. Now what does that mean is that with that increase of over 200% in the cost of barbing, right, the barber automatically makes an excess profit of nothing less than maybe an extra profit of 150% from what he makes previously. Because what Nigerians have really now done is that they found a way to mitigate their challenges in terms of the economic reality of high cost of living down to looking for alternative approaches to live to sustaining the economy and also making more profit. So that is what is happening.
Okay. So if people are also spending more, will you really call that high profit? That's why I asked you that question. I give you a typical example with ladies' products. I did tell someone recently that I did employ the services of a makeup artist recently, and I was billed 90,000 naira for home service. The highest I they pay before Tinubu come into government, say I took pay more than 20,000. 20,000, which 30? That's that 20. They want on my face to go. 20,000 naira. Do you understand? Now it is 90,000. And guess what? Exclusion of VAT, they still charge me VAT. The person tell me, say, because her business, government, they charge her VAT. Say we go still pay for the VAT. And the VAT they on record because auditors go audit her account and she go pay for the VAT. But that's not even all. The fact that she charged me that amount of money. Now let's look at her running cost. A makeup foundation that used to buy 1,500, 2,000 naira before, it's now over 15,000 naira, 10,000 plus. Okay. For one makeup product. And you know, say now a full orishi and the full women face. So before you name each of those products one by one, and some of these products, they did not only increase in price, some of them also reduced in quantity. You know that's what's happening now. And that's why I question a standard organization of Nigeria. In fact, some of them even reduced quality apart from quantity. Yeah. You understand? So now all of those issues, meaning say makeup way for last the makeup artists to make like 100 people up before, we just last her to make about 80 people up. You understand? And she's paying like 4 times more for that. With that kind of thing now, this person has a car, she will drive from wherever she is to your venue. And you know how much the cost of fuel is because I mean she has to come with a makeup too. So if that person charge 90,000, go say, from 20,000 to 90,000, you don't make money. But if you look at her running costs, would you say she has made a lot of profits?
Okay, so Precious, I'll put it this way.
And then I'm sorry, on the other hand, let's also look at how much she used to feed herself before. how much she used to sustain herself with before, and versus how much she now needs to sustain herself with now from the same business. Would you say she's making excess profits?
So let me say something, right? I understand where you're coming from. However, I am of the candid opinion that while we understand the current economic inflation going on in every sector, from feeding to services to businesses and every sector, one thing I've also realized is that Nigerians intentionally take advantage of this inflation. And
we are our own greatest undoing. Now that you said this, I saw a man today on social media come out to complain how a doctor recommended a drug for him, and that he went to a particular pharmacy in Lekki. They told him that drug is 40,000. And back to the mainland, he came to buy another drug entirely, saw that drug at the shelf, and asked him, this drug, how much? 7,500 is what they said. 40,000 in Lekki, 7,500 here. And he bought the two of them, scanned them. With the same scan code, the same thing showed. One is 7,500, one is 40,000. So I do agree that we have that.
When talk about, I want to use your makeup metrics that you brought up. Now, I think last 2 weeks, right? Yeah, that was when I came to Lagos. I stay in Abuja, so I shuttle Abuja and Lagos.
I don't want that. I thought I say this administration and you and your family in favor. Oh, don't worry. We will talk about that. Congratulations. Go ahead.
So now, I was at a wedding on Friday 2 weeks ago, and my couple of friends, which were supposed to go together, a female friend of mine, she reached out to me and she was complaining that she needed to do makeup, and then the price of makeup and gele is about 80,000.
She self-complained too.
Yes. So she said it's 80,000, 90,000. And I actually saw that thing on social media during December when the IJGB.
I just got back here, people. IJBG.
I think it was that point that the cost of this whole thing increased. Now, let me now shock you, Precious. What even got me very enticing was that I reached out to a couple of people that I know that do the same services, and they told me about the same price, almost 80,000, 90,000. The cheapest I got was about 70,000, and the person even told me that she wasn't sure of the person's work. So, but cut long story short, this person, my friend, decided to say, okay, she's not going to do makeup. She's just going to do her own. She's not going to do anything professional. She's just going to do her own makeup. And then one of our friends, because we went to pick one of our other friend, and one of our other friends went to a store in Lekki. That's what they do. Is a cosmetics. She did a makeup there, and they also tied her gele, and also did a corset. Tied a corset for her. So don't mind me, I have a couple of female friends, so I know all these things. A frontier, a corset.
It's okay, you're blessed. I don't know how you know all of this, even more than some of us. Go ahead, sir.
So, a corset, a frontier, a makeup, and a gele. And I asked her, how much was this charge? And she told me she charged 25,000. Now, it's shocking, right?
It's not shocking. It's not shocking.
It's not shocking.
It's not shocking. You know why? Because home service has always been more expensive.
That's
why I said it's not shocking.
So now, what I'm saying is that I was expecting her to say, oh, because it's in Lekki, right? The store
it's much more.
God bless you. So I was because we went to pick up. It's not that they told me. So I went to the store myself and I saw what they had. And when I saw it and I asked her, I said 20,000, is it 20,000 or 25,000? I was like, oh, really? And I just kept quiet. So at the back of my mind, I'm thinking that, okay, someone comes in and will want to collect maybe a 90,000 naira. Is it really the cost of inflation? Let's ask ourselves the real question. Or is the fact that people are actually intentionally wanting to use the situation to swindle Nigerians?
Others. Now, okay, so
let me just add this to it. Now, in Abuja, right, from Asokoro, from AYA to inside Asokoro, it cost about 300 naira before. So I was talking to one of my lawyer friend, and we were just having a chit chat. I was trying to talk about the new call to bar and everything, and I just asked her, so how much is because we're looking at how we can do some little recruitment of lawyers and things like that. And I was asking her, how much will it cost? Because to evaluate salary, how much will it cost? So at the initial, in
Go ahead, please.
yeah, initially I was thinking it was 300 naira because that was the price. But guess what? She told me that it was 500 naira as at December. Was it December? No. Yeah, I think as at December, or yeah, I think as at December or January when the fuel price increased, and she said it was 500 naira. No, the fuel price was 1,002 or thereabout, 1,003 at some point, and then reduced to 1,000. It's now 1,100 and something. Now, I now asked her that. So that's what they still call it. She said yes, that's what they still call it. So what am I trying to say in essence is that we live in a country where the laws of economics do not take effect, where no matter how the price goes up, it doesn't come down, and people benchmark it on it, take advantage of that situation. And look at what you just mentioned: 40,000 to 7,000. That's almost 400%. What do you call it? Profit. To tell you that it's the economy, it's inflation, it's Tinubu, and I'm
okay. So bottom line, believe say President Bola Ahmed Tinubu policies really cause inflation to that level where it is now, or you believe that it happens, but perhaps not enough for people to extend their prices or cost of goods and services to the level that they have.
So I wouldn't say that it's both the policy effect and the I'm looking for the right
the
word
human
now.
greed, the greed that we get,
the response. Let me not use greed. The response to the policy. So the policy effect and the response to the policy effect. So if for example, I was charging maybe to come to your show, I charge maybe 1 million naira for sitting arrangements, right? And then because of the current inflation, I cannot tell you that, and I'll give every reason. So it's a response to the effect of the policy. And what's the reason? I will tell you that, that I have to pay for light, I have to pay for maybe diesel to on my AC, I have to look, I'll give you, and the reason, and in the reality of it, if I give you my price, it will be justifiable. And you might say, okay, I can't pay you 4 million, but I can pay you maybe 3 million. But realistically, Precious, I have not spent I've not increased a dime of service that I was supposed to even use in coming to your show at 1 million naira that I'm not charging 3 million. If you get my point. So I think it's a policy.
So it depends on how you look at it, because as much as you think that you may not have increased your cost of service, as it were, but your cost of living has increased. And the cost of living is tied to your cost of service. I don't know whether you understand.
Yes.
So that's what we're talking about.
Yes,
so let's not ignore that fact.
No, cost of living has increased.
I don't want us to dwell on this. Yes, I don't want us to dwell on this too much. And reason is because the federal government has said something through the Minister of Finance last week that they noticed, before now, President Tinubu had said that, his economic policies are working and that the results is already showing in people. But the Minister for Finance recently said that, okay, so you don't notice saying, it be like say true, the policies them. Even though say them few say they work, and some kind big people they gain from them. Because what you have now, portfolio investors in Nigeria, people who do not bring foreign direct investments because they do not trust our system yet, unquote, enough to bring their investment into the country. And remember, there are lots of factors tied to having your business on ground in the country. Judiciary is one of them. In a country where they know that our judiciary is something that anybody in government can manipulate, you go bring your business, go that country. Because if anything happen, and I mean, person when they open business, they make room for litigation because it can happen. You understand? Yeah. So if it's you, would you do that? And has our government done anything to at least show that there is indeed an independence in judiciary? People are saying that the government has even done more to prove that indeed they hold the judiciary. Because how do you tell me that you build houses and give out to judges, but you haven't built houses for lecturers? Lecturers, they forbid to stay for houses. How many of them get houses? Did they forbid? Are they not rendering services like the judiciary? I don't know whether you understand me. So other civil servants, them, are they not rendering services? Why are you not building houses for them? Why specifically the judiciary, if not be seen as some sort of bribery? That's not the allegation where be say Femi Falana and other people then don't make. While that's not one of the cases, there are other indices. What will be the functionality of your agencies then? You understand? How independent are your agencies? How effective are they? And all of those issues. I particularly would want to think that as much as what you they blame, what would they talk about now with the fact that the policies costs inflation, but some human factor for the inflation also follow. Now, work of government regulation be that. Because there is no reason why a bottle of water I used to buy before will still be written 35 cl in the bottle, but the bottle actually no reach 35 cl quality. And there is no reason why if I test the purity of that water before now, or I tested the purity before now, it showed 100% purity, but I test the purity now, it shows 50%. What's in the agencies where they involved to do? So you can't blame that on the greed of Nigerians. Yes, there's always human greed, and that's why you have system in place to checkmate people. So what has this government done in all of that? So at the end of the day, they are the ones in government. Whether or not my brother they do them, I don't care. Put my brother in check. That is very important to do. So let's look at, let's hope that government, with what they said that, well, noticing that most of their policies never really trickled down to the people where it matter, because what will be the essence of your policies doing well? World Bank hailing you, international communities hailing you, because they're coming here to make quick profits and running away. That's what they're doing. What is the essence of all of that if it doesn't trickle down to the common man, to the common man and the common masses? The government has said they will study the gap, whether indeed the gap between the rich and the poor, they closer, and then whether indeed people they feel the impact of. Do you see the government doing this? And in your opinion, do you think that the gap between the rich and the poor is getting more wider or is getting closer?
So
under this administration.
So you're right. But one of the things that I'm about is that the Tinubu administration policies has favored majorly on the bourgeois, the big boys. The
majorly what?
The bourgeois.
Majorly what?
The bourgeois.
Yeah. Okay. But that bourgeois not even reach 5% of the Nigerian population, and that's where the problem is.
Yes, that's where the problem is. And the big boys, the money and water crew, and those guys are really cashing out in this administration. Because if you look at it, the policy is favoring them, and the policy does not in any way feel the common masses does not feel the effect. And let me explain where the gap is. The gap is that you increase fuel price, or you remove subsidy. You promised Nigerians CNG buses. Now you did in Abuja. You did Minister Wike did a lot of a lot of bus stations, and Nigerians were expecting CNG buses to alleviate their expenditure in respect to purchase of
transportation
and transportation. However, this is 3 years plus, and we're still hearing stories of when we interview Wiki, he's always talking about the contractor thing, the private sector thing, and one excuse or the other. Where is the CNG today? Nigerians have spent 3 years buying fuel from 700 naira, as that when it was increased now to about 1,000 naira. And I tell people that I fear that.
Don't say. I'll be very offended if you say it's about 1,000 naira, because the last I bought was 1,100 and something naira, and that 130 something naira, or 140 something naira, or 200 naira weight on top is a lot of money. So please, I beg you. And do you know that in each liter, 50 naira matters? In each liter, 50 naira, even 50 naira difference matters.
Is a large gap. In each liter,
even 550 kobo na large gap. Because they tell me.
Yeah. So 1,000. 1,001, and my fear right now is that, and I keep saying it, and I might sound a bit cynical. My fear is that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration does not curtail this current gap, these current issues economically, and does not get the right advices and the right policies framework in check, fuel may eat as high as 4,000 naira before 2031 if he wins the next election.
And who takes responsibility? That's the
It's the
question.
one, of course. Certainly is the one. Because
so that's what, okay, so taking me to my next question. So would you say that President Tinubu has performed well enough to be deserving of a second tenure? Now, before you answer, let's look at some of those indices. The things he said versus the things he's done. He said, if I don't give, no, let me play that video because as I get evidence. If I don't give you lights, don't vote for me. By all means. He said, by all means, don't vote for me. And he said, you will not pay estimated billing. How many people see they pay estimated billing today? In fact, there was a man that went viral yesterday on social media that for 2 months, NEPA cut in pole, carry the light, roll the wire, go. They send them lights bill. For on top wire, when and then don't roll, come out, go. And that's estimated billing. And that is against the promise President Tinubu made. See, I don't know, but I think that I think it's an African issue that we do not have politicians with sincerity of purpose or with the character to be sincere to their people. I'm sorry to say, this is not directed to President Tinubu alone. It's almost like an African problem because I see people, a German politician resigned last week. You know why? Because he's a gay politician. He was among those who signed a bill that they will not accept surrogacy in Germany. So you know, say for Germany, that's surrogacy in a crime. But him and his partner go US, go borrow womb, go born their pikin. Because he had said it too, that why would he borrow a womb to? So you know you're a gay partner. You know that the only way you can procreate is to use another person. But you were part of those who signed that law. And you sign them, then you go born picking. And when the backlash comes, he resigned honorably. Now, the United States just get a new prime minister. The seventh in the past 10 years. Seventh prime minister in the past 10 years. You know what happened with this prime minister that came in? This prime minister that came in was, I think he was mayor of Manchester or something like that, right? And he was not even into national politics. That is, now local politics in the play. He never reached national politics. So there were like 3-4 people in the US, about 3 people or 2 people in line after Kama for UK to contest, that is, to take over the position, where they're interested in the position of the prime ministership, if as Kema they go, right? But once they notice, say that guy, where they for Manchester, where they play local wing, get quality, where they know, say, go turn around the economy of United Kingdom. What happened? A prominent politician resigned to make way for him to climb to national politics. One, he resigned voluntarily, nothing happened. Why? Just to make way for this guy. You see how people are selfless in service. Two of these other politicians will get interest for prime minister position, then come out. All of them join efforts, they support this guy now. And that's how he emerged as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. That is people who seek common gold of their country. I don't know if our politics will grow to this level because in a sane country, there is no reason why a president will tell you, I will give you lights in 4 years. If I don't give you, don't vote for me. It's on record. And he said, by all means, and he said, you will not pay estimated billing. That's one of the promises he made. He also did say that the monies from the subsidy will be used for hospitals, for schools, for, of course, he mentioned CNG buses and all of them. I don't know. I know that there are lots of health centers and healthcare sectors that are within the local government and state government jurisdiction, but we have a lot of them within the federal government jurisdiction, which are the university teaching hospitals of this world, which are the federal medical centers of this world. Please, how many federal medical centers don't they very refurbished? Enough. How much attention have we paid to our healthcare? People are still dying because of flimsy excuse. In South Africa, healthcare is free. One of the reasons we make their people, they tell people to go. Healthcare, including what they call dialysis, and all of those are free. Not just for their citizens, all residents. If you be documented resident, you will take that treatment free. South Africa get 20 head, we get 1. Then get rich the mineral resources what we get. So, I mean, we can go on and on and on with the promises he made versus what has been on ground. Yes, we do know that, he met a decayed economy under Buhari, but now he tell us he is Buhari and Buhari is him. Not be we tell him to talk him. So with all of things that's going on, do you think President Tinubu has performed well enough to be deserving of a second term?
Okay, so I will say this, right. Firstly, we have had a government that, personally, we've had a government that has ensured that government is trickled down to the lowest common man. And why am I saying this? Yes, why am I saying this is because in the history of Nigeria today, the least governor that is the least fact of a governor is about a billionaire. Least fact. Now, so far, so good. In the past 3 years, even some previous governors will say that the amount of money they got from FAC allowances for 8 years of their tenure is not up to what their predecessors have taken.
Mr. Saintaiwo, before you continue, make I just quickly catch you there. No vex. Okay. I have heard this. You know, I'm very grounded in politics, and it's my bread and butter. You can wake me up and I discuss politics with you. So I totally agree with you, and I blame the governors. And I think I mentioned it here on this show, right? Before we go to other candidates, because we're going to go to an Atiku Abubakar, Ishawari, and the P2B, so that we don't take much time, right? So before we go to other candidates, I do blame the governors because I do believe that the governance style in Nigeria makes politicians lazy.
Yeah.
Totally lazy. I don't see any reason why a governor will say we're a civil service state. So because of that, you don't generate revenue.
Yeah.
It's stupidity. I'm sorry to say. It just shows you're incompetent, you lack functionality, you lack everything. It's unfair. I think it's unfair to their people that you are a governor of a state. There is no state. There is no state in Nigeria that has less than 1 mineral resources.
You're right.
No state. No state. And so you dare not tell us that you lack funds. So I agree. The governors have failed in that angle. In that regard, I'm coming. I'm going to mention what you said. Now, in terms of the increase in allocation, please, my dear brother, please. First of all, the money is not Tinubu's money. It is the federal government money. And the federal government still has a larger chunk of that allocation than the states and local governments. You know, right? So not be saying you just increase money where they give states. In own too also increase. Hello? So it good make you put things into perspective. So in own way increase, waiting in they use the money do. That's not the question. And that's why I asked you, the federal centers, the federal universities, the unity secondary schools, how have they fared better with the more money we have now under him? Because now you go lead by example, we go make the governors go follow you, whether you like it or not. Every governance in Nigeria, every government for Nigeria, everywhere for Nigeria, the people, Nigerians generally, they follow the body language of the person with the power. Now I make everybody now they sing on your mandate, you shall stand, because they the kind of smile way they give of that president when they sing that. So they not to say like and well. So now we make everybody the singer. Okay. That's why when Buhari was in power, you could see everybody wear Buhari cap. Yeah. Then and Buhari Babariga, what did they call him? Then when Jonathan de power, say senator come become a thing then. So it's a normal thing. There's sycophancy or sycophancy, as we call it in English language in government. However, the core value of this money that you said that they're even receiving, I'm sorry to say, is rubbish. Because if you look at the value of this money in terms of the contract it can do, what it can afford now, as of today, it's almost about the same thing that it could afford 10 years ago. So have you increased the allocation?
Okay, so
I'm coming. I gave you an instance. Somebody said it on the show here. When minimum wage was 18,000 naira under Jonathan, a bag of cement was like 3,500 naira thereabouts then. And you could buy almost 15 bags of cement plus thereabouts with 18,000 minimum wage. I've forgotten how much, but please, we can do the calculation. So when minimum wage was just about 18,000 naira, you could buy over 10 bags of cement with it. When it was 30,000 naira, you could still buy much more. Minimum wage right now is 70,000 naira. My dear brother, you can't buy up more than 6 bags of cement with it. So would you say the value of that big money? Because by that, it shows that 18,000 to 70,000, it don't go more than 300%. It looks big. But in terms of value, can it do more than it used to do with that paltry 18,000 naira? So with the money that these governors receive now, what it can do now is still about what it could do years back. But in terms of blaming the governors, I blame all of them for their ineptitude. So go ahead, sir.
So I understand where you are making your point from, but I'm looking at it from the part of the increase in FAC allocation vis-a-vis
Okay.
the income expenditure, the income that comes into Nigeria. Now, if you look at it, subsidy is gone, whether we like it or not. We have more money that we are now
Yes.
making in the country. So the money that we're supposed to be using to service subsidy is no longer there, and that is why Tinubu saw it as an advantage to increase what they call it, to increase FAC. But the real thing is this: where I have a problem is the transparency of these monies.
Hmm.
That is
Hmm.
where I have a problem because first and foremost, I have not seen in any publication, any media, even from the spokespeople of this administration, either in the federal level or in the state level, who have come out with their full chest to tell Nigerians how much was Nigeria paying regarding subsidy for the past number of years.
God bless you. So accountability.
So
If you're stopping
accountability, yes,
Nigerians from using something, should we
yes,
not audit that
yes,
thing? Should we not
yeah.
checkmate? Even put an eye in that thing will
Yes.
make
Let
it be
us
proper.
know. So
Fantastic.
because the reality is this, right? Let us know what we were spending before. So I'll give you an example. One of my boys came to meet me and said, "Sir, I want to get a house." I said, "How much is that?" So he told me 1 point something million. I'm using this to collaborate my points. And I said 1 point something million. I said, why don't you get something that is lesser so that when I'm speaking to people, they can actually support you? Because number one, your salary may not be able to meet up with the pressure of the house. So he said it is because of transportation, where he works and where the house will
That is
be.
what he.
that
Wow.
that and I asked him a question. So myself and one of my brothers, we did a proper analytical gap about it. We did the framework of how much it's going to cost him from the house of 1 million naira to his office space, and for a house of 700,000 naira to his office space. Guess what, precious? If he gets a house at 1 million, this guy will still be on a deficit of 100,000 naira if he's in that house of 1.1 million. So he's still going to pay more, even when compared to a house of 700,000. Because if he's running away from transportation, what is going to still, he will still gain 100 plus thousand, about 150,000 naira in respect to what you call it, in respect to pay a 1 point something million rent. Now, what am I trying to say in essence is this: nobody has come out to give us an accurate report of how much we are paying in subsidy vis-a-vis with how much we are now saving in subsidy. So if you tell me we are not, subsidy is gone, it sounds very lucrative. It sounds very nice to the ears. But I want to hear, oh, Nigeria was paying XYZ billions of dollars in subsidy. Right now, I've been able to save XYZ amount of money in subsidy. And then we can, and that is where the proper accountability will now come into place in terms of healthcare, in terms of other facilities. Because let me be frank with you, Precious, the way
Hmm.
the governors are speaking, the way the ex-governors, even the ones in the APC are speaking, sincerely speaking, even with the current level of inflation pressures, with the current level of Nigerian inflation today, they speak like they still have excess of funds to carry out excess of projects that they are failed to carry out. The way the previous governors are talking, when you have money, when someone is telling you, oh, even if a bag of cement was 3,000 before and a bag of cement is 13,000 now, someone is telling you that even with the 13,000 of cement price right now, you can still build 700 skyscrapers, and you're wondering, really?
So whose duty is it to hold them accountable?
So it goes back to what you said earlier. The institutions, the institutions
And who
are,
controls the institutions?
and
That's the
no,
question.
the institutions. So when I mean the institutions, I'm talking about the Senate. First and foremost, the legislative arm of government today is in jeopardy, and I keep saying something, and I will say it again. If Jesus Christ of Nazareth and Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, both of them run as president and vice president, whoever takes presidency and whoever takes vice presidency, run with the current constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, precious, they will fail.
Sir.
Yes. I'm telling you the reason why. Because they will not work with miracles. Miracle is not in the
So the point
constitutional
is that before they
embedment.
came to contest for the election, did they not know this?
No.
That's the question.
Unfortunately, no. See, I say something, right? When you are outside.
No, but you and I know this. We have known for years that one of the major problems Nigeria has is its constitution.
Yes.
So how can you want to contest for presidency and not know that our constitution is a problem?
So
and
I'm
begin
going
and
somewhere.
start thinking
Precious,
of what
sorry,
you
I'm
can
getting
do.
somewhere. The
Okay.
constitution is the problem. Then you and I know we are outsiders, right? When we get inside, the moment we get inside, the way it works is that the moment we get inside, it's like there's a reset button on our head that now makes us to forget the problem. Why? Because we are now benefiting from the lacuna in the constitution. So that is why when a governor or when a president is a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he will not talk about restructuring. When a president is not a president of Nigeria, he's always vocal about restructuring. Let's talk, and I don't know if it's a good time to talk about some of the candidates. Atiku has been vibrant about restructuring, right? Accurate about restructuring, right from 1993. He has been on restructuring. I followed Atiku Abubakar for years. He has been on restructuring. Till date, Atiku is talking about restructuring. But let me ask Atiku Abubakar the real question. What can really cause restructuring? The reality is this, Precious. Is the National Assembly and the State Assembly. So, but the truth is this, right? When Atiku, if maybe fortunately Atiku eventually becomes president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I can tell you for free, Precious, Atiku may forget what's called restructuring. Because there's a system that works. And what's the system that works? The convenience. So the Nigerian politician switch swiftly to what is convenient for them and then forget the issue on ground before the convenience. And then eventually, because of what the convenience they forgot after they left office. So let me give you, for example, Rotimi Amechi was a minister for transportation in Nigeria under the Buhari administration. He never spoke about the bad roads. He never spoke about how the system was corrupt. He never talked about how Nigerians were suffering because the suffering started from the previous administration of Muhammad Buhari. He so rest in perfect peace. But after he left office, Rotimi Amechi now remembered. I remembered last year when he said that he's suffering. So it now shows that there's a sort of misalignment, and it is everywhere. Pressure is not only with the APC.
All right, so we're taking too much, and we've already dealt with Tinubu with full 1 hour, and we have 3 other candidates to deal with, and then calls to take. So that I don't keep you here for too long. So going back to the question, would you say that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done so well to deserve him a second time? And what would he do differently in his second time? Mr. Sanitawa, are you there? We can't see you. Mr. Sanitawa, are you there, please? I think his network just booted him out. Mr. Taiwo, are you there? Can you hear us? Oh, yeah, so his network just booted him out. I can't wait to hear from him. Let me take his thoughts quickly on what he thinks about this. Mr. Taiwo, can you hear me? Are you there? Hello? Hello? So we can't hear you. I don't know. And we can't even see you anymore. Even the small scene that we're seeing you before, we can't see anymore. So I don't know if it's your network. Well, you're using Starlink, so your network should be fine. I don't know what's going on. Sincere apologies. Or maybe there's power outage, I guess. So usually the problem with Nigeria. Can you hear me now, Mr. Taiwo? Mr. Taiwo, can you hear me? There you go. I cannot hear you. We can't hear you. So if you're speaking to us, we can't hear you and we can't see you either. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is going on. Okay, so before he responds to that question, or whilst he's trying to rejoin us to respond to the question, okay, I was going to tell you that Mr. Taiwo, can you hear us now? What's going on? Can you hear us now? Hello, Mr. Taiwo. Okay. So Peter B had an interview with Noah TV in the US. recently. He had quite a lot to say. He also did have an interview with DW, German television station, where he did vow and promise that he will win the 2027 election. But let's take a look at his interview with Noah Television. First of all, we'll
It has been a primary focus for our organization. So we've been watching Nigeria.
Okay, let's see if I can see my guest and I hear him. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, yes, I can hear you. So let me let you respond to that question very quickly before we move on to other issues. So in clear terms, please, so that we don't rigmarole again, do you think that President Tinubu has done so well in every aspect, every indices, enough to gain him a second term?
Well, it depends. For me,
Oga, yes or no? Has he done well? Yes or no? It's not that hard.
For me, if I'm
and if you think he's done well,
for me, if I'm to give him a scorecard, in terms of
on a ratio of 10,
in the ratio of 10, I will give him a 6.
That's a pass mark.
I'll give him a 6.
Wow. You see what I this administration favor you?
No. I will give him a 6, not because it's favoring me. I'll give him a 6 because my reason for giving him a 6 is because any government that scores an 8 threshold is a government that is proactive and is not reactive.
Okay, and so moving on to one of the important components of things that people have noticed in this administration. I have said that to myself. I've observed this, and I think I told you to behind the microphone. In my entire life as a journalist, which I have done for about 20 years now, I have never seen a more divided Nigeria like I have experienced this time. I don't know if you've experienced it. I don't know if there's any other administration that you think that were more divided. Please name the administration for me. From Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan to even Buhari. Yes, the nepotism started coming, during Buhari's tenure, but it's not as bad and as strong as it is right now. What do you think President Tinubu would have done differently to unite Nigerians, understanding that he's the one in charge and at the helm of affairs, and the buck stops at his table? Oh dear, I lost that. So speaking about the buck stopping at his table, in this interview with a US television station, Peter Obi spoke about what he can do, how he can tackle the hatred amongst us in Nigeria. I don't know what's going on with your network, Mr. Science. Sincere apologies. I don't know what's going on. But let me quickly play that interview whilst I wait for him to rejoin us.
It has been a primary focus for our organization. So we've been watching Nigeria since 2018 when we were founded. And I was in Nigeria in 2023 when our guest, Mr. Peter Obi, was running against the current president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu. He ran this campaign that was amazing to see, Frank.
Hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, all right, so good.
Sorry,
so what do you think Tinubu would have done differently to unite us more in Nigeria?
Okay, so let me say.
So first of all, do you share my statistics that we're more divided under this administration than we've ever been? It's not like there's never been division, but I think it's worse in this administration.
I think the division started from Buhari's administration.
I am not saying it didn't start. I said it is worse in this administration. Do you agree that it is worse or not?
So it's a growth effect. It's a transition effect, and we all know that in Nigeria.
So that means it's grown more.
Yes, it's grew more, but the I know we live in a country where I'm always very careful to say this, but we live in a country where bad behavior, bad things move faster than any good thing. So that's the kind of country we live in. If nepotism, we live in a country where insurgency started like a small child's play in one community in Borno, and then it has become a national issue.
Escalated, yes.
So that's how bad the system is. So now when we talk about nepotism, it started from Buhari. And why do I say so? Is because I travel a lot around the
I mean, we know this. I am not saying that it didn't start with Buhari. As I said, what I said is that it is worse now than other administrations. And what do you think Tinubu would have done?
Do you know why it became worse? Should I tell you the reason why it became worse? It became worse because, number one, when we look at the last election, the transition of the last election is the effect of this nepotism issue. or this division issue. The last election had 3 or 4 core candidates, which were one from the southwest, one from the southeast, one from the north central, one from the northeast, and I'm talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I'm talking about um Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar. I'm talking about
I think it's from northeast, not north central.
Northeast, yes, northeast, northwest. That's Kwankwaso, and we had Peter Obi southeast. Now, if you look at this, there was a strong. There were 4 strong candidates in the country. There were 4 strong candidates in the country, and they came from 4 different geopolitical zones. And we can say that they even came from 2 geopolitical zones if you look at it from the south and the west, and the north and south. Now, when we look at this broad perspective, that was where the division crept in. And that was why people like my brother and friend, Gbadebo Rosevival, who contested in Lagos State as a governorship candidate for Labour Party at that time, was seen as even an Igbo man because his mom was Igbo. Means Madam Rosevival who we lost some days back. And some people saw her as an Igbo woman. I
don't want us to dwell on this. We've done 1 hour already and we don't have time. So because we need to jump
what I'm trying to say is that it has increased. I'm not disputing that fact, but the truth of the matter remains that the kind of politics we practice today, and it's not only the ethnic part, don't get it wrong, even the religious part as well. And that is why
I said divided, and I meant it in every way.
And because why?
So what do you think President Tinubu, as the one in charge, would have done to unite us more? Shouldn't that be a priority for him?
Well, it depends. For me, if I'm to advise,
because he did mention religion as part of it, even though I didn't mention it, and he's running a Muslim ticket, and he's going back on a Muslim ticket.
Yes.
Even when there is a cry of Christian genocide in Nigeria, and even when Christians have died more than they've died in any other number in his administration. So why is he? What do you think he would have done differently? That's the question I asked.
So what he would have done differently, I would say that he would have tried to bring all the divides together. And how do you do this? This is not just talking, and this is not just by appointment. This is by real actions. Now, let me give you an example. Look at Lagos, for example. There were destructions of houses in some part of Lagos, in the Kota precisely. And then when you look at this kind of, people came out initially to say that they started passing the narrative of it was the Igbos that were living there, and that's why they are destroying their houses because of 2023 elections. There was this narrative around that. But until the government...
Because Igbo houses were targeted most. I mean, there are evidences to that, so it's not... There are facts and figures to this, that Igbo houses were targeted the most.
That was the perception. But when the government now gave a rebuttal, the government said the houses were on channels of waterways. And were they true? The answer is true. But what am I trying to say?
But there are still houses within channels of waterways that people
God bless you. That's today,
that are yet to be demolished. So why?
That's what I'm getting to now. So what my point is this: what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. So to avoid situations where because the country is too polarized to start giving some kind of insinuations that may feel or may look like, oh, we are targeting a particular ethnic or ethnicity or a particular religion. Not only that, another thing is there should be strong refusal of this sort of thing. So when we hear a lot of, oh, this thing is happening, look at, for example, I do not expect someone like Daniel Bwala to be talking to tweet what he tweeted some days ago about Peter Obi
in a trap.
And
yes.
And that kind of
no, but Daniel Bwala is a long thing. Your brother right there, the domot of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Abayo Nonoga, he's been the one that has I'm sorry to say, but I was just going to mention that we had Ajuri Ngilali, who is from Rivers State, not because he's my Rivers brother, but amongst the spokesperson, Ajuri, as much as he was he was doing his job by supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but we didn't see him ethnically profile any group of people. But then the Onanoga, who has repeatedly profiled people, spoken ill of, of one religion and ethnic group or the other? Is it not the person that gets more backing from the president, according to what people are saying?
No,
and
so,
he even got an award by the president or from the
no.
president.
So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, that's what I'm saying, that so it still goes back to what I'm saying, that people like that should be properly cautioned, should be properly warned. And I say something that, unfortunately, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing his bit. The bit might not be good enough. So and why do I say this is simple? Is because he has people around him that are not advising him properly. They
All
are
right, let's. It's okay. You don't use 1 hour plus talk about Tinubu and marketer. So in all of this, you score him 6, and you think he's done well to the best of his ability. So you think that it is fair for him to come back for a second tenure, even though he has not performed so well. There is a lot I would have loved to tell you, because this same administration, since he's not paying subsidy, I don't know why we have borrowed 3 times more than most of the administrations, or more than any other administration. I don't know what are we doing with the funds? There is increase in allocation. There is more. Do you know that our revenue generation tripled under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Because I now pay taxes for buying lights.
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't know that you pay taxes now for buying lights.
I know.
You didn't used to pay taxes for lights under Buhari's administration. You pay taxes for the food you eat in a restaurant now. It wasn't that bad under Buhari's administration. Do you understand me?
We don't pay all of taxes for food anymore.
Well, I say you pay. I enter restaurant now to pay. Make I show you receipts. They charge me VAT.
That's wrong, because one of the tax policy, or one of the tax review, was feeding and food items should not be taxed. So
who should go after them? Is it my father from the grave that should go after them?
Well,
do you understand? So again, it's the administration, so I blame the government. Now, the point is that we are making much more money. Why are we borrowing so much, and what are we doing with the borrowing? And with all of this, you think the president has fared enough? Good. So speaking about uniting Nigerians, let me go straight to Peter Obi, and here is what he had to say in an interview. It's a bit lengthy, but please take your time to listen to it, specifically about uniting Nigerians and other things that he said he would do differently if he becomes president, so that he can compare it to what the president is doing, because I still believe that the president has better chances than any other person, because he's the one in government.
Our guest, Mr. Peter Obi, was running against the current president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu. He ran this campaign that was amazing to see, Frank, across Nigeria. The youth came out in this Obidient campaign, and there were just an incredible enthusiasm for Mr. Peter Obi. He ran in a controversial election in that time, but he is now running again as a presidential candidate, and at this time for the National Democratic Congress, NDC party in Nigeria. Mr. Obi, it is so good to have you here. Of course, we've been watching with keen interest since last October, when President Trump took aim on Nigeria. It's been a very controversial issue in Nigeria, many saying that it is insecurity in general. You are in the hot seat, Mr. Obi. Why would you run for president in Nigeria when all of this international attention is coming down the pipe? Do you really believe that you have the answers, the solutions for what's plaguing Nigeria?
Thank you, Didi. I believe so. I can tell you categorically. Nigeria today needs transformation. It needs to move from isolation to innovation. It's a country that needs all the support it can get. First is that today we need unity in Nigeria. We need to unite the country. Everybody needs to come and love each other. We need to, on top of that unity, is where we're going to secure the country. We have troubling insecurity in Nigeria, which, again, yes, people can say, oh, this person is being persecuted, or this group is being persecuted, but generally, we have a total insecurity problem which needs to be dealt decisively if we have a government that is committed in it. We need a government that will be people-oriented, a compassionate government that will care about the welfare of the people.
Well, that is the government's first obligation, is to provide for the security and protection of its citizens. But in Nigeria, we see that the Tinubu government, in policing especially, many of the attacks that are happening, the kidnappings that are taking place at schools across Nigeria and elsewhere, we see that the police are slow to respond. When you were governor in Anambra, you were known for hands-on policing and giving police the equipment that they needed. Now Nigeria is looking at has been a primary focus now Nigeria is looking at organization. Right now, under the current situation, you have federal policing, and police are not connected to the communities that they serve necessarily. State policing has been called for and is being implemented by the Nigerian legislature. How do you see this helping with insecurity in Nigeria? And are you the person who can lead that change, that transformation?
Did I believe so? We need a hands-on president who have the capacity to deal with those issues. Today, I believe this security issue in Nigeria can be dealt with decisively. We have a system, we have a state, and the state must be in charge, and they must be seen to be in charge. And issue of state policing has to start from the community. When I was governor, what we did was to support the community, because the community knows those criminals within them. So we supported the community to deal with issues decisively by supporting the communities, giving them vehicles, paying directly their own vigilante outfit and everything. From there, the state was doing its own, and then make sure we work with all the federal agencies to be able to secure the state. And I believe that if the president is committed to doing that at national level, a lot can be achieved.
Can you hear me, Precious?
There's no way non-state actors...
Yes, I can hear you very well.
I
can hear you. Okay, so you want to go ahead and respond?
Yeah, so
okay, so go ahead.
Let me say something. I've been reading your comments, and it's
oh no, they go read comment on us. Where did they worry you when they go read comments? Now leave it alone and face your hustle now.
So let me say something, right?
Okay.
When the interviewer asked Peter Obi a question, how would you, or what would you do differently? And this is the same thing that happens to Nigerian politicians. Every Nigerian politician, from Bola Ahmed Tinubu to Atiku Abubakar to Peter Obi, they make promises without even knowing what they will do, and then they are stuck. So what I was expecting from this conversation, because let me be frank with you, when you talk about the gap in terms of nepotism, tribal and religious, this thing, to solve this thing is very simple. It's restructuring, and I've said it and I've advocated for this thing since 2007. And what's the restructuring? It's not restructuring by mouth. It's restructuring by government. And what is the restructuring? Let's go back to the regional system of government. We can revamp to suit what we have currently or our current situation. But without that, whereby every region or every state would develop at its own pace.
Okay, so your grounds with this conversation is that he did not state specifically what he would do differently.
Nothing. And that is the problem of every Nigerian politician. Let me say something this evening. Peter Obi's running mate, Rabi Kwankwaso, was on Channels Television this evening.
Yes, this evening. Yes.
And Shemokin Baloye, excuse me, asked him a simple question. How would you tackle the situation of insecurity. Now, this is Kwame Kwankwaso, who was a former minister of defense. And what Kwame Kwankwaso was saying to Nigerians, for Obidients, I feel that Obidients should be very pained and should question the kind of running mate their Lord and personal Savior Peter Obi has picked. He said it, and I quote him. He said he is going to sit with terrorists and have a conversation with them. These are not my words. This is Rabbi Musa Kwankwaso words. We can go back to watch. That we're going to have conversations with terrorists and see what they want. These were his words. So, the truth is this, right? It's very fine to sit down at the comfort of our room, at the comfort of our houses or in our offices, and type and watch and criticize and make promises. But going
to some factors, let's you've now brought that comparison that we were going to go forward to. If you look at Peter Obi, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, both in words and in action of what they have said before and what they have done, the examples they have led. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you know the things he did in Lagos State. I would be looking forward to you giving me his personal scorecard. Don't give me anybody's scorecard. Don't give me Fashola's scorecard or someone who lose him personally. What did the president do as a governor of Lagos State? What are those legacy policies? I'm coming. No, I'm coming. It's good that we laid that down. How did he tackle security in Lagos State? Yeah. How did he tackle, for instance, health sector in Lagos State? How did he tackle education in Lagos State? All of those things. Please go ahead and give me that. Then we'll move to P2B and then go ahead.
Let me start with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In 2001. Is it no? 2000 and I think 2000. 2000 or 2001. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the first governor, fact check me, in the whole of Federal Republic of Nigeria amongst his peers of governors that started the free WAEC fee. Fact check me.
No, I'm not denying you. I don't have to fact check you. I have somebody who benefited from it. So
so he was
I've had a colleague who said he benefited from it. So
he was the first governor to pass in that bill that every other governors followed in, that they are enacting today. It was the same Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you can fact check me, that also revamped Lagos security architecture in terms of bringing in thugs, in terms of those thugs that you see today that were available, that were running the streets of Lagos in terms of criminal elements.
So institutionalizing thugs, institutionalizing them.
No. That enacted them into something. Instead of them becoming tools of crime, they became tools of economic improvement for the state, and that was why.
So I'll go hold you feet for fire for that conversation. Are you swearing to God now that the Agberos we have in Lagos are now fit for economic empowerment more than they are fit for crime?
No, don't get me wrong.
Is that what you're saying?
That is the best fit.
No, that looks like what you're doing. You do not see them as political tools who are still committing more havoc. You don't see them that way.
What I'm saying is that rather for this same Agberos now that you call Agberos now to become armed robbers, to become bandits, to become kidnappers in Lagos State today, they have something. At least they have an activity to at least add to the economy.
They are reaping ordinary citizens of their money. Please say it the way it is. It is true now. They are reaping ordinary citizens of their money. That is not accountable. Is it accountable? Please, I'm sorry to say. August Naita will calm down now. No vex. The woman, the Alabaro, what did they call those women where they carry load?
Alabaro.
With Alabaro, yes. Do you know they pay Owomida? Those taxes they take from them, please. On whose account? What account does it go into?
So I'm trying
to say that almost everyone in Lagos is taxed.
Precious.
What's the accountability on those funds?
Precious. Okay. I want to ask you a question, and I want us to be very realistic here. Would you prefer to live in Borno State, where an Agberu will tell you Owomida, any card for me, right? and you pay him maybe 5,000 naira, right? And settle yourself in terms of going to farm and going to this, than you being kidnapped, being killed, or paying ransom.
I never knew. I'm coming, but I never knew there would be such a day where we'll make this kind of comparison. This is the most bizarre comparison I've seen in my life. Why do you give me Borno State? Why not give me River State, for instance? Why not give me Abia State? Why not give me other states? Why not give me
Borno State? I use Borno State.
Ogun State.
I'm using Borno State. No, I'm using Borno State as an example because it is the most ravaging state with insecurity in terms of Boko Haram. Boko Haram has a particular local government that they actually situate themselves in. So which would have been preferable? I feel that I would have preferred a Borno State.
Okay, so yeah, you have reeled that President Tinubu's scorecard, right? Are you done? So you mentioned the WAEC, the fact that he institutionalized Agbero, and he equipped the Agbero guys and made them more productive. That's what you're saying. So yes, you said that. I don't have a problem
with. So don't misquote me. Don't misquote me out of context. What I'm saying is that President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, as a governor of Lagos State, improved the educational sector. That's number one. Number two, in terms of economy of the state, he was a governor for almost 6 years. Never got federal allocation where Obasanjo held his federal allocation.
It was for local government. It wasn't for states. I hope you remember. So let's not talk about that if it was for state. It was for local government. I'm coming. The local government. I'm coming now. The local government allocations were seized because of the creation of LCDs. Remember that.
There are evidences to it. Precious. The question I want to ask you is: we might say it is for local government, but the question I want to ask you is: until 2024, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu enacted the law of local government autonomy, was local government autonomous? Was it not the
local
same?
Government calm down now, guys. You know they good make you they even talk this, and I agree with you, fantastic. But is local government autonomous today? Please show me one local government that is autonomous, that receive their salaries directly. Among all the states ruled by APC governors, how many of them allow the local government chairman to spend their money? Please show me with example.
Fast check me, Lagos. Fast check me, Lagos.
I say show me.
Lagos State.
Fast check in Lagos.
No,
you and I know Lagos State. Lagos State has been alleged. Lagos State has been alleged to be held under the wing and arms of President Tinubu, and you know that. So let's not use Lagos State. No, let's not use Lagos State. Use other states and show me example. Now, show me you have almost 32 states or 33 or 4 states under APC. Why don't you use those states to show me example? Show me example with states where local government. Just recently, Adebutu also just said it that all governors are using local government as a conduit pipe to suck money. And you're here saying this. He said, and people are even angry with President Tinubu that he's not even implementing it. You said you will give state autonomy. Why local government autonomy? What is stop you from implementing it? Because he doesn't want to hurt the governors, so they don't hurt his election. Is everything about politics? Well, that's what people are saying, not me. So please fact check me too. How many of them have been implemented?
No, what people are saying is not true. Because the local government, as I speak to you right now, as I said, that you fact check me. If you come from River State, I don't know your local government, but if you go and check your local government, there is an account in the federal allocation account that goes
and the states are allowing those accounts to function independently. The state governors, it's a lie, my brother. It's a lie. See, this thing that you just said now, no worry.
Precious,
I will call Association of Federal Governments. I'll go and be waiting to report them. They'll come to this show. I'm Rivers. What's
and I'll call them.
Don't worry yourself. No, go far to ask that question. I say I go call local governments organization. I'll call them. No problem. I'll call them.
Please call them and fast check me on this. I've told you, just fast check me on this.
Okay.
Now,
all right.
Let us leave
so go ahead. So yes, he granted local government autonomy, but that was not his work as a governor now. So we're looking at what
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the money that was seized, and you brought about it as being local government funds, and I'm saying that before that time there was no local government autonomy. So that money too was used as funds to run the state, even though they call it local government money, and he still ran the state without that money. or the local government.
So what
chairs.
again? You know, you don't waste time. You love this your Tinubu. Anytime we bring Tinubu matter, you waste all the time to talk about them. Oh yeah, hurry up.
I don't love Tinubu. That's the reality.
So go ahead. Go ahead. You were mentioning more facts so that
then
go ahead.
Number 3, he properly restructured the civil service of Lagos. Bola Tinubu restructured the what do you call it? The civil service of Lagos, that even the current his predecessor Fashola eventually used that template to even train Anambra State civil service, which Peter Obi actually copied the template from. So what am I trying to say, NSS, is this? I'm not saying that. I'm not denying the fact that there is no gap, or people are not suffering, or people are not feeling the.
No, we're not talking about suffer. We are just looking at the indices of both politicians. That's what we're looking at. So all of these are the points you have made about Tinubu and his legacy project in
Lagos State. As a governor of Lagos State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was part of the state. Lagos State was part of. People might say, "Oh yes, because of the old Lagos this thing, Tinkan and the what do you call it? The old Tinkan and everything was coming in from Lagos." Blah, blah, blah. But it was still part of the state. It was still the state that was generating the highest revenue as at that time. Now let's leave that alone and go to Anambra State. And I credit, but I'm not lying to you guys. And I say it with my full chest. I like Peter Obi. I love him. With people that know me know that I love Peter Obi. But in reality, of this is that whenever I hear Peter Obi speak, I've not heard him say anything that is different from what we've heard in previous years. I will do, we will fix, we will do. What are the things you will do? If you come to tell me, if you are on an international platform, if I'm contesting for presidency, the first thing
Mr. Sanitawo, you've said this before, so let's not sound like a broken record. You have said it. The same President Tinubu also said a lot of things he will do that he has never done. And that's something. So let's not even talk about that. Yes, because if you want to blast in Peter Obi for that, Tinubu has almost done worse in that angle. Because he has the opportunity to show Nigerians an example of what he can do. But he hasn't done that. He made promises and said, if I don't do, don't vote for me. He didn't do. The things he said he would do, he hasn't done. I don't know whether you understand me. So let's not even go there. So are you done reeling out the legacy policies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that of Peter Obi? And why you think Tinubu is a better fit for president?
So let me say something, right?
Yes, sir.
In the 4 major candidates that we have, or the 4 candidates that we have, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Omoyele Sowore, and some and maybe SDP or something. Now, if you look at these 5 people, realistically speaking, I said something.
You did waste my time more. Sorry, you did waste. Don't give me an example again. Just go straight to the point.
Now, the 3 of them.
Except you won't stay here till 1 a.m. though. No. So as long as you get comfortable.
No,
go ahead.
I'm comfortable. The 3 of them have their I give them their flowers. Now, let me talk about Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar's flower is economy. I am very sure that if Atiku Abubakar becomes the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today, the Nigerian economy will be totally revamped. It's not that I know him. I'm very sure that the economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today will be revamped because he has an economic track record. Peter Obi's track record. If he becomes president of Nigeria today, the Nigeria's wastage will reduce. Wastage in government would reduce. Are you getting me? Now, if you compare these 2 candidates together and then bring forward Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has one thing, and that is the political governance and headship of this country. So now,
so you're saying that Nigerians should jolly and marry over, should marry on politics over.
No, I've just said that. Don't get me wrong.
Over reforms, over benefits of or dividends of good governance. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Because you're just praising Tinubu about
what I'm saying.
his political
Now the reason
ability.
is because we've in the past 2 administrations in this country, we've had stories like cabals. In former Goodluck Jonathan said, some people said, oh, cabals are controlling the government. The last administration, Buhari said cabals. Now we have not heard anything like cabals today in Nigeria. Because why? Everybody knows that Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot be controlled by anybody. That's the first thing. Now, who has that same attribute? Atiku Abubakar has that same attribute. But realistically speaking, the kind of government we run today, does Peter Obi have the clout? I would have loved a South.
So you're saying that Peter Obi can be controlled? Is that what you're saying? Because what's your example? What's your point for saying that?
The point I'm making is in 2012, is it 2012 or 2010, when Peter Obi was governor, when he was impeached? Why was he impeached? Go and ask people today. There was a bill that the House of Assembly in Anambra State told him to pass, and he did not pass it. Because why? He did not have the control of the Anambra State House of Assembly, and that was why they ganged up to remove him. And eventually, his political godfather at that time in Anambra State spoke to him and told him that just agree for these people. And that was when the agreement came in, and then they eventually led to that was what led.
But that wasn't what happened. Peter Obi was impeached twice.
He was
and
impeached.
all of it, I'm coming. And all of it were tied to financial misappropriation that he denied access to. That's what he was tied to. And he said that he no go fit allow money to dey anyhow into budget or into places. So he be saying they convinced over.
We're saying the
because
same
of
thing.
His frugality.
I said that because he refused to pass something. I said it now.
But he did not go ahead to pass those bills.
No,
he won the cases in court. He won the impeachment in court, and he was reinstated as governor.
No. He refused to pass that bill, and that was why he was impeached, right? And
so how does that mean that
for mismanagement and misappropriation of funds, right? And then eventually, when he was impeached and he won his case in court, Peter Obi did what we call a plea bargain with the Assembly of Anambra State.
So, excuse me, sir. So what I'm trying to say is that, excuse me, sir. Yeah. So are you saying that in politics, as agile as President Tinubu is in politics, Tinubu is not transactional in politics? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Peter Obi is more transactional in politics than Tinubu?
Is that what you're saying? Tinubu has more control.
That's what we're talking about. You gave me an example of transactions. And I'm asking you that. Are you saying that Peter Obi is more transactional than Tinubu?
What Tinubu would want to transact, what Peter Obi want to transact on, Tinubu will use power that he has. Because
and that power is without settling anybody. Is that what you're saying? Without making settlements?
Yes, of course, sometimes.
Yes. All right. So no problem. You reeled that, but I'm also surprised. And the reason I'm doing what I want to do now, it's because people saying your name or saying Taiwo will say, "Oh, Yoruba man, and he's supporting."
No, I'm not. No.
I'm coming. I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Please, just give me a moment. So I don't want that narrative to fly because I have had a lot of Yoruba guests here who think that Peter Obi is a much more fantastic candidate than Tinubu. And people will ask you that all of these good things you've praised Tinubu for, why is he not replicating it in the national level? Why do we have much more transactions going on in national level? Why do we have fake agencies, a lot of profligacy, a lot of corruption under his watch?
Okay.
Why do we have a better dues corruption not tackled till date? No questions asked, no evidence, no nothing. You also did mention that of the subsidy. No questions around what's going on in subsidy. Why do we not have all that happening? I mean, the least you can do is to be accountable to the people. But very quickly, the reason I raise this issue is because I think I came across a WhatsApp conversation of most of my Southwest brothers speaking about what they perceive as the qualities of Peter Obi. I need to play this so that people do not think that you're saying what you're saying just because you're a Yoruba person. No. I don't know if you understand me. So I want to play it very quickly.
Before you play that clip, sorry. In 2022, I was on your TV station with Unkubi and Chukudi.
Chukudi.
Both of them. on Wazobia, what you call as the odds. And I made it very clear that I will support a Southeastern presidency, which is Peter Obi. It was very clear. First check me, go and check it. But let me be frank with you. I'm not supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I'm not against Peter Obi either. But the reality is that the kind of system we are today, as at that time in 2022, Peter Obi was a narrative for me because I supported him.
What changed? What changed?
What changed? Good question. Because eventually I saw a man that I did not probably understand properly.
And what was that you did not understand about him?
That's Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I did not understand him properly. Now,
so what is it you understand better now about
what
him?
I did not understand about Bola Ahmed Tinubu was his approach of governance, his approach to government, which is number one, is a listening person.
Okay.
Number two, is a dialogue person.
Okay.
And then on the flip side, for Peter Obi, I saw something very different. I want a man that would come out and give me narratives to the problems, and then give me.
Why are you not demanding that? I'm coming. Why are you not demanding that from Tinubu? Why are you demanding it from Peter Obi? Why are you not demanding that from Tinubu and Atiku? Why are you demanding it from Peter Obi alone? Why do you use that against? Yes, why do you use that against Peter Obi alone, and you're not using that against Tinubu, who is in power right now, and then also Atiku Abubakar? Why do you use that against Peter Obi?
No, I said something. I said Bola Ahmed Tinubu has his lapses. I said it already.
Hey, so you're not using that against him.
So I'm saying
you're not using that against him. You're using the fact that Peter Obi is not showing you example of how he will achieve things as some of the things you have against him. And what I'm saying is that Tinubu did not show you that either. Why did you not use that against him?
No. See, there's a difference. And what's the difference? The difference is Tinubu is in power. If you are coming in as an opposition, right? Let me land my
before he came into power, did he tell you steps on achieving those? He didn't do that. He barely even granted interviews. The interviews he granted, he passed on questions to others to answer. Let's be very factual now.
Hold up now, Precious. And that's why I said that before Bola Ahmed Tinubu became president, I didn't support him. It's not an emotional thing. I didn't support him. Because
you support him now because you see that he is different, because he's strong. I'm coming. Mr. Saintewo, I'm sorry. So you see, one of the things I do not do as a journalist is I like for us to have a fair conversation that will be fair to all concerned. Not because I'm a Rotarian, I'm just telling you that, right? Reason because I don't like it to look like we're pushing a narrative. Nobody can pay me. Nobody has ever paid me to say anything against anybody or in favor of anybody. Anybody who has given me such money, I challenge them to come out. I'm not one of those people you can buy with money. I do what I do based on personal conviction and not because I am influenced in any way. I am not a rich woman. I am poor, but nobody can influence me. Now, the reason I am perhaps asking this question is so that we'll be fair to Nigerians in our response. You are saying that you pick President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a man who made a lot of promises to us, and he's not fulfilled any of those promises he made till today. And he spent 3 years in office. You pick him over a man whom, because you feel that the things he says, he doesn't give you an example of how he will achieve them. Then you also see that you pick a man who just comes, says subsidy is gone, and people are suffering from his pronouncement. He hasn't provided the things he said he would provide with the subsidy money. Not in CNG buses, not in ways to alleviate the pain of people, not in building good schools, equipping our schools and hospitals, not in any of them. But you still prefer him to somebody who is telling you, I'll do differently, but even though he has not explained steps to his doing differently, which this person did not also, which your present president did not also give you steps to. But however, you don't know that Nigeria is vast in terms of mineral resources. We have a lot of money in this country. So you pick a man who sits on the wealth of Nigeria, the vast wealth we have, and who in the midst of the vast wealth we have managed to borrow more than 3 successive administrations, but has not managed that borrowing in a way that it will make life easier for the common Nigerian. A man who may possibly be receiving pension as a governor of Lagos State and still the president of Nigeria. A man who may have properties and staff and all of those benefits as a governor of Lagos State, as and still as the president of Nigeria. You prefer him to a man whom you have seen that is proven that he has not taken 1 naira from Anambra State from the moment he left office. And he has shown, just like you mentioned, he has shown that he can, I'm coming, sir, please. He has shown that he can better manage Nigeria's resources, understanding that our problem is not creation of wealth, but it is in the way we spend the wealth we create. So you prefer that to a man who comes into government, buys himself a private jet because he has to be more comfortable, buys cars for himself, uses a convoy that is longer than any governor in the history of Nigeria. You prefer that person and you believe that that person will work better as a president that would serve the overall purpose of the common Nigerian. That a man whom you have seen that proved that as a governor, he will travel alone without an entourage. So he's proven it as a governor. That means he can do it again if he's president. He can at least manage the resources of Nigeria. And you also did note that one of the things you give him credit for is that he will be frugal. He would better manage Nigeria's resources. So you prefer that just because you believe that President Tinubu is stronger politically. What is the power? What is the gain of political might when it does not translate to better living to the people of the country that you're
So, Precious,
yes, sir.
I get your point accurately, and
thank you.
I will say something, and I don't know how you're going to interpret this. You have
Please don't say anything bad, but just go ahead. You're very entitled to your opinion. You
have worked in a corporate firm. You have worked in a corporate organization
several times. Yes,
several. I know your track record.
Thank you.
Which would you prefer? It's a very simple question. I love the analysis you gave. Which would you prefer? You have a staff working with you who is not delivering at 60, who is delivering at below 70% capacity, and you are tired because you need to scale up, right? And then you are looking for a new staff who will do better compared to your current staff at below 70%. And then you get to an interview as the CEO of the organization, and your replacement of your supposed replacement of 60%, who is your current staff, and is talking about, yes, he will come to the organization, he will do this, he will do that, and you're asking him or her a simple question: how? And the person is telling you that, don't worry, just employ me. I have track record here. I've done this before here. I have done this before here. I don't have a problem with your track record. How did you do it? How do you want to do it? So for me, it's a more difficult position for Peter Obi as a candidate than Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a president. So what can sell Peter Obi?
So you asked me a question now. So you would let me answer now.
Okay.
You let me answer. You asked me a question. If the person I am going to hire has a proven track record, the fact that he increased the education of the state he's that he governed, or the position he increased, or he scaled up the company or his department in the company that he once led. He showed that in different ways he better managed the resources of the company. He did not bring shame to the reputation of the company he last managed. He managed the welfare and the well-being of our customers, which is ultimate, because without the customers, we will not be in business. And I'm a very customer-centric person because I train people on customer service. And this person, I do not only have his track record, I have his CV, verifiable, who he is, who his mother is, who his father is, schools he went to, the track record, that is the years he attained all of these things, his track record, versus the person who's working for me, who has not even performed up to 40%, that you said is 70%, whom I do not know anything about his personal life, which is the first time in our company's policy, our company, that we're employing somebody who do not know anything about his background. We do not know anything about his education. His education qualifications are unverifiable. If I'm talking about this person you're telling me now, if I were to use the same indices to track the persons, I will go 20 more times to the person. You know why? Because you tell me you will improve the company, and I just look at the states or the former position you held, and I look at how you were able. I mean, you don't even need to tell me the ways you will achieve what I've asked you. Researching on how you were able to achieve the landmark things you did in the previous job that you did will alone tell me what will give me an idea of what your abilities are and how you can perform in this company. So I'll give you an opportunity. Better than the person that is currently in the position, who hasn't performed up to 40%, who has every opportunity. I'm coming, sir. Who has every opportunity. As I said it before, the person in the position has much more opportunity than any other person to prove to the company that they can perform. Because promise where they year for year, they're different from practicality. You did on the position. You fit show me example of what you fit do. Show us example and not rhetorics. Don't blame our grandfather. Don't blame our forefathers. Don't blame anything. You saw all of these things before you took over government. Why not tell me what you are doing? Not tell me, just go ahead and do the things you have to do to better the lives of Nigerians. Mr. Sani Taiwo, you know, I was yabbing you that I think this administration has favored you, right? The reason I said that is that in all my life, there hasn't been any administration that Nigerians have begged me for money like they have begged me for in this administration. I don't know about you. I haven't seen any administration where even people I respect have come under strong financial issues and they've had to seek for help like they have under this administration. And you don't gaslight Nigerians and tell them that, oh, your policies are doing well when Nigerians are going through all this. No, see, the hallmark, I'm coming. The hallmark of any leadership, right, is empathy. Empathy. Na so it be on here. I don't know say na so it be. Ugo. So when you tell us, oh, tighten your seat belts, we know that it's hard times, but you reap the benefits. Let Nigerians see that you too, you're tightening your seat belts. You, as a father that you are right now, you cannot go to a beer parlor and declare for everybody in the beer parlor. Go to the club, declare for everybody, and you refuse to pay your child's school fees, and your child is dying of kwashiorkor and hunger in the house. Would you call yourself a father? Okay. That is the problem of the administration. And again, I do not blame President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I blame his handlers, people around him, but I blame him because he blamed Jonathan for all of these things. So that means the buck stops at his table. He should take responsibility. So exonerating him from the blame, it's unfair to people that he had once blamed for the same problem. It's very unfair. So the buck stops at his table. So I'm coming. If you say that we should not blame him, that is to say that the strong way is saying strong for politics, maybe not too strong like that anymore. Because how do you say somebody is politically, agile, and then the person does not take responsibility?
No.
For
Precious,
the result
you are reading me out of context. I've not said you shouldn't blame Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I've not said so. And let me make it very clear. I've not benefited from this government. I've never benefited from any government.
No. This is not about you benefiting. You see, that was why I wanted to be quick to playing those things I play. Because what I hate the most is people going along. Because I'm sorry. You know what happens on social media? By the time you see people with a particular name insulting people with other particular name. That their candidate can never do this. He can never see us or he can never do this.
What I'm saying is,
I don't want all of that. This platform I'm from River State, and I keep saying that. So I don't want anything to bring about that ethnic profiling or all of those in this platform. And that was what I was about to do. What I was going to do. Yes, please.
I get what you're saying.
Our phone lines are open. Nigerians are waiting to jump in on the conversation. Go ahead, please.
I get what you're saying, right? And I said, as I was saying, I've never benefited from any government before, and I have not yet benefited from previous government. Neither have I benefited from this government. Even though I know a couple of people who are my friends in previous government and even the current that and made that clear, because let Nigerians not think, oh, this man is probably enjoying from them. No. Am I feeling the heat of the economy? Yes. I said that earlier. Am I feeling the bad situation? Yes. Are people begging terribly? Yes. Is the economy fine? No. Can the economy do better? Yes. Is Bola Ahmed Tinubu at fault? Yes. But one thing we always fail to understand is this, right? And when I see people make comments, when I see people talk, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I see people make comments and I hear people talk, I try to want to ask them a question. Are we really practicing democracy, or do we just feel that we are practicing a presidential system? So because we live in a society or in a country where people forget that we have three arms of government. We have three levels of government. We have different sectors of government. And then want to quickly blame the presidency for every misfortune of the
Mr.
country.
Osai Taiwo, the buck stopped at his table. Should I show you evidences of where President Tinubu blamed Jonathan and insisted that he stopped at his table?
No,
so
wait,
please.
First. Precious, please wait. Just give me a moment, please. Now, I'm not saying that he did not blame Jonathan. I'm not saying that people should not blame him. I'm not saying that if you see him on the road, you should not whip him with koboko. No. I'm only saying that what the problem is, because the truth is this, right? When you put a problem that is not someone's problem. So let me give an example. PFIPC scandal, the current scandal in Nigeria today. We want to blame Bola Ahmed Tinubu for it. But I tell you, the person we should have been blaming, or the people we should be blaming, is the Senate. And this is the same Senate that has recused itself.
Oh, Mr. Scientist, I beg you. What you're doing is very. No. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I know you're my guest, but I think it's very unfair. Because whatever happened to the Senate, whatever happened to that agency started from Asarok.
No.
It started. I'm coming. No, please, let's talk about it. The issue of the appointment letter, whether fake or original, emanated somewhere around
that is where the problem is.
I'm coming. Just today, I'm coming. Just today, the head of civil service. No, Mr. Sanitario. Just today, the head of civil service.
The problem started from the appointment letter. No. The problem did not start from the appointment letter.
Mr. Taiwo, please just hold on.
The problem did not start. No, Precious, I want to disagree with you because we think that was where the problem started from. No, the problem did not start from the appointment letter. And that's where the problem
started. Where? It started from National Assembly.
The problem started from when the ministers of the Federation, who are supposed to be saddled with the responsibility of checks and balances of every parastatal under them, they don't do their job. That is where the problem started from. That was where the problem started from. Before you now carry a proposal of budget.
Now what for you?
And submit
to the legislature. Mr. Sanitaiwo, calm down. You have a president. You have a minister of budgets and planning. You have everybody, right? Before even the implementation or the budgets, getting this agency into the budgets. Somehow this agency was given an office inside the Federal Secretariat, which the head of civil service today had said that office was allocated to the office of the Secretary to the Federation. How did a common man get hold of an office that belongs to the SGF? And the SGF is under the presidency. So when I blame the presidency, I know what I'm saying. How did a common man get hold of an office that is meant for the office around the presidency, which is the SGF? And for All you care. I'm coming, sir. No, please.
You are
I'll let
talking
you
of a
talk.
problem
So
that has gotten to stage 4 of its problem.
It didn't
I'm
get
talking
to
of
stage
the
4.
root of the problem.
No, the root cause is not from even the ministry, sir. The root cause is still within the presidency. That's what I'm telling you. The root cause is within the presidency. So if you're blaming, if you're blaming the National Assembly and ministers for this, I think that you're invariably saying that the federal government is ineptitude in its work.
No, I'm not saying that.
They should. No, that's what you're saying. So that means you're saying that we should just pass the bulk of the blame to the federal government employers. I'm coming, sir. You're just trying to say that we should pass the bulk of the blame to the employers of the federal government.
No.
And that is very unfair.
Senate
So
is
that's
not
because the ministers, I'm coming, the ministers and all of those people you mentioned
Senate is
are
not
employers. They are employers. I mean, they're employees, rather. Do you understand?
The Senate is not an employee.
Before we got, the only place that the Senate had anything to do at this point was in that budget. Before we got to the budget, I'm talking about. No. Before we got to the budget, Mr. Saintaiwo, remember, you will let me talk, sir. Remember that we have a 27 billion. Remember, we have a 27 billion naira intervention fund they gave them. That the man said that was given. Who released that money? Where did it come from? How did I'm coming? How did the Accountant General of the Federation approve for this agency to have an account to the CBN? Please, these things are doing is not fair. No, that's unfair.
It goes back to what I said earlier. It goes back to accountability of government. And this
which is the work of the presidency. So you do not blame the presidency for accountability. Is it like Father from grave that should be accountable?
Precious, accountability thing is not just today. It's not starting just today. It has been an issue in Nigeria historically.
So should we continue in saying that grace may abound?
So now I'm getting somewhere. Just a moment, please, Precious.
Okay.
Now the reality is this, right? Every agency in the country and every parastatal in the country today exists under an act of law or a bill by the Senate. And then if a fake agency exists, I would first of all question the existence of that agency, which is the foundation of that agency. And where is the foundation of the agency? The existence. So where is the existence coming from? The Senate.
Mr.
Now,
it's even a shame that you and I are here debating. It's an embarrassment that you and I are here and debating the fact that there can be a fake agency in a sovereign state. I'm sorry to say, it's shameful that we're discussing this.
We live in a country where, wait, just a moment. We live in a country where we want to put presidency, which is fine, which is good. But at the same time, we forget certain things and that is why we have low turnout of people coming out for other elections that should be the major priority of them. For example, the National Assembly elections, the State Assembly elections, the governorship elections, the local government elections. But when it is presidency election, we see people trooping out. And then it is very easy, and you made mention of it, it's very easy for somebody that is very incompetent, not doing his job, to lie and deceive himself and push the blame on the presidency. Let me ask a very sincere question. We have
okay, so if that is the case, Mr. Taiwo, just so we end this argument, if what you're saying is the case, why have nobody taken the fall? Why has nobody resigned? Why hasn't someone been fired?
Because
if the presidency, no, I'm coming. If the presidency, no, please, no. If the presidency is indeed sincere in all of this, why has he not fired somebody?
If I am the president of the federation, Precious, if I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will fire SGF.
So that is the question I am asking. Why has nobody been fired if the federal government is innocent in all of this? That's the question Nigerians are asking.
Sorry, I'm telling you what I will do. I'm not
that is what Nigerians expect.
I'm telling you what I will do. Hold up, sorry. I'm telling you what I will do. I will suspend I will first of all fire the SGF, suspend my chief of staff, and then request for an immediate investigation on every member of...
I loved you. Fantastic. And Nigerians are expecting all this to happen. Why has it not happened under the administration that you praise so much?
Because we live in a system that is not accountable. It is not a matter
of. So you know that the system is not accountable. And somebody, and then there is one man, and there is one man who has been accountable to his states, to the last penny he spent. And you're saying he's not worthy.
Precious, just a moment. In 2022, we had about going to 2023 general elections. And after the elections, we had about, if my memory serves me right, we had about 20 plus National Assembly members from Labour Party.
Mr. Sanitaiwo, it's okay. Let's let people join the conversation. I know they have questions because time is already. We've done 2 hours, you and I.
No. Let me make my point. Let me make this point. Let me make this point and conclude on it. We had over 20-something members of, if I'm not wrong, about 20-something members of the Labour Party in the National Assembly. Now, they were the same people that when the president said he was going, the leader of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Rep said they were going to give them luxurious cars. What I was expecting was all the Labour Party members in that National Assembly to walk out and say, no, we are not collecting this thing. But what did they do? They all
more than half of them, more than 80% of them, did they not support to APC?
All of
they
them
voted to APC now. I'm just telling you, they declared to APC.
All of them, that's what I'm saying. All of them collected it, and all of them are now in APC. More than 90% of them are in APC.
So, Mr. Sanitaiwo, you're saying that all of this is enough reason. All of this is enough reason why nobody should have taken a fall by now.
That's what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is that all of these things is because we have a system, whether it is in legislative, whether it is in the judiciary, whether it is in the in the executive. We have a system that is polarized with incompetent people,
and that is a problem. So I'm coming. You're right. And if we have that system, President Tinubu is overheading, he's spearheading the affairs of the country as the president.
Overheading the executive.
I know, I'm coming. So you believe that, and then no executive has taken a fall. He has not fired anybody because he appointed them. And you believe that it is okay, and he's still the best person if he has not ensured that any of his immediate or direct staff takes responsibility? You believe that's okay?
For me,
and you're blaming the Senate and legislative first?
No, you didn't get I said the foundation. See, the foundation of a problem. The problem of Nigeria is so enormous that we always want to throw a blind eye to the foundation. The foundation, study the foundation. Where the foundation is the Senate.
No problem. Let me open the phone line. But I repeat, so that we'll be fair to each other. I agree with you. You may agree with yourself that the legislature is the foundation, but I put it to you, in my own opinion, that the buck stops at the table of the presidency. I did not say president alone. Presidency.
No,
and for the presidency not to do the right thing, the buck stops at their table. So
at the president's table.
You can blame the legislature for all I care, but I think the presidency has much more job to do here.
To check the issues are please shouting on your mandate.
Is it not the same people that have said that any bill that the president is it not the same
carry the cap of Parliament and putting on their head? That is
not the same National Assembly that said that any bill that the president brings, they will pass it? That they cannot just be fighting with him? Is it not part of the reason why you said he's a strong politician? Is it not part of the reason why you said he's strong in politics? That's the reason is what you blame him for.
I'm saying he's strong. No, I'm saying that he's strong because there is no cabal. Precious, you are misquoting me. We had a Senate president in the name of Bukola Saraki. We had a Senate president in the name of Bukola Saraki that always scrutinize things. Now we live in a country where anything goes, where you ask questions and people see as an opposition, as an enemy of the government, and that is why. And then the president that precedes over this part of narrative, you see him as being the strongest man that should occupy office for having this template. You see him that. No problem. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining the show. Okay. I'm sorry, but people have questions, so that I don't keep them waiting for too long. It's been a great conversation with you, Mr. Sanitaiwo. I do hope that you oblige me to come back. No, as me and you flog each other finish, we'll go disagree to agree at the end of the day, because what we all seek is for the good of our country, right? So, you're welcome to the show. Please permit me to be a bit sexually biased. So let me welcome my sister, Mrs. Patricia. Mrs. Patricia, you're welcome. Mr. Ken, you're welcome. Mr. Ike, I can see you. Eze, I see you. Patricia, Mrs. Patricia, you're welcome. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Precious.
Good evening. Where are you calling from, Ma? Good to see you.
I'm calling from UK, London.
You're welcome, Ma. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Actually, when you were asking him question, I was like, I wanted him to say something, sorry to use this word, something reasonable. that Mr. Tinubu or President Tinubu has done. And I did not see any. Like you're telling me
that may
that
be your opinion, but that does not mean that he hasn't said that. I mean, the president has not done something reasonable.
Are you going to tell me that the Agboros are the thing that he did? Agboro. Okay, you want Mr. P2B to do all these things. I want you to remember that Mr. P2B is not yet the president. He's not the president. Tinubu is the president. Those things you want P2B to do, tell Tinubu to start doing it. Maybe we will reconsider. You want P2B to tell you, oh, I'm going to build a bridge. So I'm going to buy block. I'm going to buy rod. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this. Is that what you want him to do? He has told you things he will do. And you have seen it that he has done it in Anambra State, which is my state. Because I remember that before P2B was the governor, I was to come back. And my mom lived precisely in Onitsha. My mom asked me not to come back. And I was like, Mom, why? She said, oh, because in Onitsha now, if you buy a bread and you put it in a polythene bag or cellophane bag or whatever, he said they will shoot you.
It from you. Wow.
They will shoot you. So you're dead before they will know that it's bread. And I was like, what do you mean? He said, yes, it's happening. So I did not come back till Mr. P2B. When Mr. P2B became president, I'm a governor, then I said, Mommy, why is it that I cannot come and see you people? This is not right. And she told me, oh, you can come because Onisha is better now. He did it. But you want him to come and start telling you one by one how he will do it and how he will not do it. If you want him to help Tinubu, just come and meet him, sir. Please tell Tinubu what to do. I think that will be better. It's a better way to talk to somebody. Please, I cannot do this. Tell me what I will do and what I will not do. And he will guide him. Because all this while people have been saying that Tinubu build Lagos. Build Lagos, build Lagos. And I like what my sister actually said. Can you tell me what Tinubu did? I mean, what he did in Lagos. You couldn't say much.
No, he mentioned.
He mentioned about the workers.
The civil service, turning around the civil service, the education, sponsoring WAEC.
Sponsoring WAEC that I don't even know.
And then properly utilizing the thugs in a way so that they would stop being a mayhem in the society. So
are there not a mayhem in the society
I can't use big grammar, I can't polish it in you talk. Not be saying be used with them. I can't polish it in. So go ahead. You said that.
Are there not mayhem in Nigeria today? Are they not? Because I want to ask, are they not? Is this what we'll be doing? Tinubu children, are they not coming to London? Or are they not going to US? Or are they not going to Italy, to other countries? What is Agboro? There's nothing like Agboro in this place. There is nothing like Agboro. Or is it he's paying, he give a free WAEC payment? Is it the way he did to the university now? He increased the money and tell them that he's giving the bursary.
Loan, nail fund.
Sorry, we call it a bursary.
So it's not bursary. Bursary, you don't return. Loan, you return it, so they will pay back.
Okay, he gave them loan
with interest.
With interest.
No, it's interest free. Stop it.
That's loan now. That's subsidy. Without interest is subsidy. With interest is loan.
No, let's not pass wrong information. The nail fund is interest free. Please go ahead.
Then it's not loan now, it's subsidy.
Then here,
Gary, you don't understand. You're paying back the loan. The difference is that you're not putting additional money on top of it, which is it doesn't have interest. No constant arguments now. No, to someone else.
Okay. But however, how are they giving that money? Because here in London, first of all, to start with, I'm not a UK citizen. I'm coming from Italy. Because I and my husband and my family, in fact, I and my family relocate to UK here. So I'm not UK citizen, but Italian citizen anyways. However, I have friends that just have papers. And as long as your papers are complete and everything, they will give you loan. They don't ask you, what are you working? What is your father's land? Did your father have any land here to... You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, ma. So can you go directly to a question you have for him if you have a question so that I can let him respond,
is the question. My question is the same thing you asked him. What is it that he see in Tinubu that he wants Tinubu to come back?
All right, thank you, ma. He'll respond to you. Please let me. I'll let you out of the house so that I can admit more people. We can only admit 6 people at a time. So
okay.
Thank you, ma, for your question. Thank you so much, Mr. Sani Taiwo. You heard that question, but before you respond to that question, I promised to play a video that you did not let me play, and it won't be fair just to ethnically balance this conversation if I don't play that video. So please allow me to play
money
that,
from
please.
government, from the masses, and yes, still collecting as a former governor. This man said, I am done working for the state of Anambra. I don't want this money. It has no value to me. Ìgbà tí mo ti ṣiṣẹ́, mo ti ṣe. Mo jẹ̀ ti gba owó iṣẹ́ mi. So mo ṣetán as a governor. Mo tún gba pension pé mo ti ṣe. No, kò make sense. That is one of the reasons why we are spending so much unnecessary money. Síbi tó necessary. Àwọn èèyàn nídìí owó. He said it does not want. That alone shows accountability. I am done with my service and I am done.
So many people don't even want to more one basic fact. Anambra State became an oil-producing state under Peter Obi as governor. I don't know if anybody knows of that, but that is a fact. They're proud to the time when he was the governor. Well, oil-producing state. But it was during his tenure they became a producing state. Even in that health sector, remember he was the one that sort of did that art hospital. I mean, that's art center, medical center or something like that, that does art surgery and all that. And he installed dialysis machine, which is the first of its kind, I think, in Nigeria. It was the only state as a den to shake in hospital to get one man she operation arts, the heart and all that. Was during Peter Obi's zone. He had to go and invite some doctors from abroad because of that thing.
That's
see
correct.
that
And you will hear people say, what did he do? What did he do as governor? Follow bridges the money to commission.
Tọ́n bá fẹ́ ká máa sọ nǹkan tó ṣe in every sector, ó wà lórí mi. Bó jí mi lójú oorun, mo lè sọ nǹkan tí Peter Obi ṣe fún ẹ ní technology, ní education, ní health, ní kí ló ń pè human capital, ní kí ló ń pè debt management, ní financial prudence and
Sister Mercy, ṣé ẹ rí kíní kan ni mo máa ń rántí. Tẹ́ ẹ bá rántí pé nígbà tí Peter Obi tó wà ní governor, he was the only Abuja governor.
I can hear you, Mr. Sani. I can hear you. So I wanted to, the video is long. I'm sure you would have heard it in another place. So I don't bore you. So I just wanted to show a balance in the conversation we're having, because you know how we fight ourselves in comment section, so that we don't make this an ethnic conversation. It's about the good of Nigeria. See, I did believe that Nigerians, irrespective of their ethnicity, came together and voted Obasanjo into power in 1999. I'm not sure Igbos did not say no, will not vote for him. Neither am I sure that Hausas said they will not vote for him. Even though the ticket was between him and his fellow brother, and the brother claims that he won that election. But Igbo people, Hausa people, Middle Beltons, Salsa people voted for Obasanjo. Same way they all came together and voted for Yar Adua. So this is not about, you see, that thing I told you about Nigerians being more divided under Tinubu's administration than it's ever been. That is exactly what we experience. And I don't want that to be the narrative. I like us to have a fair conversation on how to move our country forward. Because at the end of the day, if this country continues to be like this, it's at our expense. How do we have leaders? And this is not about Tinubu alone. How do we have leaders who claim they built hospitals, good schools, and their children cannot attend those schools? They cannot even treat headache in the hospitals. This is not just about Tinubu. So many of them in the National Assembly that were governors, so many of them that are still past governors till today. They claim they did this and that, but they can't even drink from the same borehole. Wasn't that the that day that we saw my brother Wiki commission water? Vice President drank, his deputy minister drank. He refused to drink from the same water pipe-borne water he gave to people in Abuja.
It might not be
so
tasty.
Your life is more important than the people.
It might not be tasty.
It doesn't matter. You taste it. You taste it. Now you give. How you go serve food? Give me no go taste it. You know if you chop the food, you give me. I don't know whether you understand me. You see,
I get what you're saying.
As funny
Precious.
as that may sound, that is actually significant of how our leaders see the services they render to us.
Yes.
That's how they see it. I mean, it's just like a reflection of how they see us.
Yeah.
We know they deserving of the nice and beautiful things we them they deserving of, and it's unfair. And this has been the case. So go ahead, please, very quickly respond to her, and then while I let someone else speak.
Right. And I wanted to, I would like your audience to know that, number one, I'm not my reason for supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or let me not say support, for speaking with respect to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is not based on personal sentiment or ethnical reasons. I said it earlier. I supported Peter Obi in the last election. And number two is that my family is cross-divided in terms of support for different political candidates in this election. And we come to a round table and have discussions, intellectual discussions about it. One of my family members is a die-hard Atiku supporter. Another is a die-hard Peter Obi supporter as I speak to you. I'm just an analyst. So, but what am I trying to say in essence is this, right? Is that we are so much divided that even when people bring in logical propositions, people already have a kind of comprehensive opinion about what they think about it. I haven't said that straight. Let me answer
while you're answering that, please kindly pay attention to this particular conversation by Mr. Olusegun Oluyide. He says, please name one federal university under total renovation as of today under Tinubu's administration.
What do you say? I didn't hear that.
They should name one federal university under renovation today under Tinubu. I mean, because we have subsidy money. So you should be doing one thing in the health sector. Name one.
One renovation.
One general hospital. One federal hospital that is under total renovation today.
Well, I may not
more
have
like
that fact at the
upgrade.
moment.
There is none. There is none. It's not about facts. There is none.
I wouldn't say what I don't
presently,
know.
except tomorrow they will start one.
Well,
Presently,
I don't know.
I mean, there has been complaint about the state of federal medical centers across the country. I'm sure you've heard this before now.
Precious,
you know, you've heard this before now. You know about the state of our federal medical centers and teaching hospitals.
I've heard that before, and I'm not working. But let me not digress. And you know, the thing is this, right? Why every Nigerian has the right to be emotional, considering the current situation of the country, we must also.
You think they're being emotional, or they're actually being realistic? They are reacting to the reality of the country.
Yes, that is where the emotion comes from. The reality of the country is very painful, it's very sad, it's very hard, and it's very tragic. And because I don't know what you want to tell, I don't know the hope you want to sell to a man that lost his wife, his child, his children, his brother's wife, and his his sister or something like that in Plateau State. I don't know the kind of hope you want to sell for such a person.
I don't even know.
So those are emotional things. And is it the factor, or is it based on the factor of the government issues on security? Certainly, yes. But what I'm saying in essence is this, is that as a country and as a Nigerian, we must be able to put in clear terms, objectivity, and also in parallel with emotions. When we try to be emotional in everything, we try to take away what I call it, the objectivity, and that's why people can come up to say, "Oh, because he's a Yoruba man." Because why? That is not the reason why. You know, the sad part is this.
Bros, too much English, too much.
Sir, you don't do this, sir. Please, you don't do this. You don't jump in on a guest conversation, please, sir. Please, sir, don't do this. Thank you.
So,
go ahead, please.
Most people that know me too much will tell you that, and I think the very first time we communicated, if you asked me about what state are you from, I will tell you I am a Nigerian. I will never tell you my state. That's what I do. And because why? I see myself from a broader perspective of a country rather than a region. And that is first and foremost. So having said that, Patricia asked the question about people abroad, or no, she's talked about Tinubu's administration in Lagos and his track record. And she said she feels like I didn't say anything that was commonsensical. Well, that is her own opinion, and I cannot fight our opinion. But one thing is certain is that I ask people very practical questions. Where were you staying in Lagos? And I've mentioned some track records that you can also allude to in terms of WAEC and all those things. So, but what am I trying?
Let's not go back and forth on this. Okay, so I think balancing the conversation. Yeah. Look, I wish I played all that video for you because it was your brothers who narrated it. So I'm sure. So balancing the conversation, would you say that of all the things you've heard P2B did in Anambra State, because you wouldn't see, you heard because you're not from Anambra State, it's people who are
been
there.
to Anambra State.
No, but if you have been there, you cannot experience the impact of his.
Yeah, when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, I was in Anambra State. I'm not.
So what I'm saying is that you may not experience the impact of his administration as much as you experience that of Lagos, which is your core state of residence. That's the point I'm making. I don't know if you understand me.
You are very correct. Good. You are correct. But
so amongst the two of them, you think that Tinubu performed way better than Peter Obi, looking at both of them
in Lagos and
in Anambra. Every way. In every
Lagos
way.
And Anambra.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh wow, thank you. So let me let somebody else come into the conversation. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken. Good evening and welcome. Let's have you have your say.
Good evening, Precious. Good evening,
yes,
everybody.
You're welcome. Go ahead, please.
Madam Precious.
Sir.
Make her drink water.
I beg, help me hurry. Don't waste too much time.
I won't waste time. I won't waste time. If I fire from the way I'm boiling, it will be a disrespect, but we cannot disrespect our guests. We love our guests.
Please.
No matter what they do to us, we love them when they come to this platform. But one thing our guests, you also know that when you're coming to this, our own platform, we are well informed and we are not biased. Even our moderator is well informed too. So first of all, Mr. Osoitolu, good evening, or how you doing? I want to start from saying that you are not in touch with the populace. If we have to talk about being in touch with the populace, I will score you 1/10. That does not mean that every other thing you have said, yeah, you got some things very well. But with the populace, because the same government you came to defend, today, we are all seeing on social media where Mr. Oloyide, or what's his name, finance minister, is saying that everything they've done on paper is not getting to the people.
But I mentioned it here, and they're saying that they want to. Yes, I mentioned this here at the beginning of the show. Yes,
that's what
so they're looking at ways now to now checkmate.
Yeah, they now want to come down to the people's level to start, doing projects that will affect people directly. Even at that is still suspect, because sometimes when election is coming, they bring all these things. Number two, Mr. Soitolu, I'm a Lagos boy. I'm a pure Lagos. Like when they say Lagos, I was born, bred, feed in Lagos before I disappeared. And I can tell you, typical Lagos, not just anyhow Lagos. And I can reel out some things Bola Tinubu did in Lagos, like expanding Lawansi Road, some Ogudu Road, and some other little road that he expanded that prior to 1999 when he came. But you know that Lagos was the capital of Nigeria before they moved it to Abuja. So Lagos was already like 60-70% ahead of every other state you are quoting.
And apart from that, I think you'll be very unfair. Sorry for cutting you. I think you'll be very unfair to Lateef Jakonde if you mention a Lagos without him. I don't think there's really any democratic government in Lagos that has made landmark achievements like Lateef Jakonde. And I was even going to ask Mr. Tolu if he thinks that Tinubu performed better than Lateef Jakonde. I would like to hear him respond to that, but go ahead, sir.
But that's where I'm going. I was about to go there, and you brought me in there because number one, when I said Lagos was the capital, it was 70% already. Remember, the house I lived in, let me just put Oba housing estate, was built by Jakonde.
Yeah.
When Tinubu came,
a lot of them are scattered across Lagos, and they were really low cost housings.
Low cost housing. I was living in one of those houses in Oba before I moved. So Jakonde built all those houses, even for Lagos State civil servants.
And remember, he did that all those in 4 years. So to show that in one tenure you can achieve all that you want to achieve.
You can do extremely too much in 4 years.
Yes.
When they came, they converted Obidients Grammar School, isn't it? They built, Fashola was the one that finished the housing estate. I think Tinubu started it by converting that school. Fashola came, built it. Nobody, the people who bought those houses are politicians. No ordinary person, even in my estate, could buy one of those houses. Do you know that I schooled in Moshi area? Most of the chairmen of Agbero are my classmates. Courtesy Tinubu. Today in Lagos, you cannot walk around anywhere. Just put up a camera, people will rush you. Pay me, all those things. That is not an economy. I'm not here to
but I
cast
don't have any
aspersions
problem
to
with
you.
it being an economy if indeed it gets into the government coffers and it betters the life of the citizens.
No. See,
so the question
this is where I'm
where
going
does
now.
that money get to?
Madam Precious, this is where I'm going. The same man who created LCDA fought for it, almost laid down his strength, everything for it, becomes president. He could not normalize those LCDAs. That is hypocrisy right there. If you say you created this, you fought Obasanjo to a standstill. Everybody supported you. When you became president, what was the first thing? Was it not to send that bill to the National Assembly to normalize those LCDAs? No. They have gone moribund about it. They are not even talking about it anymore.
But there was a bill before the National Assembly to, and interestingly, the person who raised that bill, the Senate, was the House of Rep member representing, I think that's Oshodi Solo 1. Oshodi Solo 2, rather, who is the Igbo guy,
Madam Precious,
who is the House of Rep.
We woke up one day, Arise a compatriot was gone, and they gave us Nigeria, we hate you.
Oh, so why are they not
when they sent that bill
with it?
That's what I'm going to. When they sent that bill to National Assembly, why did they not send the bill? Because you said he has power. He should have used power to create those LCDAs to be local government. So, like I said, where I know that you have some facts that you're laying down, but I'm not here to cast aspersion as your person. I respect your opinion very well. And I know we do on this platform, but please, when you come with facts. We don't preach Peter Obi, we preach facts. Even the moderator will not allow you to say fallacy on this platform because all of us are well informed. And I also appeal to whoever is coming to say anything, please don't throw insults or tantrum. Let's speak to the
core of the
topic.
Thank you.
The issues he has laid down.
And I think that I think the best thing I need to do is to go back to that video I was about to play. Mr. Taiwo, you give me a little time. It's just 7 minutes. Let me finish playing it so that you can hear all that your brothers have to say about the person you said that Tinubu performed better than. Please. So what we're looking at is how the best option for the country. Yes, go ahead.
I feel that if you are talking about my brothers, what my brothers.
No. I'm just saying that on the light note. No. Okay. My sincere apologies. My sincere apologies. And I don't feel bad. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, I don't support. See, let's I said something very clearly here. I appreciate Ken. Is it Ken? Is that your name, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, I appreciate your insight. Very intellectual and very perfect. But honestly speaking, I've said it and I'm saying it again. I am not a spokesperson of the APC. Neither am I.
We understand you. No, we understand you, and you made your point.
Wait, just a moment, Precious. But what I'm saying is that for me, I personally do not feel that you need to create a balance to play the video. I feel that because what you are trying to
No, I will play the video because it's important that we create a balance.
What you are trying to do is that you are trying to amplify the outside narrative of what do you call it of nepotism, of religious bias.
No, sir. Let me clear. You will let me clear myself on that. No, you just said something so that it doesn't just fly. No, sir, please.
Because Taiwo speaks in support of Tinubu.
Let me clear myself on this.
Because Taiwo speaks in support of Tinubu, and so people are making comment that he's talking because he's a Yoruba man. So let me play a video to hear. So that Taiwo and other people can also hear a balance of a Yoruba man talking about maybe support for other people or a creating balance. I've not seen. Unless people want to hear what they want to hear and what they don't want to hear, they don't want to listen to what I have said. I have criticized Tinubu in these 2 hours of our conversation. I've criticized some of his staff. I've also criticized the National Assembly.
No, but you haven't even no. But in fairness, maybe you need to listen to yourself again. You haven't blamed the president as much as you've almost blamed your position. Listen to yourself again. And I'm sorry, just clearing the conversation. I'm coming, sir. Clearing the conversation. I am not just playing that because I wanted to create an ethnic balance. No, because I don't think you were fair. I think you were deliberately more fair to Tinubu while reeling out his record and unfair to P2B while reeling out his record. And including Atiku Abubakar. So that's I'm coming. I mean, it's your opinion, but that's the fact. That's the fact in the conversation now. You can go back and listen to yourself, sir. You can go back and listen to your conversation. You know why I'm saying this? Because most of the things I will say.
I said it clearly here that I personally, on your TV show in Wazobia in 2022, spoke about a Southeastern presidency. I said that clearly here.
It's not about that. We're not talking about Southeastern presidency. We're talking, the point is that we're talking about they are both scorecards as governors. That's what we're looking at. The conversation started with the scorecard of these two people as governors.
Precious, I want to ask you a question. Why didn't you go to Anambra when Peter Obi was governor? Why didn't you live in Anambra?
What makes you think I didn't go to Anambra State? What makes you think I was in Lagos State when Tinubu was here?
Okay,
I'm from River State. When do you think I came to Lagos?
Were you in Lagos or not? Because I know your track record that you have worked at least 20-something years in the media.
But not in Lagos State. But not in Lagos State. So what makes you think that I was in Lagos State all along?
No, Precious. Most of your listeners have been in Lagos State.
Unfortunately, no. So you don't even know me that much. No, most of my service hasn't been in Lagos State.
President, were you in Anambra when Peter Obi was the governor?
I would not answer that question, but I'm just telling you because you just accused me. No, you accused me wrongly. No, you accused me wrongly. I haven't done most of my service in Lagos State, and that is a fact.
Okay,
and that is a fact. Anybody who understands my background knows that.
Okay, so
that's a fact. I just came into Lagos not long ago.
No, I asked you a question and you have not answered me. But
because I won't answer because I see that question is coming from a place of bias, and that's why I won't answer that.
No, but what I'm saying is
because you're not being fair to me. You're beginning to make it look like we're having an ethnic argument.
No,
River State are from Como, bros.
No, I'm not supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let us get it clearly.
But you have just supported him now, so it's not fair for you to say you're not supporting him. No. You have clearly seen a man who has performed below 40%, and you said you score him 60%. I'm coming.
Yes.
I'm coming. Yeah. While you have your metrics and your opinion, you saw a man who blamed while he was in opposition, he blamed the president for every single decision. And then he got to his turn, you're exonerating him of blame. That is being partial. And then you saw a man, I'm coming. You were really now the scorecard of both P2B and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You have not decided the way you broke down. You spent almost 40 minutes telling me about Tinubu's scorecard. You didn't spend that much time telling me about P2B's scorecard. And that's part of what we're saying.
So
maybe you did not realize that. That is the point I'm making. So you may look like, the problem is that you may look like you're not tilted somewhere. But it's obvious, and that's why people who are responding to you that way will respond. Which is not their business. It is not their business because you have your right. Let me tell you, in this life, everyone is biased. Everyone, almost everyone. And that's why people blame mainstream media. Because one of the reasons why mainstream media is becoming obsolete is because of the bias in mainstream media. Because mainstream media across the world, whether be it in the US, UK, anywhere, they have their biases in politics. You know that. So it's not even a problem. I'm just telling you this. So the point is that you may not have listened to your tone. For me, what I wanted to point at was in fairness. If you look at this person's record, I personally, Precious Enya, can say this anywhere. I have been able to research on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on P2B, on Atiku Abubakar independently. Without what anybody told me, independently. I'm coming. So if I go by the research I have made about this candidate, I think that your analysis tonight was deliberately unfair to P2B because you didn't reel up to 50% of his achievements.
We have an Atiku. Why did you shout Atiku? Why are we unfair?
Because from my research, I'm telling you based on my research. Because from my research on Atiku Abubakar. I'm coming now. From my research on Atiku Abubakar, you were very fair to him when you mentioned the fact that he would what was that thing now? What's
I
in
was
the
not article. I was not.
No, I'm coming.
I was not
You said something about what is that thing again? The fact that would go region. He regionalized. I've forgotten the name.
I talked about article amplifying.
Restructuring. I'm coming. So, and I agree with you with that. You know why I agree with you? Because based on my research about Atiku Abubakar, one of the reasons why Northerners don't even like him is because they don't like the fact that he keeps talking about restructuring, because they don't even like that idea. So when you said that, I felt you were fair to him. I have done my research, and I know that you were fair by mentioning that, because it is true. I don't know if you get my point, but you clearly see a lot of other futures and the things that the other candidate has done. You didn't mention them. There are so many other things Peter Obi did that flawed what Tinubu did as governor. You didn't mention them deliberately so. So you think you were fair? You weren't balanced.
So,
and that's the point I'm making.
No, Precious.
But it's okay, and it's your opinion because you're the guest. So I didn't bring you here to argue or impose. So the point is that it is just important that we tell Nigerians facts.
I want to be very clear. And unless we are this factor ourselves that are in the UK today, people in the UK would prefer to be in the south than being in the north. Even with the development of UK today, unless anybody that is real today, that has traveled and is living in the UK, will tell you that they would prefer to be in London, to be in the south region of UK than to be in the northern region of UK. And because you cannot in any way give development in the same category. But for me, and I still stand and I need somebody to contradict what I've said, that the achievement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a governor of Lagos State, when he was governor in 1999 to 2007, vis-a-vis the achievement of Anambra governor Peter Obi as at when he was governor, and the state of Lagos, well, I will give the benefit of Peter Obi on the premise that he became a governor after Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I'll give him that premise because he became a governor after Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it's expected that the state of Lagos, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu left Lagos State, and the state of Anambra, when Peter Obi was a governor, should be better state in terms of Anambra State, because development.
Can I blow your mind? Sorry, Sir, there is even no basis of comparing Anambra State and.
No, you're the one that brought it up.
I'm coming. You know why I'm saying this? I'm coming now. I'm coming. I'll tell you what I'm telling you. It's like you're comparing United States of America to Nigeria, and that's unfair. Because Nigeria cannot be US. You understand? In every way. And that is the difference between Anambra State and Lagos State. Even if you don't want to say it that way.
No, but you brought.
I don't know if you get my point.
Question.
I know. So the fact that you can even argue.
That's why I did not waste time.
Okay, so going straight to the point, do you think Tinubu performed better than Jakonde? No, it's okay.
What?
Let's deal with Lagos governors. Do you think Tinubu performed better than Jakonde?
Do I think Tinubu performed better than Jakonde?
Do you think he was a better governor of Lagos State than Jakonde?
Certainly not. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So
Jakonde did 4 years, and I can tell you for free that the impact of Jakonde in Lagos State today is still. So
why are we not saying that Jakonde made Lagos? Why do we attribute the making of Lagos to Tinubu?
I don't know what I've not. Did you hear me say that?
No, I'm not saying you said, but I'm just saying because that was what he campaigned on.
People say that's
what he campaigned on. The president campaigned on that himself.
No, he didn't say he made Lagos. The only thing Tinubu said was
no. Now, even his vice said it that the way he did it in Lagos.
That is his own view. Tinubu never said he made Lagos.
Now, wow. But every Tinubu supporter said he made Lagos. Every Tinubu's okay, it's okay. That's fine. Thank you for fact checking me. But every Tinubu supporter, yes, it's okay, it's fine. But every Tinubu supporter said he made Lagos, right?
That is their opinion.
Most Tinubu supporters say he made Lagos.
That is their opinion.
But he hasn't refuted it and told them that don't say that I didn't make Lagos.
Everybody say I refuse. Or anything bad that they say, I didn't do it too. You don't have to. Is it every accolade or every abuse?
All right. Thank you so much. But let me quickly run back to that video I was going to play. Please give me a minute. Let me just quickly cover it up. People are just on the phone
surgery and all that, and he installed dialysis machine, which is the first of its kind, I think, in Nigeria. Was the only state as a den to shake in hospital to get one man she operation on heart, the heart and all that. Was during Peter Obi's zone. He had to go and invite some doctors from abroad because of that thing.
That's correct.
And you will hear people say, what did he do? What did he do as governor? Hello, bridges the money to commission.
Tọ́n bá fẹ́ ká máa sọ nǹkan tó ṣe in every sector ó wà lórí mi bó jí mi lójú oorun mo lè sọ nǹkan tí Peter Obi ṣe fún ẹ ní technology ní education ní health ní kí ló ń pè human capital ní kí ló ń pè debt management ní financial prudence and what ní mo lè máa pa.
Sister Mercy ṣe tí ẹ rí kíní kan ni mo máa ń rántí tẹ́ ẹ bá rántí pé nígbà tí Peter Obi tó wà ní governor, he was the only Abuja governor in the entire Nigeria. And do you know that in 8 years, Peter Obi won best governor twice? Ṣé mọ̀ nǹkan tó tèkì kí opposition tí ò sí ní PDP kí best governor kan? Ẹ mọ̀ pé the vote is still within governor, senator. For them to have voted for an opposition, it means his achievement is overwhelming. On a very good day.
I'll send you the video privately. Unfortunately, I think it's network.
No, I can hear you, but I can't hear the video.
Then let me send it to you privately.
No problem. That's fine. I can't hear what is happening. I can only see the mouth.
Let me send this so you can play it alongside.
Best ICT. Sherry, for health. Ogba award the health. Ogba award the ICT. Education, wow. Near education, keep it
or
up.
Maybe you tell.
Maybe Anambra was 26 in WAEC in the whole nation. In the whole nation, when he got there, Anambra became #1 in WAEC. I think 3 years back to back. Best in WAEC results overall in the whole country. A state that was at 26th. I want the choco.
There is this award.
Insecurity.
No, there is this.
Keep it up. Sherry, be Nigeria Sherry, be Anambra State Sherry. There was a case of robbery. There was so much robbery.
Can I button on something?
Anambra was rampage with.
You can just give me a few more minutes, please. I'm almost done with it, so that we can move on to other issues. Please.
Because I can't hear.
I'm sending it to you now, so you can listen alongside. I'm sending that. Okay. Thank you.
Robbery was rampage with our courts and all those things. When Peter Obi got there, you know what he did? He partnered with all these local vigilantes and made sure he bought vehicles, security vehicles, to about 177 communities. By the time Peter Obi was about 3 years or 4 years as governor, so the then Inspector General of Police, the person of Abubakar, that's his name, named Anambra as the safest state in the whole of Nigeria. And it funny award the Kishomo South you, Northern and New Inspector General of Police, Lofu, named Peter Anambra State as the safest, a state that was at the bottom in terms of security, in terms of safety.
So, Emino Tuturotia your concern. There is this Bill Gates award. I think everybody take back being award.
That Bill and Melinda Gates must have polio eradication, polio immunization, and polio. Yes, exactly. $1 million.
And do you even know the most amazing thing? Award the money benefits award owó yẹ ò ṣe ti state, owó yẹ ti individual to achieve kìíní.
Ṣebí kò sẹ́ni tí ò mọ Bill Gates. Tálá sọ pé ò mọ Bill Gates.
Exactly. But ìgbà tí wọ́n fún Peter Obi ní 1 million, Peter Obi ní pé kí wọ́n san sí government account. Wọ́n ní no pé individual money ni ó ní kò sí nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ fi ṣe pé 1 million yìí òun ó tún invest ẹ̀ sínú health sector ni.
$1 million.
That man
is not 1 million naira.
That man has conquered greed. He conquered greed. Only few. Àwọn tó conquer greed ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n tó 1 million.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé man ní reject oil well. Anybody bá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ oil well.
Anybody bá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ oil well.
This man rejected an oil well.
I want to say it. I wanted saying it when you mentioned Anambra and oil well. I wanted saying that. He rejected it. He rejected it. So imagine. All right, sir. All right.
Peter Obi, the prominent Nigerian businessman, former governor of Anambra State, and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, has received numerous local and international honors across his career. Former governor of Anambra State, and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, has received numerous local and international honors across his career. His awards generally highlight his focus on financial prudence, healthcare, education, and his impact on youth-led political engagement. Now, these are his national and domestic awards. Like, this guy is well decorated.
Tí n bá sọ fún yín nǹkan tó ti owó tó ti ní.
Peter Obi ti gba CON, that's Commander of the Order of the Niger, like ìwọ̀n ló tẹ̀lé GCON, conferred by President Goodluck Jonathan in 2027. Governor of the decade, like for 10 years, the space of 10 years. Peter Obi won Governor of the decade, awarded by This Day newspaper for his long-term legacy and governance resource. Most prudent governor in Nigeria in the year 2009 for his strict financial discipline and living unprecedented savings in Anambra State Treasury. Man of the Year Awards 2007, 2013, 2022. The 2007 was the Sun Newspaper Man of the Year, Silver Belt Man of the Year for 2013, and Leadership Excellence Award Man of the Year 2022, where he won a massive public online vote prior to 2023 elections. Zik Leadership Prize 2027, awarded for his political leadership and alignment with democratic ideals. MDG Mainstream Star Prize in 2014, awarded at the Presidential Summit on the Millennium.
Ẹ máa sọ fún mi ní MDG yẹn, Millennium Developmental Goals. Tẹ́ bá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ MDG.
Òun náà ni mo ń lọ, ẹ máa gbọ́. Òun náà mo kà fún yín lọ́wọ́ tí mo pè ní Millennium Development Goals for successfully building Anambra development strategy entirely around the Millennium Development Goals target.
Okay, so let me just quickly stop it at here. I don't know if you were able to hear any part of that conversation, Mr. Osani Taiwo. Were you able to hear any part of it? I think, Mr. Taiwo, can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes. Were you able to hear any part of that
conversation? I heard the
conversations
where one was talking about Anambra restructuring plan, CON conferred by Jonathan and things like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. So, Mr. Ike, you're welcome. Please go ahead very quickly, sir.
Okay, Sister Precious, good evening.
Good evening.
Our guest,
welcome,
Mr. Taiwo, good evening. I must really commend the demeanor, the calmness of this guest.
Sorry, let me correct something here. Somebody just said, liar, Lagos State has never been the capital of Nigeria. Hi. Now, wow. Let's stop passing misinformation now. It's simple Google. Lagos was the longest capital of Nigeria before it was moved to Abuja. And it was moved to Abuja because of military and because of the successive coups that happened. And they felt that it was too much in the center. Why now? Mr. Taiwo, you said, you see this lie, Abi?
I saw it.
Calabar was not even a capital up to 1 year. It was such a short time. So Lagos was the major capital of Nigeria for the longest time. Why do we parade of this? Pre-colonial to colonial. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
In fact, Lagos was built by the colonial masters. You know that, sir.
Yeah, you're right. Olodo uprising is a fact. Showing that
what is all of this now? Oh,
Ike, please continue. Let Ike
go ahead, Ike.
Okay. Okay. Sincerely, unlike some of the guests that will come to defend and they immediately get infuriated easily, he is so calm. His demeanor.
I'm telling you, thank you, Mr. Taiwo, for your demeanor.
That's the only reason I didn't join him from beginning. I'm feeling so bad I didn't join him from beginning. But from the time I joined, I respect his calmness. I mean, whatever is coming out of his mouth, his calmness, he sold himself to my heart with his calmness. So I commend you that. I commend you for that.
Stop it. We like it. On behalf of you, we don't like it.
So but
Thank
I looked deeply, when they said President remove the oil subsidy. And the reason, one of the reasons was that a few people were benefiting from it.
I agree.
And
the president said so.
fraudulently,
Even the vice reiterated that.
and fraudulently too, that a few people were benefiting from it, that the people that are supposed to enjoy subsidy were not. It was just a few people. But now, what's the difference? The people that are enjoying it is 36 governors. Because he kept telling us, hey, the governors are receiving more money. You took it away from the people that you say we are few that we are receiving it. And then you are handing it over to 36 governors. Now, you now tell us that, oh, no state is now borrowing that they can pay workers. Please, what is the percentage of civil servants?
Or the people
as against other people? So when you now say that the civil servants, everybody is receiving his salary, pensions are being paid, what is the percentage? The percentage of civil servants to Nigeria itself is not even up to 30%. Though.
That is too
big. So if those ones are the ones that are enjoying the news, the money accruing from the removal of subsidies, so you didn't do anything. People will always say, when you sell a dog and buy a monkey, it is the same thing. Something that is sitting down is still in your house. So how could anybody have taken away subsidy from few people and has given it back to few people? This time, the ones he cannot, because it's not the person paying the piper, he now dictates the tune. So those people that were receiving it before he came, we are not loyal and subject to him. Now he has taken it away from those people and given it to the people that should be subject to him. That's not a good thing. The gains of the subsidy is still not going down to the grassroots. It's still being given
but
to
the government has realized that, and they've decided to do. They say they will not check it out.
Oh, after 3 years, this one they are doing now is for election, I tell you. It's for election. Now, another thing that is very important, anytime you are serving the people, it's not just being the president, trust. Even in a boy and girl relationship, even in a man and woman relationship, the moment you lose the trust that's supposed to be in a relationship, even when you are trying to do good, people will not even believe that you are trying to do good. They will say, oh, the trust is no more there. You see a man that comes out to tell the wife, I love you. And the wife says, this one you are loving me. You don't impregnate another woman. It's because there's no trust. It's because the person no trust you. So when president comes out to tell us that I'm giving you nail fund, I'm giving you this, the first thing they should have done was that trust. Because after removal of subsidy publicly, subsidy was still being paid. And they called it Energy Equalization Fund or Energy something. They called it one name like that.
Then there was also another name, shortfalls.
So they called it other names. It started from Buhari that said subsidy was a scam. When he now came in, he called it another name. Now, President said publicly on May 29th, 2023 that subsidy is gone. And they steal from the back. We are paying because NMPC brought out a bill of 7 trillion. And they called it another name. It another name. So because of that trust that was lost, the presidency should be working hard to rebuild the trust before you can start doing anything for the people. Because any good thing you do, I have seen one of my uncles that gave one woman $100, and the woman said, "Get away with this or counterfeit money." It's because there's no trust. So whatever you are trying to give us now, and there is no trust, it go hard us to see it. Now the trust, that's the way we are going to.
Thank you.
Then look at here, when you say that if you were the president, that you will sack the SGF and you will suspend the chief of staff.
That's simple.
You can only do it if you are not part of it. You can only do that if you are not part of the deal. If you are part of the deal, you can never sack any of those people. So, Mr. Taiwo, I am telling you with all respect that action you say you will take, the only reason you will take it is when you are not part of it. But if you are part of it, you will never sack them.
Hey.
You will never.
Thank you.
Will never. My last point.
Are you indicting the president?
I didn't say anything. Now, if you understand it that way, so be it. But I only said that you cannot take that action if you are part of it. So anyhow you want to understand it, that's your own. Now,
and a public disclaimer, please. Every guest and caller here are entitled to their opinion. It does not represent my own.
And I still didn't say anything. No, anything you interpret at the court of law, it will not be what I meant. It's what I said that you will use, not what I meant.
So you mean that what we think you're thinking is not what you're thinking?
I mean, Precious, of course you understand. So one last thing I will say before I leave. When I had him blaming the House as those that should be held responsible if a fake agency is created. But this thing happens when there is separation of power. The way we have it now, we have the executive, the legislator, and judiciary being headed by one person. One person is heading three branches of government, these 3 tiers of government.
That's why our president is a strong politician now.
Yeah. I mean, if that's how he understands it, I don't expect anything from the House. I don't expect anything from the judiciary. You can imagine that since Mrs. Kekereekun was sworn in, I have never seen that woman actively in the public. I've never had her rebuke anything that happens. All of these double judgments that we see every year, I've never seen the woman. She is the National Judicial Council. She is supposed to be the head. Do you know that Wike is more active in judiciary than Chief Justice of Nigeria?
No.
Yes, now I know. Precious, that's the truth now. Wike will see Wike be the one to give Judge's house. We did this now. Those things are supposed to be the responsibility of judiciary. Judiciary has its own line of budget that they should be able to build house for judges, not Wike building houses for judges. So Wike is actively involved in judiciary more than the Chief Justice of Nigeria. It's very obvious. Obvious. So we are here working for a better Nigeria. No Nigerian is more comfortable outside than in Nigeria. I must tell you this, my brother.
I agree with you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Ike, please permit me to let you go, please, so that I can accommodate more people.
Sure.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Ken, I think you've spoken to. Let me let you go too, so that more people can jump in on the conversation. So, the Barrys is now left with you, and I welcome the Barrys. But before I let you talk, I don't know who this person is. He says, "Precious, go back. Go back where? You're not from Lagos State. Make I see the village where you from come for Lagos State. Now you go make me go back." And Mr. Saintaiwo, let me report some of your brothers to you. So, Mr. Taiwo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So there are people who are of the character of when you say things they don't agree and they tell you leave Lagos State. And I'm sorry to say, because I have stayed in Lagos State enough to know people who are indigenous to Lagos State and Yorubas from other parts of Yoruba land who lay claim to Lagos State. And in fairness, I haven't seen anybody who's an indigenous of Lagos State ever tell people go back like that, like other people. And I'm pretty sure that this person telling me go back in South African voice is either from Ekiti State, Osun State, Ogun State, or one of those states. And I challenge you, you go back first before I go back. What makes you a Nigerian? That's the way make you Nigerian, when make you live for Lagos. And when they make you lay claim to Lagos, now the same thing will make me Nigerian enough to lay claim to Lagos. It be like say they whine me. Not make me vex, so because the oil away from my Niger Delta not being able to use develop on a place. Headquarters of oils, Chevron has headquarters in Lagos State, paying taxes to Lagos State. Meanwhile, they are suffering our people there with oil degradation, and you're calling me to all the oil industry. I was saying, oh, your brother make an vex for him. I just make I talk that one. I wanted to vex that vex very well, so that I would have cleared my vex. The Barrys, you're welcome. Let me take this call from Hunt. Hunt, good evening and welcome. Go ahead very quickly, please.
Good evening, Madam Precious.
Welcome. You're calling from Spain, right?
Good evening, from Italy.
Italy. All right, go ahead. Go ahead very quickly, please. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, our guest.
Go ahead, sir. Okay.
I really admire his courage in coming on. Yes, I admire his courage in coming out in a public platform to defend this government. That's very courageous of him. So my mind will come with a question and a contribution. Our guest after seeing the portfolios of the two candidates of Tinubu and Peter Obi, simple portfolios that is easy to analyze, like his academic track record, where we are investigating his school, where he went to, and his future in the US. And Peter Obi having several awards, the Bill Gates Award, the best governor in Nigeria, and all whatnot. I want to ask our caller, because he asked you that question, you answered him very well. If he owns a company and these two persons are before him, who will he employ? Simple question, and I'm done. Asking anything.
All right, okay, no problem. I don't know whether I hear you or make a reiterate. I'm not vexed.
I heard him well. He said if I was to employ Bola
based on the fact that this person, you know, gets any physical track record of history, both academic history, personal life history,
you know,
and then track record of whatever for future he mentioned in the US. I don't know about it. Of anything relating to drug, and somebody else who does not have such track record. And
so I would like to address something. But let me start with the addressing.
Okay.
Previous about the civil service taking about 32% of the population of the country. First and foremost, the government of any country has a fewer number of people in terms of public service.
Who is on this line that their network? Mr. Debaris, if it's you, please mute yourself. Anybody who's not speaking, please help us mute yourself. I think I hear some sound at the background.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's mine.
Okay, so Kennedy, please help me mute yourself, please.
So,
thank you. I think it's Kennedy.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So the civil service actually takes a little chunk of the population of every country.
No, not natural. No, but I didn't think he said that in a bad light. He is saying referencing the fact that civil servants are not receiving salary. It's insignificant because they are actually very little.
I'm getting somewhere. Now, my point is this, right? If the policy is actually touching or is restricting the ways of doing businesses, then that is where we will now say that, oh, okay, yes, because the private sector is supposed to be the one saddled with the responsibility of doing businesses. Having said that, we cannot take away the fact that the government of the day, as Ike said, removed subsidy because it was benefiting a few people and then giving it back to people who are the governors who are supposed to actually trickle it down, and it's still not benefiting the number of people. So the effect of removal of subsidy is not effective, I would say to a large extent you are right. But on the flip side, we must also note that the way Bola Ahmed Tinubu was elected as a president is the same way a governor was elected as a governor. And in as much as we want to make it look as if he controls everything and is the worker of the country, which is fine, and which is a very acceptable argument. But the real thing is that the impact of those things should actually move down from the government, for the governors to the people as well, in terms of the effect of the subsidy removal. Having said that, I'll go to the next caller from Intley. That's what's his name?
Hunt.
Okay. Hunt is asking me if I was to have.
Don't worry, he's not going to hunt you.
If I was supposed to have a company, would I employ Bola Ahmed Tinubu or would I employ a Peter Obi?
And then he mentioned some things, so I don't know if you heard those things.
Well, he mentioned about track record. Well, I am not the legal practitioner and a defendant of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But what I know in the public space is that there was a claim that he went to XYZ school, and in that claim as well, it has been substantiated by the school that he has a record in the school and he graduated with the school. And also, you can fact check me. Also, the same Bola Ahmed Tinubu also brought a man that was his classmate.
Which one?
One of the commission. Yes, there's a.
Okay. Alex, our classmates.
No, I don't know whether Alex our classmate, but he brought a man
from Beirut.
I don't know whether it's from Beirut, whatever, but he brought a man that was his classmate. So whatever the situation is, that is his own point of view. But what am
so
I
that
trying
doesn't matter. So I'm sorry. Just one
sorry.
clear
I'm getting
question.
somewhere.
I know you were, but I just want to ask one clear question because I think I've seen this come up so many times. I don't know how true. My investigation never reached that side, so make her keep quiet. So it doesn't matter if you have. It doesn't matter to have somebody whom you don't know anything about their actual background in terms of what their perhaps real identity may be, and you don't know anything about the first 40 years of their life. It doesn't matter. Because if you do know anything about the first 40 years of their life, I would have loved if you can reel out, their progression in life from primary school, secondary school, what they were like growing up, what they did, all of those. If you know those things. So are you saying that those facts don't matter?
Sorry. So I want to say something.
And considering that this is the first time it's happening in the country.
Sorry, I want to say something, right? And we I want us to be very practical rather than being emotional. The former president of the Federal Republic.
Emotional. Nobody did anybody. Nobody did emotional.
No. I'm being honest here. Now, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, is still alive. He's about 89 years. We have the former vice president is about 74 or 75. I'm not wrong. We also have other previous statesmen like Anyanko and the rest of them who are 90 plus and 100 plus, Fasino and the rest of them who are about 90 plus or 100 plus. And then I want to ask a very sincere question, because when I hear this narrative, I ask myself, I want to be very logical and very realistic. Were those guys not alive when Bola Ahmed Tinubu was growing up? Because the narrative people paint is that he did not have, we cannot trace his 40 years. So the people
then tell us about it. Okay.
I don't know.
Why would you not know? I mean, if you pointed at these people, that means you would have investigated these people and perhaps would have told you a thing or two.
I don't know the 40 years of
We know the first 40 years of Obasanjo that you mentioned. We know the first 40 years of Emeka Onyoko.
Wait, first, I don't know the 40 years of Atiku. I don't know the 40 years of Obi. I don't know the 40 years of.
Well, we know all that now. It's the public now.
Wait first. You said it's in the public.
Yes, sir.
Did you go online and did not find something about Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the public?
I haven't. For the first 40 years, I haven't. I don't know. Please, check. Please, no. You're in front of the phone now. So kindly Google and show me. Please Google and send me screenshot. Oh, sir, please now.
I will
Google and send me screenshot.
I will send you screenshot.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I will do. So what am I trying to say in essence is that there's there's any information or every information, whether it is right, whether we feel it is not right, whether it is true, whether it is not true, but there's an information. It is what I want to put out there, or what I want. I can say.
Okay, so you control the information about you want to put out.
I can control the information I wish to control. Yes. On the flip side,
the reason I'm saying this is that
do you know my track record in the past 20 years? No. But if
you don't get it, Mr. Taiwo, please now. Mr. Taiwo, if you come to apply for public office,
if I come to a public space,
your life must be subject to scrutiny. You cannot tell me that the president of the United States or the president of any country, you came to apply that you want to be a public office holder, and you're saying that people have the right not to scrutinize the personal life. It's not done now.
Is that no information? No, I've not said there is no right to personal life. Don't misquote me. I said something, and I said there is information about Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the internet. Whether we believe it, whether we feel it is not correct, whether we feel it is not the right thing,
nobody will feel it's not correct. And I don't born the person. Nobody born anybody. Why would they feel it's not correct?
But the question, the people that are supposed to now say that, no, this man, I was alive. I know this man. I don't know where he existed from. This thing is not true. They are not saying anything. So how then do you want to, so if he says that he was born in 1991. All right,
no problem. So answering his question, so that we'll go to the next person. Yes or no? Definitely, you pick a President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
No, I won't. Sadly, let me not bust your balloons. I won't pick any of them.
I know
If I have a
you have
company,
only 2 options.
no,
so you
I
must
won't
pick
pick
one.
any of
No, and I'm
them.
telling you. So that means you not hire a staff. In that
What?
case, you work alone. If you have only 2 of them, you not pick any of them. So that means you not have a staff.
I will
you
employ
work
both
alone.
of them. I will employ both of them.
Mr. Taiwo, Mr. Taiwo. If you like say you play politics, pass our Baba self, where's the politics? The barrister, you're welcome very quickly. Kennedy, your network has been pushing you up and on. Okay, go ahead.
Presito.
Uga. Oh, do I say?
Do. So you know say
that my
you know
Rivers brother,
say you know the thing they say. Yes, listen to
ahead,
me.
sir.
I want to ask you, what thing you dey drink now? Dom Perignon, and I've been a 40-year-old whiskey because I
You
owe
know,
you
say for those
today.
of us on River State now,
In
40
fact,
something years old whiskey. But if you like say me, I go drink the one way be say don't reach
okay,
90 years old. You know, so that my days will be long.
you deserve them today. You know, I've never called in for a
Long
very
time,
long time
yes.
for a reason. I've been there work because I know if anybody asks anyone, say, do you know the problem of Nigeria? And the person saying no, that person not been listening to today's show. That I was listening on the other side, but I have to join. And with all due respect to all the people on the platform, including our guests, my brother, you were doing so good. But you see the wahala where we dey face when you want to defend the APC government. It can't make you look like say you drink the either 50-year-old or something
In the
way past
Abuja, they
1
give up 40 something years old whiskey. Now Abuja in day. You don't know.
You've been doing so well. All of a sudden, something is come there. You try to defend some indefensible matter, and it can't they make you look like say, for even at that say, if I say, you know what, I don't know if you answer this one. How would you even try to escape a straightforward question? They give you whether you go employ this person, you employ, say you employ both of them. My brother, come on now. I beg, with all due
Oh,
respect.
please now. Allow him. He
See,
has the right to his
I
response,
just
sir.
I know I say with all due respect, I'm not attacking, I'm just saying. Not straightforward thing. This matter, the problem where I find out about Nigeria now is even the youth that I expect them to take a stand. All of a sudden now, the so-called youth not even get a stand. They need something to hold them to fall back on. Uh, I always give an example of what happened in the United States where I live now. In 2008 or thereabout, when Bush messed up the whole country because he was facing war, they had to find a way to bring somebody that is relatable. Even if he had his flaws, Barack Obama came in and he did something spectacular. He faced education. He employed and he engaged the public, the whole masses. Everybody could relate to that man and shook his hand. I expected something similar from Tinubu. All this record of his that we are looking for, we're asking for, we're doubting. My sister, if Tinubu had just come and get to the national television and say, my people, I know you have a doubt. I know you don't like me. I know some of the things that I do are questionable, but please forgive me. Let's work together. I promise you, we will be in the front line to forgive him. But this man is refused. Instead, the first day he jumped in and started bribing the whole National Assembly by buying them brand new cars. Did I ask him, car? What was that supposed to mean? Bribery. What kind of person is this? And we are sitting here acting as if we don't know that the man is not a nice person. Abba, I'll be making a put my name is there now. Tell us, and me talk like that. So let me just try to say this again. Listen, I know that the problem of Nigerians are the youth, not even the elders, not even anyways, precious. Are they backyard though? I don't get I have to participate in this very matter election where they come up.
Okay.
So
You know,
I
we
have a
have a new
convention
WhatsApp
coming
number,
up
Abby.
next
Look out
month.
for it
And
and
maybe
reach me. I'm sorry you can't reach me on the other line anymore.
I hear you announcing it. You know, I
That
listen
line
every
gave
day,
me
maybe
headache. So
afterwards.
apparently, some people here did something silly which I can't see on air with that number, and it's been difficult for me to reaccess it. So, and I don't like something troubling me. And my umbilical cord not tied to the number, so I had to let it go. If I will ever recover it,
I pray for you shoot me that new one, so that maybe if I send you Don Perion or something, no, go somewhere else. So if you shoot me that new
make I
one.
just make I just repost them. It there for inside the comment section where you get this link from. He did, yeah.
Okay,
So
okay,
let me.
okay.
I've
I will
just
check
reported
there.
it now again.
So thank you so.
Thank
Can
you.
I say
Okay, I
something?
will check there. So thank you so much. Make I know
All
take
right,
other
thank
people
you.
time
Jibari,
as
Thank you,
well.
before you
My
go,
brother,
Mr. Taiwo. Go ahead, sir.
You did well.
Jibaris,
Mr.
before
Taiwo,
you
go ahead,
go,
sir.
yes, thank you very
Okay.
much. And if I say that don't for
Yeah, I'm listening.
that don't
Yes.
for too, you go
Uh,
touch me too because
you know, but
you know,
I know go give you. You know
wait
why? Because
first,
you know if you employ anybody,
wait,
you want to employ both thief and on thief.
wait first. You
Aba.
know say that they'll
Calm
just that
down. Now,
they'll
my
say that
brother, my Ogoni brother, take him easy.
they will say that na thief they use watch thief. Abi, I mean a good person they use watch thief. Anyways, that's by the way. But let me say something quickly. Thank you very much for your comment. So one thing is this, right? Plain forms, there are some certain things that are not as simple as we think they are simple. And when we try to put simplicity in things that are not simple, we make it more complex. That's the point I want to make. I have not come here to defend or make it look like I am supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. No. What I'm saying if unequivocally is that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has its lapses, and I'm not taking it away from them. Furthermore, is that the real deal between you and I is not just to come here, make discussions, talk, and things like that. And I think as the conversation continues, I'll be putting in my final caveat to understand certain things. But be it as it may, the government of the day has not performed as expected as Nigerians would. But on the
No, but you
flip
said they do
side,
60%. Now 60% now
on the
now still almost a B.
no, on the flip side,
No, it's even
on
a
the
B. 60% is a B.
no, that is the Nigerian grading system. If you get 60% in UK, US, you would be stamped as not to do well. That is why in IELTS they will put it at 7.0, 6.5. That is so the scores are above 60%, and I know why I kept 60%. But that's by the way, anyways. But it's just because we are in a society where mediocrity is what thrives, anyways. That's why somebody will say 60% is pass mark. 60% is not a good mark for me, and there are expectations to that regard. And what if you asked me this question maybe 2 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, or maybe 3 months ago, I will tell you that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration is about 40% or 50 or maybe 45%. But considering the strides that they are making now in terms of security and the strides in terms of conversations.
Did you just now that you mentioned security, let me quickly take you on that. Did you hear the conversation with the teacher, one of the
Yes, I
rescue
heard that.
teachers from Oyo State?
I heard that. But let's get well, my point. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so is
I
it
don't want to
fair?
lose my
Is it
chain of
fair that
thought.
that kind of thing is happening in a government being transactional with
I don't want to lose my chain of thought. But
okay, right.
what I'm saying is that so in areas of security, I would have scored them a bit slow. But currently now I've seen the effort of the government trying to ensure that things are done very well. And I think if you followed me on social media before the children were released on Saturday on the is it on the 11th or on the 10th of July. I think on the Monday I posted that the way I see the actions of the military, I see the children being released between 72 hours. I gave the military that was on Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So by Thursday, by Friday, I think I tried. So and that message I sent that thing on Monday, and so because the actions of the government speaks, and one thing is this: it's fine to castigate the government. It's fine to criticize the government. It's fine to bamboozle the government. But it's also fine when we see them do certain things well, we appreciate them. Because it looks as if the government is not doing anything. And that's why I gave them 60% because for someone like Taiwo Oyedele to come up to say we have seen that the policies that we actually brought up are not trickling down to the populace. We need to revisit these policies and see how best we can do better. It shows that there is somebody in the coffers of that system seeing things. We had the former Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy. What happened to him? So now we have a minister, another minister. So that's why I said that sometimes it's very easy to say, oh, okay, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is this, is that. But on the flip side as well, in the real sense of it, the kind of people that you put in certain aim of affairs also matter a lot. We have about 36 is it 36 or 38 ministers today? How many ministers today are doing the job they're supposed to do? How many ministers do we know today? Who
so
knows?
who employed them?
So,
Why
so
not
hold
sack
up.
them or
So
hold them
yes, hold up.
responsible
Sorry,
and accountable?
wait. So that's what I'm saying, that in the accountability framework as well. So many ministers should have been gone. So many ministers should have been gone. So many people should have been changed. But it still goes back to and it's, yes, people will say, oh, who employed them? Because when Bola Ahmed Tinubu mentioned those ministers, he said something very that got me very interested in the government. He said they will be properly scrutinized. He said that anyone that does not perform will be sent packing. Those were his
So
words. He said that they
has that been has he
well,
done
he
that?
can well on the flip. Well, in reality, he has changed his cabinet. At least about 6 ministers or thereabout have been changed in the past 3 years. If I'm not wrong, about 6 or 8 ministers have been changed in the past 3 years. So, but do we need more change? Do we need more changes in the ministerial appointment? Certainly, yes. We need more change. Even aside from his ministerial appointment, we need more changes in the people that even speak for the presidency. People like Bola should be in his house in Borno State, sitting down and be reflecting.
And you don't think Onanuga should also caution and calm down in the way he castigates people?
Onanuga should be in Osun State, getting a farmland to be planting and increasing the yield of rice in Nigeria. But these are people that talk anyhow about government, discuss the government with flimsy and different. So those are the problems. So the people that are supposed to be the amplifiers and the good artists of the government, painting the picture of the government properly, are even creating more problems to the people that already hate them. So those are the problems that we need to address as a nation. So it's not just it's Tinubu, so Tinubu to sack them. No, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond those things.
All right, so Mr. Taiwo, I don't want us to be wasting time in this. So I think that, you see, this is the point where I hold you fit for it, because I think you're making excuses for the government.
No,
I'm sorry to say, at the end of the day, the buck stops on the table of the president. He has also accused other governments that the buck stops at their table. Why is it changing? Why is the narrative changing under him?
Precious, please, can I chip in something?
I'm coming, sir. You do that. He did
I've
not
been
take permission
staying.
from us before he brought these people in or gave them appointments. You understand? He did not tell us. So, and they are not performing, and you're seeing it. And then on that, do you know the embarrassment? I would have played you a video, but let me save us that. International media talking about fake agencies in Nigeria in a very deplorable manner. Do you know what that means? Like, it's laughable. They're making a mockery of a country, an entire country, because of the ineptitude of some few people seated there anywhere around. And nobody in government are taking fall for it. And you think it's fair?
So just yesterday, because it's already 12 o'clock, just yesterday, the ICPC has invited the chief of staff.
I saw that. Beyond the invite, what should have been the right thing that would have happened? That's the question. I saw that. I saw the invite.
Yeah,
but beyond the invite, in fact, did he even have to take, before they started even looking for
just a moment, Precious. He has been invited, and according to some sources, he was properly drilled. And
while still in office.
Well, that the decision to be in office or not to be in office lies before his boss that wants to keep him in office. And I would say that that is a decision that, if he feels comfortable with, but it may be one of the factors that would affect him in his administration, and may not paint a good picture of him because of what is happening right now. Because what I would have advised, and it's the same thing that we also have in the if you remember, the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, when
till now we're yet to hear. I mean, and she was asked to go.
She was asked to go. She was excused to go. So, but till now we've not known. We don't know the what they call it, the level of investigation, where the investigation has gotten to, We don't know the prosecution process and all those many things. So that's where the point. Is it Debris? Sorry, I'm pronouncing your name wrongly, please.
Debaris.
The point Debaris made about trust. So we must be once the citizens lose trust in government, is always very what's the word? Trust is not easily earned when it is lost. So those are the problems I'm talking about, and those are the questions of accountability that the government has to fix. However, is this going to happen in other governments that is not Bola Ahmed Tinubu after Bola Ahmed Tinubu? The answer is yes, Precious, because we live in a society where nobody takes accountability. Nobody takes see. Sorry to cut you.
Mr. Taiwo, that is what has brought us where we are today. So should we continue like that for how long? Then we still make excuses for them and think that they deserve second and third chance after that?
The thing is this: we live in a country where accountability is a drill, is a difficult drill. I call it DD whenever I'm having management meetings. Accountability is always a difficult drill in Nigeria. And why is it a difficult drill? Because now I hear people talk about payment of salary. It's bullshit. Sorry, I'm using that word. Because that's the basic thing. And then I hear people say we are cutting ribbons to commission roads. Nonsense.
Thank you. Let me not waste. Let me not take more time.
I see people. I go. We travel abroad. We see all these things. People are commissioning AI centers, employing over many people, and then a governor is coming to tell us that we should add Arabic studies as our curriculum. Like, what happened to the Arabic studies? So those are and then somebody will now want to quickly blame Bola Ahmed Tinubu for it. So I'm not saying that the government, the federal government, is not culpable. No, I'm not saying that the executive is not culpable. No, I'm only saying that in their culpability and in their lack of accountability, there are other people as well that needs to also take apportioned blames for the failure of the government.
Thank you. You've mentioned that. And this person says, sorry, a problem solver simplifies the equation to solve it. Why do you complicate things to solve the problem you want to solve? That's what he said. Welcome, Madam B. I see you. The Barrys, that I'm sure we've heard from you. Thank you so much. Madam B, I see you. Henry, I see. I don't know who said. Mr. Kennedy, you've been here. Mr. Kennedy, you said you wanted to do a quick one. So let me let you drop
yes.
Good morning, Madam B.
Good morning, Precious.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, can I go on?
Yes, go ahead very quickly.
Yeah, yes, quick one.
Okay.
Basically, there is something I found out about our Nigeria, especially our so-called elderly ones, and also the way we play politics. The way Nigerian politics they play it is such that they look at politics from a predatory, predatory mindset. I conquer, a gangsterism, Now, people attribute or kind of give credit to Bola Tinubu that he's a good politician, that, negatively, politician in a negative way, destroying the system to achieve his own inordinate ambition. You go the institution of power, you use every means, money and intimidation to buy them over. And people are hailing him. Strong man, destroying the society. Now, let's look at it from this side. Tinubu, no matter any other thing, he has divided the country, and he did it deliberately.
Yeah? How?
Yes.
A quick one, no?
No, he did it deliberately. It's part of his strategy to win power, dividing the people, sowing seed of discord. Even before he mounted the throne, look at Bayo Onanuga, all these guys, MCO Luomo. Look at all the things they altered. They destroyed the things that hold the society together. And meanwhile, this is leadership. You're a leader. You're supposed to bring people together. How do you think that the society will grow? That the society will move forward? You exclude some people, and you think that the society, that the country will move forward. Sometimes when I look at the way we do things, I should that right here where I reside in Canada. I mean, the way they do things, I don't understand the way we do things here in Nigeria. People are going through every time. People will be calling me, send money, send money, send money. But here, the government the system was designed in such a way that at the level you are, at least you have some reprieve. You'll be feeling that a sense of belonging, at least that the society cares for you. But in Nigeria, our leaders, they deploy this Machiavellian principle, the end justifies the means. Anyhow, I get it. It doesn't matter. People like Dev Omahi will be a servant, somebody that's supposed to carry himself as a servant.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Huh?
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Hello.
What are you appreciating me for?
I'm appreciating you for having your thoughts, having your say. I should not thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, take it back. Sorry. Don't be angry, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, I should thank you is also part of appreciation. I should not say thank you. Good evening, sir, and welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
He's from UK.
You're welcome. Go ahead quickly, sir.
Good evening. Let me just come down anyway. First of all, I really want to appreciate my brother here, brother Taiwo.
Thank you.
Because I admire his boldness to coming out defending this regime. Despite all that we are seeing, and he's still standing tall, defending President Tinubu, their president, not my president anyway.
No, he's our president. He's the president of Nigeria. Go ahead, please.
Anyway, first of all, I want to say, make you know the why not, with all due respect. They can't say, they give you two options. Anyway, we don't talk about that one, say make you choose one. If you are so proud of Tinubu, why you supposed to pick him now? If you don't say what Tinubu they do, say now right thing for pick him. Secondly, he said, he talk about Tinubu. I remember he brings somebody here. I mean, no, not you. I think he's Saddam. He brings somebody we know Tinubu well. The man talk about him. You know, I'm not here to repeat respect. If you
where is Mr. A. Johnson? Mr. A. Johnson was here this evening, sir. Mr. A. Johnson had also spoken about he's in Lagos, and he's son of JAJ. He was just here this evening, but the calls were too much and he could not join the conversation. And he had spoken about how Tinubu attended, how their family know each other very well, basically. With his senior brother. Yes, exactly. Mr. AJ, please join back. Please, Mr. Bioye Johnson, please join back.
This guy, I know you don't respect you, but you know, come here, come they tell us, come they whine us, say maybe this. I beg, don't do that. We are no everybody be mumu, no everybody be mumu.
Thank you. Everyone has the right to their opinion. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you. Madam B, good evening and welcome. Madam B, you don't tell me you've been kicked out.
Good morning,
good morning and welcome. Thank you. I was hoping your network does not kick you out. See, me and you. I hope so. I don't keep on awake. As I don't let me sleep. That's when I don't go sleep. None of us there for this Nigeria together.
Don't worry. We shall eat the fruits of that country. Yes. When the fruit shall germinate, you precious. None of us have been found missing because you are doing lots. And you are well appreciated.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The thing is, you see, there is this saying in my place in Yoruba, they say, "Na person with they sleep, now you feel wake." You don't feel wake person with they pretend.
You don't turn Jonathan's sister be that too, because he talk
You don't feel wake person when you do they pretend. Because you see, I've been asking myself that why in the first place were we expecting anything positive from these governments? Because let me be modest. At least 50% of people ruling us today have some criminal records either in America or even within the country. So what do you
Really?
expect from such people?
Really?
Yeah.
Where are your facts, ma?
What do you mean by
Mr.
where are my
Taiwo said it's
facts,
not
ma?
a fact.
Gajabia Mila that came in, what did he do in America that brought him to Nigeria? He was a
One.
lawyer. It is in public space. Go and speak to Showore. He was the one that wrote the story for
You
what
said
Sahara
50%.
News.
You said
You
And
50%.
understand?
Shawore just challenged him recently and said if you
Yeah.
refuse, Shawore had an
Our
interview and
dear
challenged him that
president
if you
too,
refute him,
there
you
was
should
a case
take
of
him to
forfeiture
court.
or forfeiture. An
Okay.
innocent person doesn't forfeit his what is any proceeds.
Okay.
And the president of the what's it called? National Assembly. And what's his name?
Gossip
Akpabio.
Akpabio.
Yeah, don't you know Akpabio's story? So
I
you
don't
are
know.
you
Please,
telling me
can you share
what's
with
my
me?
fight? What's this? What's that?
No,
Look, you
50%.
don't
You said
please don't gaslight
50%.
us.
No,
You
no, you
have
said
every
50%.
excuse me, Mr. Taiwo, I didn't cut in when you were talking, please. You have every right to defend whoever you want to defend. It's a free country. But don't take us for fools. Now look at the Oyo issue. Precious mentioned it and he just glided over it. Was that a rescue? Was that a release? So if by tomorrow now these criminals, these terrorists come again and pack other students, how many millions is the government going to pay? Look at the drama that they did with all those armored vehicles, with all those military men kitted up. Meanwhile, they did not even see these terrorists face to face, Precious. They did not even see them face to face. Did we hear what the victim said? They didn't even see them face to face with all this kitting up, all this drama. Why are we so deceptive? Why? And then somebody will sit here and be telling us, oh, yes, Tinubu is the best thing to happen to this country since Agege bread. Excuse us. We see things now. Is this one? We don't need rocket science to see what's going on. The military officer that they said died during the operation, English Alaji brought out the guy died days before in a different situation, and then the government, and you are telling me you are giving somebody 60% for what now? For deceiving us into total extinction. So when these people come again tomorrow and pack the ones in Borno, have they been released yet? We have how many those guys, those church goers, they abducted on Easter Day. 8 of them have died in captivity. 6 children, 2
Kwara
women.
State, Kwara State,
Kwara State, Woro
I
still
wait
dead
for
there.
those 176 people,
Ah.
women and
What is
children,
this man
including
saying?
pregnant women.
They are still there
I wait
in
for them.
captivity. About 2 weeks ago, when they released those Ekiti captives, did you see what they look like? Did you see what they look like? In a country with a government, and you come here, you tell us, you're giving this excuse. It's so offensive and insulting now. You are insulting our intelligence when you come here to say something like this, even though, yes, you have your right to do it. But people are in captivity. So whatever policy Tinubu and his government may be reeling out now, it is suspicious. It is just for the purpose of this election. And if you fall for it, well, that is your problem. If anybody is expecting anything good from this regime, I am sorry to say you are the one gaslighting yourself, because Tinubu never promised anybody anything good. That is the truth of the matter. Precious, good night, Jerry. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Please remind me your name again, where you're calling from. You're live on air right now, so I let you talk.
My name is Samuel. I'm calling in from the UK.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
Now, you see, the enormity of the problem in Nigeria is beyond partisan participation.
Mm-hmm.
And the earlier we understand that, the better for our country. Now, you see, what is patriotism? Patriotism is the love of country.
Yes, your country first.
And in developed climes where we are here, we can see that
yes,
we are not ready for change in Nigeria.
People can die for their countries. Oh.
Now, you see, what do we do? What do we do in Nigeria? We have elevated bigotry to a point of national discourse.
And I have a problem with that. I don't know if you've noticed me mention that several times on my shows. Yes. I have a problem with it. And I'm sorry, but I feel that the people in power, first of all, have the first responsibility, because they're the ones who can manage this, to try to do something about this. I don't know why.
Do you know
it's painful.
Do you know the reason?
Why?
The reason why they can, pivot on our collective sensibilities is because of the weaponization of underdevelopment indices, and one of them is poverty.
Oh.
Do you know that the best of our intelligentsia are leaving Nigeria in their droves to go to other climes in the world
and better their economy and their different parastatals and different sectors.
Not even that. To engage in menials of jobs. Sure. And these are people that Nigeria had invested in their education somehow. And today, do you know the pressure we go through here? We suffer more than those in Nigeria. Do you know why? Because of bad governance.
Yes, I know that. I know how Nigerians are profiled. They look at you like 2-3 times. Yes.
I know. Apart from that, I know the number of calls that will come in begging for what people are not supposed to beg for.
Sure.
Just to put food on the table. Do you know how many calls are coming here every day? Now, let me appreciate the guest in the studio. And his name is Taiwo, right?
Yes, sir.
I will appreciate the fact that when you bring in people into the studio, please, it is good to profile them because the world is listening to your program. I'm very sorry.
Why?
Objectivity. What is objectivity? Objectivity is being politically balanced. That is objectivity.
So you think he hasn't been objective tonight?
No, he hasn't been objective.
Well, that's why I had to also hold him accountable in the areas I noticed he's been a bit.
Thank you very much.
I had to do that because you know that this platform we don't parade lies either against government or against anybody else. You hear when people say things about the presidency, I hold them then and say no, you can't say that. So
thank you very much. You have been very, very professional.
Thank you, sir.
And it is high time we hold ourselves to issues of fact in public discourse. If leadership has become something that one is doing favor to his countrymen and women, that is no longer leadership. Now, Tinubu is the employee of the Nigerian people.
Yes, so not be the other way around though. You know, say with the team. You know, say for Nigeria, would they see him like saying the other way around though?
No. And the presidential system of election is tenured. Not 8 years, it's 4 years.
Yes. Are you saying this because of people who say he deserves his complete for the 8 terms?
You see, it's 4 years renewable. So going into 2027 election, do you know why President Tinubu is sitting on eggshells?
Why, sir?
He will have to run on the record of performance in governance. Obi doesn't owe anybody anything. All he owes the Nigerian people are promises.
Article 2. And Shawari. Yeah.
And every other contestant that will be coming up. In my short life on earth, I have never seen any politician that has been very, very insensitive to the plight and the severity of our complexity in Nigeria, like the present government. And I want to stop by saying this. Every society deserves the kind of leadership they have.
No, I don't agree.
Do you know that?
I don't agree. Just like if people say we're a reflection of the leader that we have. No, or leaders that we have. I don't agree with that. Because it is not me. You cannot blame me for the choice others make. No, they can be, but I am not. I'm not. I'm doing my quota. I'm doing my best. So you cannot. No, now, no use the same brush all of us.
And do you know that the people that defend this government so much are the people that are not even they are not even the direct beneficiaries of this government.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And tell Taiwo that everything that every Nigerian is saying, as long as it's in public discourse, the whole Nigeria all over the world are watching.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your service to humanity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Taiwo, you will be responding. I wanted you to wait to hear everybody first before you respond again, so that you just respond one time and I'll let you go. The callers are not too much again, so that I don't take too much of your time. Mr. Henry, you're welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Precious.
Yes, you're welcome, Mr. Henry.
Yeah, Taiwo, good evening. First and foremost, when I was listening to Taiwo, it was when Taiwo and Precious were going back and forth. From what I picked from Taiwo, I mean, he was being biased. I mean, from my own opinion, I don't know. I mean, what he might be thinking. But I see that, quite sure. I mean, you will defend whoever person you want to defend. But everything has to be, like, whenever you are saying something, like, you have to speak facts, So my question is that, why is it that Tinubu have never, he said he will give us energy now. We have never seen the energy. So what's really going on? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. He would answer that. He's taking notes. Good evening, CJOJ. Welcome. And thank you for
good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
So I've been listening and it baffles me. And I know, of course, we want to vent and lament. But when we say, it baffles me when we say, I wonder why we do politics and governance the way we do in Nigeria, etc. The state. Nigeria is a captured state. It's been captured by political elites who have no incentive to care for the people or to do things for the people. They are self-interested. And to be honest, they're not very different from a lot of politicians in other places. The difference is that other countries, successful countries, have built law and order and rules that force their politicians to do things for the people.
Just like the rule that would have made Keir Starmer resign, knowing that he did not fulfill what he's supposed to fulfill.
Exactly. So it's not that they, of course, there are some that care about what they're doing, care about the people, but it's not like they all care. Is that the systems and the institutions force them to work for the people. And the biggest thing that forces them to work for the people is that they have free and fair elections.
But our leaders visit these countries a lot. Why are they not learning from that, and why are they not replicating that here? Are people not deserving of that?
They visit those countries, but it's so that they will rub shoulders with the elites from those countries. They're economically, they're wealthy, they're all, socialized together, but then they come back to Nigeria and do nonsense. So just the socializing does not incentivize them to do anything for the Nigerian people.
Thank you.
We have to make our votes count. It is the only way to make them, to incentivize politicians to govern.
So once we teach them, once we show them that we have the power to bring them in or take them out, perhaps they will learn to do better. Yes. Thank you.
Well, that is the one thing that we must do. That it's imperative, and so I've been very stressed for the past few days because I've not been hearing anything. There's been no uproar about the fact that INEC is closing CV, or continuous voter registration, in a few days, which is 6 months or so before the national election, which is against the Electoral Act.
I'll try and get a lawyer to speak on that. Just that I'm on a trip in the next couple of days. I do hope that I can achieve that. I hope I can achieve that because the month is already winding up. I hope I can achieve that, but I'll try to get a lawyer to speak on that. I'll try to do so.
Please, because my mind just wonders about all the different things that could be happening in those 6 months.
Thank you.
You know, I just have one more thing, and I just want to put it out there for anyone to discuss. Did you guys see this interview with Peter Obi on? Oh gosh, I forget what platform it was.
Which of the
DW or something?
Yeah, the DW. Yes, I have excerpt of it I wanted to play, but I mean, we've had other conversations. Except on where he said that he believes he would win the election, that he knows he will win the election. You know.
Well, that one, but also that they asked him how will he prevent doing politically motivated investigations against the current administration and former leaders. They asked him that question, and I'm curious, why are you asking that? They're already, I don't know.
And you know that's a question. That question and question on tackling insecurity is something I've noticed that a lot of Nigerian politicians are very tactical about answering because of the interests that are invested in those issues. I realize that I'm very tactical in responding to those questions. I appreciate you, CJOJ. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem, because I want him to investigate and everybody. Anyway,
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mr. Abioye, you're welcome.
You are the queen.
I have been looking for you with touchlight. Oh, yeah, go jump on quick. Our brother is waiting. If I say your brother now, Mr. Osani will say I'm because he's a Yoruba man. No, he's our brother.
Oh, no.
He's waiting.
You know, I'm really prompted to come up. I'm really prompted to come up because of him. I've been listening very keenly, and I just have one question for him if he's still on the air.
Yes,
does he get any ruminations from the APC?
No, but he said that several times that he doesn't get.
I must have missed that. Okay,
he
because
said that he's not supporting this government.
Right. Okay. No. Support is different from getting paid. You know, because you'll see a lot of them everywhere now. It's close to election time, and I don't doubt his veracity or his honesty, but I know he's a very professional person, and those are the kind of people they will use on this kind of shows to persuade people on the one hand, and on the other hand, that I don't really support him, but I do appreciate what he's doing, 60% or otherwise. So I don't doubt his integrity. The point is, I just like people to be honest and fair with what they're doing. And if he is that sincere, he needs to do a little more research, like you hinted him on Obi's achievement. And you did a good job of printing it out. Even I was unaware of a few things. And as you always, there is no doubt around the world that Obi is the right person for this awesome job ahead of us in 27. And another thing I wanted to comment on was somebody brought up the issue of the Chief Justice. Now, don't forget now, she was made the Chief Justice right before the 2023 election thing. So I really pardon her for not being on the rooster that actually was not on the group that actually did the presidential election thing, because I know she's very intellectual. She's very pragmatic, and I guess she probably told her mind, and they said, "No, step away from this. Let's get somebody else." And people are not aware.
She was employed after the elections, and not before.
I think. You checkmate for me.
It was after the election. It was after the election.
Let me double check that. My memory seems to be a little. Well, I guess when you start turning 70, things get. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, but the point I was trying to say on that was, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Thanks for correcting me, because that was my impression, that she probably was too young to really participate in those things. And I remember also with her with about 20 other new judges.
So she was appointed in September 30th, 2024.
Oh, a year after.
After, yes.
Yeah.
So I knew that because I remember, I do politics. So I remember, I couldn't pick the exact year, but I do know that it was after, even after the
whole thing. Okay.
Tribunal. And all
that settles it.
And that's why there was an accusation that she was part of those in the tribunal at some point.
Because
that's what people were saying, which was not practically.
Actually follow her track record too. She's a very pragmatic, I'll call her a jurist any day, anytime.
Fantastic. But do you think she's exhibiting all of that in the judiciary right now?
Yeah, I saw you defend her a little bit when somebody said she wasn't participating and stuff like that about the housing and stuff. She does do a lot of the administrative things, and that's also sensitive
but do you think she's been forward enough in ensuring that the judiciary is independent and forthright?
Well, she has not claimed her place yet, but I will tell you, and I think I wrote it not on your stuff somewhere. I think something about to do with her on the and I said to myself, well, I said openly now that she will be on that board that will decide 2027. And I will tell you, I'll put my money down on it, my little mini legal experience, but I will tell you for sure that she's going to write an opinion that will stun the world. And she will go down in history as one of the greatest jurists, of course, after Chief Ademola, of whom I'm very fond of. But
why do you say this of her?
Yes, she if you can have time, or if any lawyer can just go through her legal from.
So why has she not held lawyers accountable for double judgments and lopsided judgments, like people accused? People said that on the show now. Why has she not held judges accountable for all of that? If she's capable of doing all this, you said.
Yeah, let me respond to that by saying the legal profession always develops. Even in America here, there was a time when presidents could threaten judges by just increasing their numbers. So that's what happened when they increased the numbers of judges. So what it made it seem like there's so much work, the Chief Justice cannot do all this. So others are now doing those things. And she has, if I'm just talking in terms of our jurist mind, see, she's a Supreme Court judge. She has to now step in and be in every vital decision rather than passing it on. But then the government, now I don't want to talk about what time they did that, because you remember the former Chief Justice was removed by the former president. Yeah, the government has stepped in to make the system more robust for them. So now they can pick and cherry pick whoever judge they want and get things done. And more or less what they've done is put her in the hindsight and praying they'll need her for something important. But I can put it on public air now. She will disappoint them because she's not that kind of a person.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So in overall, I mean, based on the conversation we've had tonight, what would be your assessment of this administration and the conversation we've had with Mr. Taiwo so far?
Yes. I must be very honest that I might be partially biased because I have no love. There's no love lost between me and the Tinubu administration or the man himself in person. Like I said, my brother worked for him. He betrayed my brother because actually my brother made him the governor. And he betrayed him. And he's betrayed, and that just with the same pattern, he's betrayed everybody. And what I'd like to say is this:
betrayed everybody.
You can see what he's doing to Gbajamila. People always say, "Oh, it's Gbajamila." Wow. No, it's when Tinubu is tired of you, then he does that, or he suspects you. This started with the Surulere election. You remember Gbajamila himself said, "You know,
lost his job."
Those are the keys you look at in how this thing is operating. This thing is going behind the scene. Some things we cannot say, but that's exactly what his style is. Modus operandi. I'm observing that.
Serious?
Seriously. And believe it or not, if my cousin, because he's actually like my cousin, distant cousin, the governor of
Mr.
Cardoso, I can tell you how they're going next. After he finishes with Gbajamila, Gbajamila has two choices: either to resign. They might consolidate him a little bit because
why do you say this? Has there been any precedents? Who has he treated this way? Because that's like you're accusing the president very wrongly.
Oh, well, I'm just saying it as a big brother to an older brother to a young brother on public air. I mean, if my father had played this kind of game, my father was an acting prime minister of Nigeria. He was in charge of interior, very prolific. People like Obasanjo were like houseboys in our father's house. And the thing I'm trying to say is, this is the way I talk. I'm sorry. And if they want a little bit of my $1 million, they can come sue me down here in America. But I'm pretty sure I'm not in a hurry to go home like you asked me the last time. And there's really nothing you can do for me. I'm 70. If I should be locked up now, like my father once told Obasanjo when he came to our house several times, my father likes to eat gari and shower. In those days, that was kind of unusual. Like Obasanjo asked him and said, "Daddy, why are you eating this shower and drinking gari?" He told him, he said, "Well, we got to get ready for this. You and the military boys, we don't know when you're going to pick us up and we get locked up." The irony of it was Obasanjo was the one who got locked up, and I guess he probably didn't listen to that advice. And we talked about it. He's like an uncle to me. I still respect him beyond anything else because my father respected it. Even one time, my father compared him to Abacha, and he said the practical thing. He said, you can look at Obasanjo with his ugly mug and his stern face, but he's not really a bad person. He's really a patriot. He really loves the country.
So back to your analysis of the present administration based on the things we've discussed tonight.
Oh, okay. You want me to stay only on that? Okay.
I don't know. I thought.
Yeah, I like you putting me on point.
I mean, the reason you had to come in is because you're a core Lagos person, just like Mr. Taiwo.
Oh, yeah. I saw the little tussle going on.
Yes, exactly.
I saw the tussle going on.
I mean, so it's only fair to also take your view. We should all be on the same page here. The page to move the country forward. It doesn't matter what any other differences we may have. So that's what you guys to keep your mind on that.
Right. Basically, what again? I always do this hyper analysis of Tinubu. He's always been good at getting the best. The problem is he doesn't manage them right. He's always the best person to see what's good for the country on a theoretical position, but he's also guilty of being a money lover. So he's involved in a lot of the monetary situations, so he cannot control it, just like in Bajamila's situation. So he's always involved in seeing and putting an eye. Like I said the last time, his characteristics is quite mob-like. They have strong hands, and I'm familiar with it. I'm from that kind of family. And the Lagos thing, he takes claim for all the things others have done. And you cannot blame him for that because he put them there. So whether the present governor is very successful, it could trickle down to him. But to compare what he has done, compared with OB, especially after you put out today, I think it's nothing near. In his time, he literally didn't do anything. Like I told you, he made my brother the transportation minister, and I convinced my brother to withdraw that position and become the commerce minister. His name is Abiola Johnson. And he listened to me. But if I look back now, I can say I think I did the wrong thing, because that's Tinubu's modus operandi. The using talks, using the Agbe rules, like everybody knows it. He's stronger than you think. He's really tough in terms of behind the scenes. He never takes responsibilities, and I'll try to make sure we all don't get in trouble, But at the same time, I'd say his tenureship was not too bad, and it set it up for the next. But what has evolved, and I probably was one of the first to coin that word, and I don't want to take glory for it, that Lagos is not Abuja. Because how you rule in Lagos can never be how you rule in the federal. This is the first time we had a real Yoruba person politically controlling Abuja without any experience. I would have been the first.
Obasanjo wasn't a core Yoruba person?
Well, I implied that, but that's not what I meant by that. He already had the experience of being a former head of state. You remember, he was beaten too. Even when he did do his second time, he wanted to try the third time. See, that's the federal character, that if you don't experience it and be beaten by it, you wouldn't know it. Even Maradona, the great guy who's now retired, the general, he himself didn't understand it. He was doing fine until he wanted to do his own thing. So he had to step back. See, all this group, what I'm just beginning to understand now, it's only but one group. It was just a changing of the guards in the same group. Now I apologize, and I say publicly that I realize now that even Tinubu was a part of Obasanjo's clique, was part of Buhari's clique, which we all know, but it was also part of the Obasanjo, the other guy who's now there, the retired guy.
So in overall, what's your verdict on his administration? Really?
Okay, you want me to conclude on that? I think I'll go lower than 60%. I'll say 30%.
Why?
He's a total failure. And if Nigeria gives him a chance, then they'll get what they deserve. Sorry to say.
What would be that thing they deserve that they would get if he gets another chance?
They will get more of this, more stealing, more horror, more poverty, more. Actually, it might even blow up. It might be the end of Nigeria. And it's kind of funny. That might be the real end. And maybe he's really doing it because maybe my assessment was wrong. My assessment was he wasn't ready for Yorubas to split. But now I think with his ego, he probably wants Yorubas to split and the Igbos to go their ways. And that's why he's doing this terrible thing to Nigeria that I don't understand why even he cannot see it unless he has an objective in his mind. That maybe perchance when the Yorubas are different, he'll be the head. See, he's always been the type who wants to be an Awolowo. He wants to be that person. And everything he's doing, I hate to call him tribalistic. I don't have any evidence about that because he stays away from tribalism, just like Obasanjo does very well, And that's why when you mentioned that, Obasanjo thing, I said, no, he's more patriotic than any one of them. But with him, and I don't see how he could win. He could have all governors in his side. The people are tired, people are tired, and people are tired. That's all I'll say. He will lose.
Thank you. Thank you so
I'll
much.
put my fortune on it. And I enjoyed you all day long.
Thank you.
And you know what? You said you were going to get a lawyer on. You know who you should really try to get? And I appeal to anybody who can write to Obi for this. If Obi can come on your show for 30 minutes, I would have had the best show in the world. I think you are the best. You analyzed it better earlier when you said the rest of the world, the networks are failing because they are so biased, they're so leaning to the government. Even here in America, they go to the White House.
I mentioned it's in American. I mean, you have your biases. You have the Fox with the Trumps and the Republicans and the CNNs of this world with the. It's always the case. And you will not really get that balance. You know, even the BBC. I mean, you see the way they handle the issue with.
That's why I said you are the one now.
It's natural. It's like that. In fact, I'm working on something. I didn't want to think about this, but I'm beginning to think about turning what we do here and employing more presenters and more voices and turning this to a proper alternative media. We would remain online, but we'll be running 247 different shows. The reason we'll remain online is so that we'll be void of government policies and all of those NBC rules and all that. So that we can.
I see what you're doing. Yeah,
I think
that's why you're working hard. That's good.
More of that. I think the world needs more of that because if you discover these days, almost every media house has its own bias, one way or the other. It's a practical thing. So. But I mean, most of the things I say here, I like people to prove me wrong. Are they based on fact or not? Please tell me the things I have said that it's not factual, and I would gladly apologize because no one.
You're a one-person fact checker. You know, you're doing
nobody's
fine.
a repository of knowledge, really. So
nobody. But you are doing your best, and I see you working hard, and may those dreams come true for us, all of us listening. But to answer my question, do you know anyhow you could get Obi on this show for 30 minutes?
I don't want to push that button. I'm trying hard not to push. Let's talk about it another day. I'm trying hard not to push that, but I don't want to push my hands on that. But let's see what happens.
I wish I had his ear. I'll just call him right now and force him to come to your show.
It's okay, no problem.
Okay. I'll keep on enjoying you. Okay.
Thank you.
You are the best. Just keep it up.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you.
Right. Mr. Eze, go ahead, drop your thoughts very quickly, and then let's let Mr. Taiwo respond. We don't make Mr. Taiwo. I beg you. If you like say don't reach time, we'll ask you the kind of drink where they drink. I be this kind of coffee where they drink. We will keep you awake, no vex. So, Mr. Eze, please let me let you jump in very quickly if you're still there. Mr. Eze, are you there?
Yeah, I'm available. I'll be waiting.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I want to ask the guys, can he name any projects or any policy started by Tinubu and he completed it as president? So he removed fuel subsidy because other presidential candidates say they will remove fuel subsidy. So when he removed fuel subsidy, he does not know what next to do. That's where the whole problem started. Because the policy is not from him. The policy, he stole it. The same thing when they're asking Obi, how are you going to...
When they talk, stole what?
Tinubu is stealing Peter Obi's policy now. We don't know.
It wasn't only Peter Obi that spoke about subsidy. Tinubu said it during his
Tinubu said it because
Kwank also said it.
Still, Tinubu said it because he heard it from Peter Obi. There was.
I'm not going to agree with this on when you talk.
Let me tell you
another conversation, Oga. Not be
I'm coming. There's something.
I don't agree.
See, there was a time they wanted to do interview. Tinubu said he's not going to be the first speaker. That they will spy him. The other presidential candidate. Do you remember that time? So
don't worry, go ahead.
Good. Then when it comes to insecurity, they just want to get Peter Obi's perspective. They will try to do it, but they can't do it because the idea is not from them. That's the Tinubu. So what Tinubu is doing is like following the tempo. If Nigeria say let there be state police, you now come say state police. You know the state police from 2023. You want to do it in 2026 after how many years? Because people are saying state police, state police. So Tinubu as a president, that's why he said Emiloka. Emiloka means it's my turn. Then during your turn, what do you want to do? Nothing. Tinubu has nothing upstairs.
It's your opinion. It's your
No,
opinion.
I'm telling you the problem of Nigeria. Listen,
it's okay, no problem. You're done, Abi, so that I'll
No, I'm not done. There's one more
hurry
thing.
up, sir.
Yeah. So I'm telling you the problem of Nigeria. So electing Tinubu in 2027 is the road to disaster.
Be that. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
AJ. One guy, two people. I think Ken Riba says that howdy means that you should go back home to your town. You see, I'm sorry, but I like to follow these people who bring this bigotry on this platform very well. Whoever they are, I don't know them, but it looks like they are very, very used to driving ethnic bigotry. You are a son of Lagos State, too. Lagos State. You're indigenous to Lagos State, and somebody who's perhaps from Ekiti State or Ogun State or whatever it is, I don't know, is telling you that you're from Lagos State to go back home to your town. See the kind of bigotry that exists in Nigeria. Meanwhile, Mr. AJ, please, can you go to Ekiti State and contest election as governor and win? And they don't remind you that you're not from that state. Mr. AJ, please. Mr. Bioye. Don't worry, don't comment. Mr. Taiwo, go ahead.
I have been on this.
Have to stop all of this, please.
I've been on your show for over 4 hours.
Hey,
this is the longest.
You have been in your life. I'm sorry, and it's all before our comeback. Oh, we just we just renewed our love after like 4 years. After I shouldn't have started with this marathon with you. I have sapped you all your energy. Forgive me.
It's fine. That's okay. I never knew that it was going to take this long, and I really appreciate everyone that has called, and I will start with bisecting some things and making it clear to Nigerians. And first and foremost, I made mention about political control, which is one of the attributes of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I think one thing that is very beautiful about this whole thing is that in the back and forth of the whole government, whether performances or failure, nobody has said any cabal is controlling the government. That's the beautiful part of it. Because we heard cabals doing Buhari, the same thing doing.
You never hear cabal? I'm sorry to say. I mean, in India, I've heard cabal before, but I don't talk about that here.
Yes, we don't talk about that now. So because why? Somebody is taking the full shot in the goalpost, and so that's when I mean by control or political.
No, power. I have heard about cabal in this administration. In case you've not heard.
I've not heard about it before.
It's been somewhere even mentioned, but I don't want to talk about it.
When we talk about
it was across social media.
When we talk about the cabals that are being discussed are people they call the Lagos Boys Cabal, and the Lagos Boys Cabal are people that Bola Ahmed Tinubu brought in from Lagos, who are seen as his direct face in government, and a lot of people do have a bit of problems with them. But I don't want to go into that narrative. But what I mean cabals is that we've not heard of cabals controlling the government. I don't think you might have heard of cabals, but you will never hear of cabals controlling the government. During Buhari's administration, we heard of cabals. Late Kyari, that we heard that he was one controlling Buhari, and also during Jonathan administration, we also heard of some people that they call themselves the cabals. It was not Jonathan that was in full world of the administration. We don't hear of such right now. But anyways, that's by the way. Let me talk about objectivity and lies. I think for 4 hours I've been on your show, I don't think I have spoken wrongly of any candidate. I may not have spoken maybe elaborately on certain candidates, and that is a choice factor, but it's not that doesn't take the fact that I am objective. That's number one. Number two is that because if you throw that narrative out to say, oh, I am not objective because I was unable to relay Peter Obi's scorecard, I was unable to relay Atiku's scorecard, I was unable to relay Shiwere's scorecard, and so that makes me biased. No, that then for over 4 hours, and I think for the past maybe 2 hours plus that your guests have been calling, I don't think anyone has called to talk about Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his achievements. So would I now say that does that make your platform biased to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or is not objective to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or is a Peter Obi support system platform, I would be very wrong.
Accusing me?
No, I'm not saying that.
Of being, that means
I'm not
accusing me of
accusing.
being responsible of what callers I don't know.
No, I'm not
because
accusing
I don't
you.
know
I'm only
anyone
saying that.
here
No, I'm only saying that.
and I'm only responding to.
I'm only saying
if you
that.
make that accusation, it will look like
I'm only saying that. No, just a moment. I'm not saying that. I said that I wouldn't say that because of that premise, because of the kind of callers you have. That means that you're a Peter Obi supporter, or because everybody that has called here has called in favor of one candidate. But I wouldn't say that is it, because I understand what. Because when you talk about objectivism or objectivity, it is very relative. That I did not talk about a particular candidate or another candidate in a very in a very explicit term, the way I spoke about a candidate that is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is the same way other people have viewed me from the part of not talking about other candidates. However, one thing that is very sacrosanct is that whatever I said on this show today, a lot of people have called in, have said, oh, people are not illiterate, people are this, people are that. I've said there is nothing I've said on this show today that I have told a lie about any candidate, that I've made it wrong. I've made wrong assertions of any candidate, either Peter Obi, either Atiku Abubakar. I've even made, I would say that I've even made even worse shackles on the president today on this show, even compared to any other candidate. I might not have spoken about them, but I've poked the current government today more than even the two candidates. Having said that, one of your callers spoke about 50% people in government as criminals or having criminal track records. That is very ambiguous to say. And unfortunately, I wasn't given an opportunity to give her a rebuttal, because in government today we have over 109 senators, 360 House of Rep members, we have about 38 ministers, we have about, in a total, both appointed and elected members of government in Nigeria, in the 36 state of federation, about, if I'm not wrong, about maybe close to 20,000 or maybe 30,000. Let me a bit listen. You can't say that 15,000 people in the whole cabinet of 36 state of federation, including the FCT, are criminals. That is a very strong allegation that people should be cautious of to make. And coming on air, I will not allow that to fly, because you are tinkling on the intellectual capacity of other people. I'm not saying that people have criminal records. I'm not defending the fact that people might have previous criminal records, which is true, but that you say 50%, that is very, very high.
Thank you.
However, in respect to Nigerians, someone said Nigerians deserve the leaders that they get, and I think you were trying to make a defense to it. Sadly, Precious,
me, I don't deserve that.
I would say that it's true, and I will tell you the reason why.
You deserve them. I
Sorry.
do not.
No, I will tell you the reason why.
I don't agree for that, Precious. Well,
Precious,
no,
just a moment. I will tell you the reason why. The reason is this, right? Every caller today, I don't know how many numbers they have called today, about maybe, if I'm not wrong, if I'm very conservative in number, maybe like 15 or about 20 people have spoken on this platform today. I can tell you that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu or any of the state governors in APC today called any of them today for an appointment, 75 to 95% of them that have called to condemn Bola Ahmed Tinubu or the APC government to take the appointment. So what I always say is that Nigeria is bad for Nigerians only when they are not benefiting from the bad. Once the benefit when they are becoming a benefactor to the bad, Nigeria is good. So, and why do I say so? Let me now further buttress to the fact that why is it that Nigerians deserve the kind of leaders that they have? We have an election period whereby people are expected to go and vote and cast their vote, let their vote count, and things like that. So we have a population of about 140 million Nigerian adults today. And when I mean Nigerian adults, 100 from 18 years and above. And in the INEC register, we only have about 90,000 people. And out of the 90,000 people, the last election has it that over just less than 20 million people voted in the last election. And this is just how many percent of people coming out to vote. So trickle it down to the performance level. And then people will come out on air and say that, oh, Bola Ahmed is bad, this is bad, government is bad, governor is bad, this person is bad. And the question is this: where you're supposed to take acute responsibility, they are not taking it. A lot of people today will not still vote. I know how many people I've spoken to in the past few weeks and few months, asking them, do they have PVC? And the next question is, no, I don't have. And then when you ask them, why don't you have? And vote doesn't count. Did you vote? Did it not count? So if the vote do not count, why do politicians go extra mile to buy the vote if it wasn't counting? They buy the vote because they know that it counts, and because the power to count that vote is the power of bribing, of buying it. So that's why they will make it count. Because Nigerian politicians, if they could, it was very easy for them. A Nigerian politician would prefer to bribe INEC than to bribe a Nigerian if the vote doesn't count. So having said that, I would say that Nigeria deserves the kind of leaders that they get. Because let's look at it again in the normal system of our day-to-day activities. The people that are in the little framework where people are supposed to be professionals in their jobs, even in private firms, in private sectors, and even in small-scale businesses, expected to be professional. You employ a staff today, it does anyhow, and then when you talk to them, they get angry, and then the next thing say, my emotional health, they are talking to me anyhow, and then nobody's wanting to be responsible. Those are the reflections of what we get. And then when we look at the other political parties as well, how many people are there today going to vote for Peter Obi? How many people are there today going to stand and stay under the sun for Atiku Abubakar? But the truth of the matter is that there are some people that have been paid, that have been wired to stay. And look at what is happening in Kano State, for example. A governor, Abbas, giving 1,500 plots of land to local government, to election, what they call it, election supervisors in the states, in all the wards of the federation. What does that mean? So it only shows the kind of things that we are a system that enjoys inducement. So far, the inducement is not coming from you, or it's not coming to you.
I do not. Please.
No. I'm not.
Please take me to court.
I'm not talking. No, Precious, you have your.
Precious, you have your. So that's what I'm saying, that the government does not reflect me.
Precious, you have your.
You can always speak for your own self.
No, Precious, you have your own reservations. I'm not disputing that fact, but I'm saying that in generic terms, people are praying. People will be praying day and night to to be in the government. People are. If you see, Mr. Johnson said something. Said he wants to bring Peter Obi to your show. I can bet you that if he brings Peter Obi to your show, we have a lot of people wanting to call, so they want to show themselves that this, and so they can get appointment.
Can I blow your mind? Can I blow your mind? All of this thing you're saying speaks to the ill in Nigeria.
Yes,
if Nigeria was working, who will want to please government so that they would survive? No, it is hustling now. Who will want to hustle government?
Yes,
because you'll be facing your work that pays you. Why would you want to hustle government so that you survive? So at the end of the day, it boils down to a failed system. And that's why people have to do a lot of sycophancy, eye service to survive. Which is bad.
Right.
It's
Precious,
okay, my
you're
brother.
very correct. You're very correct. And that is why I said the sycophancy, the bad system did not start in 2023. It started.
No, I never said that.
I know.
But I had never. There is no place I had ever stated that it was.
No, of course. I'm just amplifying the fact that the sycophancy, the lack of accountability, and I say it again. No, the truth is this, right? And okay, I'll get to that point. Then someone talked about I don't know if it was Mr. Johnson. Someone talked about my remuneration, if I've been paid, if I'm being paid. Sorry to say, I've not been paid. I've never collected a dime from the APC government. I've never collected a contract from the APC government. I have never benefited. I know a couple of people, but I've never been paid. Now we talk about integrity. So you can fast check me if the person that is talking needs to have my bank details. I will clearly give you my bank details, my 2023 account details. I'm sure. It's for integrity. He questioned my integrity. So I will give you my 2023 bank statement from the day Tinubu was elected, even when he was doing campaign from 2022 down to 2026. So you can check whether you saw any government.
Thank you, Mr.
However, in that Tinubu stole Obi's mandate. Someone says Tinubu stole Obi's mandate. I hear that.
Oh, don't be responding to that, but you heard me shut him off now. Why are you doing that now?
No, I hear that.
Mr. Taiwo, you like to waste your saliva. You don't do now.
No, just the way.
So that you see the way I did. I don't go feel let person use this platform talk with him. I know say they verify.
No, funny enough, and Precious. This is not the first time I hear that. I hear that a lot from Obidients, from my Obedient brothers. I hear that from them saying that Tinubu doesn't know what he's doing. He's a thief.
But the people on the other side also say a lot of things that is false about P2B.
Yes, so
let's
I hear that. But the truth is this:
but please, let's not amplify that.
Politics about it. Then now, you talked about CVR someone talked about CVR closing, no one is talking about it. Then, well, CVR is
you know
closing.
the thing about CVR. So according to the constitution, the closure of CVR is supposed
to be 90 days.
90 days exactly. And meanwhile, it's ending this July, which is more than 150 days or thereabouts to election, and which should be disputable and then contested. But people are just quiet about it, and that's what's the point.
So we should something that those are. So it goes back to what we talked about, the system and the system of the way we handle institutions. Institutions should be questioned and be held accountable as well. Then I think so I wanted to say something, right? And I think this is going to be towards my closing thought, is that the federal government of Nigeria and any incoming government today must appreciate the fact that they are human beings and they owe the Nigerians the responsibility to fail, if need be. They are not perfect. So where room of failure comes in, a bit of maybe doing better, because that's what I define as failure, doing better. When those situations come in, I feel that any government of the day deserves to apologize to Nigerians and hold themselves accountable to it. And that is why people like...
But that is what you have done. That is why I was telling you when you're trying to exonerate government,
I'm not.
I told you that the box stuff's on their table now.
People like Bayo Ononuga, people like Daniel Bwala, those are my big brothers. I respect them so much. But I can say it for you, for free, that they are flawed in terms of their responsibility as spokesperson and media aides to the president in this past 3 years.
Mr. Osai Taiwo, I don't know if you understand how terrible things are in Nigeria.
I know.
Things are terrible. And let me explain something to you. Yeah. You know the school fees of tertiary institutions before president got into power. Do you know how much they increased by? What are the earnings of the families? What are the earnings of these families who pay this tertiary institution? And then you come and start campaigning with NEL funds. It's as if they're deliberately gaslighting Nigerians. So you give children loan after astronomically increasing school fees beyond their capacity. And then you now make mad that you gave them loan now and you're using it as campaign. So I'm sorry. That's why when you score 60%, I just look at it and that's why I told you no. Just like Mr. Adeoye have done. I think I would have scored a 30-40 too. Because I feel like it's very unfair. See, again, you don't tell us Nigeria does not have money. Do you know that we have vast mineral resources? How many of these mineral resources have been captured in our budgets like oil? Is it that they don't exist?
No, precious.
So you don't understand. I know that it has been like this all this while. So for a man who said I'm coming, for a man whom you say is the strongest politician, that is the person who has the most will be in politics, there is no reason why he shouldn't have been touching on those issues by now. So if you really want to help Nigeria, you should check the leakages of money. We have people from different countries that they accuse that, some of our security agencies are guiding foreigners and all that to rip off of our natural resources. And we're just letting it
see.
Because it's been happening other years. Should it happen with somebody who's a Democrat who knows very well what to do?
So
let continue.
So that's why I said something, and that's why I reiterated something in our previous conversation, that I'm not amplifying Peter Obi. I'm not amplifying Shiwore. I'm not amplifying Atiku, because I've not seen anything different. And the reality is that I've not seen anything different from all these candidates. So I better stay with my better evil, who I know what he can do. Okay, I know that. So what do I need to do? I know that fuel price can get to 4,000. So what do I need to do? I need to scale up my business so that I can be able to afford 4,000.
Who would be the person who go scale the business up to? How would you get the customers? What is the purchasing powers of the people that buy it?
So that's why I have to go deep and think deep and look at ways to ensure that, yes, I'm dealing with somebody that could actually, I can wake up next morning and fuel price is 5,000 naira per liter. So I must be able, and so that's just it. So, but what am I trying to say in essence is that I have not seen anything, and that's what people are not listening to. They're only hearing. I've not seen anything different, concrete from.
And then you score the administration 60% if you've not seen something tangible they've done.
No. I'm not talking about the administration. I said I've not seen anything different from what Peter Obi, Atiku, and the rest candidates are bringing to the table. What I see them bringing.
So because you haven't seen anything different, does it mean that we should continue where we are so far?
Just a moment. So now the question is the part that really gets me a bit worried in any election cycle. The part that gets me a bit worried is that every candidate comes out saying they will do this, different promises, they will do this, they will do this. Their supporters to amplify these things. But one thing is, you are aside from you being a journalist and aside from you being a a trainer, Precious, one thing that people understand in management and project management is gap analysis. No one talks about the gap analysis that what would Peter Obi face in terms of failure. And that is why eventually when they get into government, go and write it down. I don't know whether it is right to pray this prayer, but I pray that one day Peter Obi rules this country. That's the same thing Nigerians did. That was the narrative Nigerians did from 2007, saying that Buhari is the Messiah. Buhari should do this. And I was very clear. I said this man is a failure. He's going to be a failure. And I see one of the things that I took a failure shot on Buhari before he became a president as a failure. In my university days, one of my lecturers was a keen Buhari supporter. And what did he do? He failed me because I was against Buhari. He failed me. He failed me in that course because I.
But you know, it's easy to identify whether Buhari would have failed or not.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy. No,
I disagree. Has never been a head of state for you to have
it's not easy because Buhari was seen as a messiah. Buhari was seen because the picture.
I don't want us to dwell on this too much.
No, Buhari was seen as Buhari was seen. We were battling a country where people perceived corruption. So we have a messiah that does not steal. Buhari will come, he will not steal Nigeria's money. The same thing with Peter Obi today. People are saying that we are spending too much.
He's the only governor not under the only governor that is not under on investigation and that hasn't been accused of stealing any money.
Was Buhari under investigation? Was Buhari under investigation?
Buhari had an issue with the PTF fund that people just covered up. Yes, Buhari had that issue.
Okay, let's agree.
Peter Obi has never had any issue about funds.
No, he had issues also. He went to court. He was impeached.
No, that's not about money. That's not about him taking money now. He was impeached for not allowing profligacy now. That one a different thing now.
No.
Why do you compare that one?
The allegation. The PTF fund. No, wait now. I'm being honest here.
No, but that's not honesty.
No. You said Peter Obi was never this thing, but they impeached him for misappropriation of funds. That was misappropriation of funds. That was
no. It wasn't about misappropriation.
It was about what?
It wasn't about misappropriation. Go back. Show me the court filing or show me the impeachment.
No, it was about what? Why was he impeached? Please educate me.
All right, no problem.
No, he was impeached because of misappropriation of funds. Even though the allegations, even though the allegations were now rebutted in court and then reinstated him back. So if you say PTF fund, so the same way people painted Buhari as a saint, as someone that does not steal, and is going to be the one that will save Nigeria. And I was saying it, this man is a failure. He will fail. Right on 2007, I said he will fail. He will take Nigeria backwards. I was still a young boy in politics. And the same thing is the same narrative is happening to Peter Obi today. People do not, and I don't have a problem with people.
So I agree with you. Peter Obi will fail, but has Tinubu succeeded?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay, just hold on.
No,
so because Peter Obi will fail and Atiku will fail, should we now streamline ourselves to a Tinubu who hasn't performed well?
No. I'm not saying. Don't misquote me. I'm not saying Peter Obi will fail. I didn't say Peter Obi will fail. I just said Buhari was going to fail. That was my assertion, and he failed. And so I'm saying that because what I've been hearing is Peter Obi is a money spender and he's a money saver. He doesn't spend money recklessly. He's a this. He's not. It's fine. But what I would just say
is that true or not? Is it verifiable or not? Did he spend recklessly as a governor?
Did he spend recklessly? Did Buhari spend recklessly or not? Did Buhari said he only had 150 cows. So and then people voted for him. Buhari said he had only 150 cows. He was an honest man. He was perceived as an honest man. So, but that is just the truth. So those are not the metrics to measure performance, to measure accountability, to measure success. Where was Anambra as at the time this thing? Because those are the metrics we should use to measure the state and the performance. But having said that, all I would just say is this, and my final thought, because over 4 hours and 30 minutes, my final thought would be that for every Nigerian supporting whoever they want to support, for every Nigerian that decides that they don't want Bola Ahmed Tinubu to come back for 2027, for every Nigerian that feels that Nigeria is eating badly on them, for every Nigerian that feels that the government of the day has failed and has failed drastically, for every Nigerian that feels that Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot take them to any place of future, all they need to do is very, very simple. 2 things. I say it. Get your PVC. Don't come on air and Twitter and and scandalous and talk to people recklessly that are supporting whoever they want to support. Get your PVC, and on election day, go out to vote. Not only go out to vote, man your vote and ensure it counts. That's what I would just say. But the sad part is that because I did the statistics and I was on News Central some weeks ago, and my stat was very perfect. The stat is that more people are supporting Peter Obi. I would love to share you that stat. More people are supporting Peter Obi. Are you with me? Less people are supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But guess what, Precious? The more people supporting Peter Obi only have 18% PVC. And the less people that are supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu have 77% PVC. So the first question is, even the Peter Obi people, are you responsible? The people that are supporting him, are you responsible? Because to even get PVC is a problem. And today, sorry to call today.
Mr. Taiwo, let's wrap up this conversation.
Yeah,
because I do not want to go into the politics of PVC in Nigeria. You know what happened.
No, I don't believe that. No.
And you know the frustration that people are still going through right now in getting PVC. So I don't want to go while that is not an excuse.
I will tell you the reason
yes,
why.
I do agree with you that that's not an excuse.
I will tell you the reason why. CVR now, you can do it on your phone. I did it today. I'm yesterday. I did it today because I needed to change.
CVR does not mean that you can vote with it. You still need to go to INEC office to validate.
Wait now. Yes. Precious, wait. Nigerians, the so-called Peter Obi supporters, and they should come on air. They are lazy people. Let it be a tool to responding to on your show. They should show you their PVC when they are talking. I had to change an information on my PVC today, which I got about 8 years ago. And when I did the change in my room, in my office. And then after doing the change, guess what? I shuttle Lagos and Abuja. I'm in Lagos at the moment, right? Now, I live in Etiosa. Are you with me, Precious? I live in Etiosa. I try to do Etiosa local government. There is no space. There is no space for there is no time to book appointment in Etiosa local government anymore. But guess what I did? Because I want to vote. I want my vote to count. I chose Surulere appointment place. Surulere to Etiosa will take another 40 minutes drive. But I'm going to do it. But what will happen for most people? Once they say that there is no space, there is no available this again, they just close it. I know they vote to the place. Local government did not show. There's no appointment date for local government. And there are other local governments. So I put it to them, the Obidients movement and the Obidient people, that they should show me that they are very serious about this whole thing. By 2027, they should all come out en masse with their PVC. But most of them are on Twitter, and then eventually they already have the mind that if they don't win the election was rigged. They don't have the mindset that if Peter Obi does not win the election, INEC rigged the election. No. But ask the people on Twitter, ask the people on any social media platform, do they have PVC? All your people that are calling today, about 60% of them are in diaspora. Then diaspora, how have they supported the Peter Obi movement? How? Financially, emotionally, support-wise? How have they supported the Peter Obi movement? How have they sponsored the Peter Obi movement? There are people that I know in APC, in ADC, that are coughing out their millions and billions to support Atiku and to support Tinubu. How many people most of the diaspora today are not supporting anything. So I put it to them. I know what I'm speaking about. So
Mr. Taiwo, I'm sorry, but again, I will not let you use this platform to say that because it's false. It's a lie.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I'm coming. There are people that I know here who have spent millions of their own money, both in naira and dollars, supporting Peter Obi. There are people who are driving grassroots initiatives.
Precious, what is the percentage?
Yeah. What is the percentage? What do you mean by what is the percentage?
I have the stats.
No, but you're saying that they are not doing that. You just made a campaign statement. And I'm telling you that people are doing this. In fact, there is no president. I'm coming.
No.
There is no president. There is no president that was as crowdfunded as Peter Obi in 2023. What are you talking about? There was no president.
Precious, you're not getting my point.
There was
how
no
many
candidate.
people? How many
I am
people?
telling you that in 2023 election, there was nobody that was as crowdfunded as Peter Obi in the election.
Precious,
there was nobody. So why are you saying this now?
You crowdfund.
How many people voted? Deliberately trying to discourage people.
No,
and that's
I'm not. How many people voted?
But that's what it is.
No,
Peter Obi's election and campaign was very, very people. There were lots of volunteers. People volunteered a lot from nowhere. People, in fact, there was nobody, no presidential candidates. had more volunteers of people who were not going to gain anything, who just volunteered voluntarily, like P2B.
And they volunteered, wait, Precious, they volunteered, fact check me, they volunteered before election day. They disvolunteered on election day.
They volunteered on election day.
They were not there on election day.
They volunteered on election day.
They were not there on election day.
I covered election, remember? I covered election. I was here and I was getting call across the country on how they were protecting P2V's booths, including when what happened in River State happened. In fact, my own brother in River State was a P2P, was a Labour Party.
Let me do a bit of.
And he was like, his polling units, you won't know, but that change election something else.
Wait first now. Precious. Let me tell you something.
The fact that people said something happened does not mean that you will not say it's because he didn't have people.
There are two layers.
Well, I blame them anyway because they didn't protest. It's because they did not protest. That's why you sound.
There are two layers of election verification and election security. There are two layers of election verification and election security. And let me enlighten your viewers today. The first election security and verification process of any candidate that is serious, that has people on ground, is at the polling unit, where they count votes and give numbers to vote. The second place, which is the major place, because what you do in that polling unit is just like a training ground. The second place, which is the major place, is the coalition center. I can't hear you.
That I will say it's almost 5 hours, and
yes, I'm running out of time.
No, we have to let this go. I get the point you're saying. Is it not the same AMAC election that they held after counting votes in polling units? They went to collation center and they let other party people enter. They refused the ADC party people, and they were shouting, "They don't enter inside, or they don't let us enter." They were shouting there. Police, your Nigerian agencies, security agencies refused the other oppositions from getting. Were you not there? Did you not see the videos on social media? So you still blame them for that?
I was in Abuja when the election happened. And
so you still blame them, but you saw them when they were shouting. You saw them when they were shouting that other people are inside the collation room space, so they were not there. They're not letting them access.
No, I was in AMAC. No, I was in AMAC when that thing happened. And the thing is, it's very easy for people to drive narrative, and it still goes back to what I said earlier, that the political parties and the Obidients movement are not truthful to themselves. They are only self-centered people. Because I remember that time Peter Obi was in ADC, and the party, the candidate for that election was, is it not Phillips or something, that was running for the election in AMAC at that time. I was in Abuja, and the question, let's ask ourselves real questions. How many local government did Peter Obi go to as an ADC member at that time? How many local government? How many wards did he campaign in? I mean, but we have a minister, Wike, going from local government to local government. So what am I thinking?
Please, Mr. Taiwo, please, I'm sorry, but don't say things that would make it look like you're deliberately supporting corruption. I'm sorry, but
I'm not supporting corruption.
I'm saying this. You were here when Wike said it openly in a conference that he will block anybody who would not support Tinubu from winning the Abuja election. He said it openly, and he stood by it. You're telling us all of this. So now you want to blame the electorate for whatever that was done.
I said something.
Why are you doing this?
No. So it's like this, right? It's like this, like
Mr.
you are a student. It's like a student. It's like a student that knows that I will pass, and then the lecturer is telling you I will fail you. And fail me now. I will write what will not make you to fail me. Then we'll go to Senate. I will record from my script. So it's when you know what, say, Wike can say that. Okpebholo has been shouting 2.5 million votes, 2.5 million votes.
So, Mr. Taiwo, you know what I wish for you? You know what I wish for you? I do wish and pray that either Shawari, Atiku Abubakar, or Peter Obi wins this election, 2027, or any other time and beyond, and do exact same thing that this administration is doing. And let me see you not support them. Let me see you. No. I want to. So that's just where we leave it. Let me see. No, that's what. No. You act like you're encouraging what is going on, and that's the point. Because you're just shooting all this. You're not looking at it like loophole or something.
No, I'm saying that. No, what I'm saying is that that Wike made a statement does not mean that statement. Oh, because he said Tinubu is going to win. He's going to see how any APC, if APC does not win in what they call it in Abuja, he's going to say it's going to happen. And then he was able to do it. And even the Gwagwalada that they won, that PDP won, is still one of the stooges that won it. See, the fact remains that I keep saying it. I have run elections, not as just an aspirant, but as a candidate. and you know it. You know my track record. So if I'm telling you that there are two phases to election verification, anybody can say anything. I defeated the APC. They had to go to backdoor to the point that the person that won had to call me to say you gave me a run for my money. So what does that mean? If I wanted to go to court, I didn't have the financial prowess to go to court. If I went to court, I would have won the election. But I didn't have the financial prowess to go to court. But what am I trying to say is that to rig election is more difficult than to winning it. So if somebody decides to rig election, it's because the people already allowed it. So if the people already allowed it, because why? We already have a system already that people are already allowing, people have already given up on the fact that, oh, they're going to rig this election. There's no need for me to do my PVC. There's no need for me to vote. I like Peter Obi and this and this. But that's just the issue.
But that's not the culture. And that what I think this is your first time of joining us here, and that's why you don't understand. What we do here, it's not just about even driving education, voter education, governance, conversations around governance and politics and all that. We actually encourage people to practicalize it. We've had people in the grassroots here. I have had people in diaspora here mobilize people in their different homes where they come from. What they're doing in their village, you will not know. So that's why I said it's offensive for you to just say that they're very lazy and they're not doing anything. There are people who have been driving forces in their hometowns, the grassroots.
It might sound offensive, but it is reality. And I don't know the horses I'm going to budge this night. You might not like it, they might not want to hear it. But the truth is, you cannot compare. So it's not
about whether they like it or not. It's about you not knowing what others are doing. Because if I didn't tell you this, you will not know what they're doing.
I know. Aisha Yusufu is my friend. I know how they crowdfunded Peter Obi in 2023. So I know those are not stories that I need to start explaining outside the public. But what I'm saying is that the funds are there. The funds are there. Sorry, let me round up to say the funds are there. The funds are there, but they do not match up to the other people's funds. That's number one. Secondly, is that the people, because what means election is not even the funds, it's the people. How many people are you funding? Peter Obi came to tell us that he's not giving shishi, and this is a country that vote buying is the key. Politicians even budget for vote buying in their budget of campaigns and elections. And you are saying I'm not going to give shishi, and then people are giving shishi and they are voting for this thing, and they're saying that Peter Obi no fair, so they give me this one, I go vote. So the fact is, there are things. Am I supporting vote buying? Excessive, no. But there are things that even if you're not going to do vote buying, your people on ground should be able to mastermind to ensure that the votes count and count accurately. Not that somebody will go on the polling unit, count the vote, 77, 78, and then when they are done, by 2 a.m., they're going to sleep. When I contested the election in 2019, I had people in local government counting my votes for me, giving me updates. Sir, is this? Then they have to do a rerun. They have to do they have to do another election for the local government that they did not do, and that was where they got their results from. So that is because somebody was intentional about it. And so that is how Peter Obi and the Obedient movement and any other party that is willing to beat President Bola Tinubu to do in the next election, not but to sit down and say that I am diaspora. See, the fact is the diasporas might even be giving money and giving people money to support Peter Obi or doing grassroots mobilization, but the people that they are even heading the grassroots mobilization are even eating the money and not even doing the work. So they might be giving the money to the people to mobilize, and the people that they are giving the money are eating the money, and they are just saying that you didn't get money now, why they send them now? So that is the problem. Do they come in to check? So those are there are real issues that are deep down into our fabrics. So it's not about just. I'm a very realistic person. If Peter Obi wins and the Nigeria is better, oh well and good. If Atiku wins and Nigeria is better than this, fantastic. If Showore wins and Nigeria is better than this, great. If Tinubu wins and maybe he sees that I've messed up in the first time, I need to do better, and it does Nigeria better, good well. So the truth is, I want Nigeria to be better. But if people that want Nigeria to be better do not want a candidate, they should do what is necessary to pull out the current candidate and put in their own candidates.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. It's been such a pleasure to have you. It's been a marathon. I never expected this. A 5 hours long show. Goodness me. I didn't expect it to last this long. I beg this kind of reunion women you do it can't last like this. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Thank you so much. But I hope you've had a good time here, though. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for all the passports you received.
No. It's not. It's just It is necessary. People are putting out their emotions. Nigerians is
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
It's a pleasure, Precious.
Having you as we proceed, draw close to the election. I appreciate you. Good night and God bless you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right. Okay, so CJOJ, yes, Dr. Card, she said his birthday is on the 10th of October. I think I said that earlier. So yes, please, it's 10th of October. Have that in mind. Thank you so much. I think I announced it that the next day he joined us. Thank you so much. And then you might have said that it's a lie. You see this thing you said that if you're an indigenous Yoruba, you can contest election and win it anywhere. It is a big fat lie. Look, let me tell you something. I've had somebody who's indigenous to Lagos State. Let me not mention the state's name. Got an appointment in another state in Yoruba land to work with the governor as an AC, and had people, chiefs, kings of that state telling the governor that, position whenever reach us, you go bring person for Lagos State to come pick up. It is a lie. You're deceiving yourself and you know it's true. I've had somebody who headed a big media house in a particular state that is not Lagos State, and he is indigenously Lagos State. Now, night in wrong go because of the way they were attacking. Please don't even say this 2 times. I beg you. So I cannot open my mouth and say this if I'd not heard testimonies from people on ground. So you know this. It is easier for non-Lagos Yorubas to lay claim to Lagos State than it is for Lagosian and Lagos Yorubas to lay claim to other states, other Yoruba states, and you know that. So please don't make this. I was waiting to respond to you on that. However, I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone. It's been such a marathon tonight, and for everyone whom we've had a love and hate relationship, you know that it's all love, yeah, because it's all for the good of this country. I am knackered. I have to go to bed now. I love you guys and I appreciate it. I didn't even play you guys a video of P2P. I wanted to play again, and then that's both the interview with DW and I think the other interview about your agency making it to international media. Goodness me, I was also supposed to play all of that, but let's just carry that over to another day, because we've had quite a ride tonight. I love everyone. I appreciate you guys. If you've not liked and shared this post, please ensure that you do so. Let's continue to enlighten ourselves and to look at things that we can do to better our country, because it's very important that we do so. At the end of the day, we're first of all Nigerians before anywhere we come from. And that is why I like what they're doing in Rwanda. If we can just bring that to Nigeria, first of all, answer a Nigerian, a Rwandan, before you now say, where are you from? Please, let's stop all of these things. No carriers go heaven. I beg, let's stop. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Please like, share, subscribe. Good night and God bless you.